Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Marscoin Expo. My name is James Burk. I'm the IT director of the Mars Society, and I am an advisor to the Marscoin Foundation that governs our decentralized cryptocurrency project. We're very excited today. This is our first Marscoin Expo. We've had a great turnout so far. We have a great lineup of speakers today, and we're looking forward to a really fun day. Couple housekeeping items before I bring on our first speaker. We are using Zoom for the webinar. So if you're in the webinar, there's a Q&A panel that you can use to ask questions. I'll be watching those all day. I'll be helping the speakers with their questions. Each speaker will have about half an hour for their presentation and about 10 minutes for questions. I will also monitor our Telegram, Discord, YouTube chat, all the places that we may get questions to come in. You can ask those anywhere, but if you're in the Zoom call, then use the Q&A panel, not the chat. So I'd like to now bring on our first speaker, which is Lennart Lopin. Lennart is the founder of Marscoin and the CTO of Byte Federal. Lennart, welcome to the Marscoin Expo. You want to turn on your video there too. All right.
Thanks, James. Good morning, everyone. Those were actually some amazing memes. I was wondering if we could let them run for a little longer on your slides. The Marscoin memes, they crack me up. They're amazing. Good morning and good afternoon, evening to everyone. Very excited for the Marscoin Expo, and I'd like to kick it off with a couple of slides regarding our history, and maybe a few words actually first with regard to Bitcoin. One of the ideas of the Marscoin project, of course, is heavily influenced by Bitcoin's innovation and what happened in the Bitcoin space, in particular because Bitcoin has developed such a large and huge network effect on planet Earth. It's the major blockchain, the first one to prove this concept, initially developed by Satoshi Nakamoto, and so far it seems like no other coin has been able to take its place. And we'll talk a little bit more about network effects and being first to market in this particular case. Bitcoin makes a very strong case for it. And the interesting thing about Bitcoin is it is developing itself into some form of reserve currency, at least for the internet, maybe even more. So I just have a few stats here. We have now 11 years of Bitcoin running 24/7. So no weekend interruptions, no stock market stops or changes by any particular governmental body. So 11 years running 24/7, about 400,000 daily transactions at this point, $6 billion in volume transacted. And as of a few weeks ago, legal tender in one country on this beautiful planet. So it's a very innovative ecosystem that developed around Bitcoin, and it keeps setting new records. And if you look at the history of Bitcoin, of course, I just have this little kind of tongue-in-cheek summary of its history. There's a lot of criticism for a project that started out as an alternative for transferring monetary value between two parties without an actual counterparty necessary. But there seems to be something going on the lines of Gresham's law, where a superior hard sound money seems to be pulling in interest and value from other networks, from other monetary networks. So Bitcoin is still keeps growing, and as everyone knows, we hit $60,000 recently, back down to 30. But these fluctuations, they are no news. And as Michael Saylor likes to point out, we have like 150% appreciation on average every year. the interesting thing about Bitcoin too is that there is something fascinating about capturing the socioeconomic energy of a population and being able to transfer that value down the time. There's very famous books written like the Bitcoin Standard at this point that go into more detail about the economic impacts. And in our Marscoin paper, we talk about not just from a technology perspective about Bitcoin and a potential network on Mars based on a cryptocurrency, but we also talk a little bit about the implications for civilization and economics, and contrast that to the current fiat regime that the planet is still majorly operating under. So, coming to Marscoin, given this little side tour on Bitcoin's background, what are the reasons for Marscoin's, the raison d'etre, the reasons for its being? So I'll go into the history in a second, but I thought I'll throw this out first. One, of course, is a similar attempt as what Bitcoin is trying to do, the idea of a planetary reserve currency. Now, as most of you know, the Mars is quite far away from Earth. The ability to send, let's say, a Bitcoin, have a data connection between the Moon and Earth is not so much of a problem. The two bodies are close by, and we do have a penalty of light speed when we operate in space. So from a Martian perspective, any communication with Mars is anywhere up to 40 minutes away from Earth, two-way communications. And while it fluctuates throughout the year, it is still pretty far for any TCP/IP or any communication. So what we'll probably end up with on Mars is we'll have obviously a form of internet there for our first settlements, but the data will come in chunks and will be updated delayed by every hour or so. But when it comes to transactions that happen or that need to happen on a minute or second basis, then Bitcoin is too far away. If someone on Mars wants to buy a cup of coffee and will not just wait maybe for a confirmation of 10 minutes, but needs to wait 10 confirmations to make sure the transaction took place, it really doesn't work. Of course, there could be some form of second layer network, like a Lightning network on Mars, but still we then end up with certain entities that sink the funds back to Earth. And there's a certain dependency for any Bitcoin related network on Mars that will probably make it more conducive or force the Martian settlers to come up with their own network. And why not? It's easy enough. And so as a second point, the idea that a blockchain is a beautiful example, and Bitcoin here as a currency is the first, often explained as the first example, the currency feature utilizing a blockchain. But there's more. A blockchain itself allows a timestamping and an immutable ledger. Data can be entered that cannot be revoked by a party or altered by a party later on. Everybody can see what's going on. And so there's other aspects of blockchains that are crucially important for building an infrastructure in finance and in governance. So aspects like voting, for instance, aspects of identity verification, and this leads, of course, to anything related to a settlement, who owns what, who decides how things should be governed and operated, what's the transparency involved in it. So blockchains allow us to experiment with these ideas. Data, for instance, can be tied to a blockchain and made immutable. For instance, any resource generation on the chemical plants, on the power plants on Mars, anything that's imported could be tracked and made sure that we know what's there and how much is there, when was it generated, and where is it located at. And then, of course, there is also this, as I alluded to in the book, the Bitcoin standard is highly recommended from a reading perspective. There is going to be something like a Martian standard where, as money is a form of social glue, it connects everyone. So in a barter society, which might initially, if we're talking about a couple of individuals who are in a small setting, then that might work. But as soon as we reach 150, 200 people, it becomes a little bit harder. And the beautiful thing about the innovation and invention of money is it allowed humans to operate together, work together, define goals together, store their work, if you will, for longer periods of time and as capital, and utilize as capital later, pool it together, build things that they individually would not be able to. Or when it comes to price signal, for instance, show in a society which aspects of the society are more expensive. There's obviously some form of innovation that's necessary or needed. There's some bottleneck that needs to be resolved, and so it triggers and challenges all the beautiful human creative capabilities. And a Marscoin standard, if you will, would allow and help the Martians independently of Earth to develop and see what is necessary and in which direction they would want to take their society, their civilization. So that's just some basic thoughts that inspired what happened in 2013 when we, myself and a couple of friends internationally started talking about the idea of a Marscoin. And I just have the Marscoin history here on the screen. The thoughts and the philosophy occurred 2013, as some of you may remember from those ancient cryptocurrency days. A lot of coins spawned after Litecoin kind of trailed or innovated after Bitcoin, and the thought arose: is there room for, let's say, a meme coin? Is there something like a network effect? Will Bitcoin replace all other currencies, or is there room for other currencies, the room for niche currencies? And I know this discussion is still going on. Our position was one that, however this may play out, one thing is for certain: every planet, just from the physical constraints, will need its own chain, and just as I just explained in the previous slide. So Marscoin was created to take this space, take this idea, put some serious thought behind it, and make it a platform for not just futuristic exploration of topics, but in fact, in those days, if you remember 2013, also try to think of ways of funding a settlement that is extremely expensive to pull off, but not impossible. And how might that work? If you remember, and we had at that time Mars One. It was one big project started by Bas Lansdorp in the Netherlands, and that was at the time when SpaceX was already underway, but the Starship was still far in the future. And the Mars Society, of course, has been one of the large influential societies from where also Elon Musk got his inspiration to start SpaceX. And so we were thinking that perhaps a cryptocurrency focused on Marscoin with donation addresses for these institutions could help us get to Mars faster, in a similar vein as North America was settled by English settlers who pooled their resources together and packed their belongings together, bought ships, and then headed over to the New World as a community effort. But from 2014, the Marscoin Genesis block was generated actually on the 1st. We were timing this to start out the year with the launch of Marscoin. So on the 1st of January 2014, the Genesis block was mined, and the network launched, and it's been running ever since. We did presentations in New York at the Marscoin, at the Mars Society's conference, and we started building infrastructure and haven't really stopped with that either. And I'll go into some of the infrastructure that exists for Marscoin. And just 2019, we released our latest update and large update client, 1.5 desktop client. And in 2021, of course, a couple of more things happened, and I'll go into detail here what we're experienced this year. So this is where we are at. We're looking at the 7th year of Marscoin in existence. We have multiple trading pairs on top 20 exchanges. We have Marscoin available at over 700 ATMs across North America. We have an extremely active community on Discord and Twitter. We have mobile-friendly online wallets, and especially this year, a couple of major projects being in the works. So a little bit into the details. This year was particular because, as you remember, the discussion spawned earlier this year with between Elon Musk and CZ from Binance regarding Mars and Marscoin, and as SpaceX continues to develop the rockets, as the Martian exploration and potential settlement of Mars becomes moves more into the global conscience. Obviously, Marscoin is something that more people talk about, discover, and try to find inspiring, particularly reading the white paper and all the experiments and project goals that we have set for ourselves. The website we launched this year, we tried to bring it up to incorporate the latest information. So when you visit our website, this is something that was worked on earlier this year. The white paper got a really nice place, and is something that's been worked on for a long time, but has its kind of final version now. And you can find all the information that you're looking for on our website, in particular the links to our various community sites. Discord, for various reasons, is definitely the most active of all our community pages. The explorers, we have several blockchain explorers, so it's obviously interesting to see how the network operates and see transactions as they occur and from the past. So just have here a quick screenshot. There's several blockchain explorers. We have fallback explorers in case something happens to the major ones. So you can see Explorer 1, 2, and so on. There's several others too, but there's links to all of this. One of the interesting things with a smaller blockchain like Marscoin is that the network has at this point the largest hash rate that it ever had, around 50 gigahash, and it's a script mining algorithm similar to Litecoin and Dogecoin. But reorgs of the chain do happen, and so we had to make sure that these block explorers are capable of handling any reorgs that occur. So that's something that was just finished, and they can handle that much better. We also have droplets available for anybody who wants to run Marscoin nodes and Marscoin explorers. For instance, just let us know. You can just, if you're on DigitalOcean or other server farms, you can just spin those up relatively quickly. And one of the highlights in the Marscoin community, of course, is our online wallet. This is probably one of the oldest online wallets in existence at this point of any cryptocurrency, besides maybe Bitcoin, but definitely in the altcoin space. So this was created 2014, and it's been online ever since. So there's thousands of users that use Marscoin online, the wallet online, and send and receive. One of the big upgrades this year was the ability to use it on a mobile phone. So that's been better. Before it was possible, but it didn't have the barcode scanning capabilities. So it's functional on mobile wallets now, which is really helpful. The desktop wallet is still version 1.5. We're planning an upgrade for 1.6 either later this year or early next year. It's interesting that our desktop wallet, obviously this is a Qt-based wallet similar to Bitcoins and Litecoins. We used to have a chat room even in there. So there's a lot of experimentation with Marscoin always. in the history of our coin, and it never really ceases. There was a chat room in there and a news update. We took that out for version 1.5. Might at some point bring it back, but this is also in social media. We're in a different universe than they are now, right? So social media has evolved, and there's a lot of platforms where people hang out and communicate. So it's not really necessary anymore to have this in your wallet. But in 2014, that was still a tremendous, interesting feature. It was actually ICQ based. So yeah, and the mobile wallet I just mentioned is now mobile responsive. So people can transact their Marscoin over the phone. And this is in particular interesting because one of the sweet integrations, of course, was this. I'm partially responsible for it, of course, as well, as I'm the CTO of Byte Federal. But in 2020, we listed Marscoin on our ATM machines, and the company has grown. So you can see at the bottom the map of locations in which Marscoin are available for cash to be purchased. So that's a lot. And in order to close the loop and build out the infrastructure for a financial system like this, ATM is one side. The other thing is, of course, a mobile wallet, block explorers, and so on. And with the mobile wallets, the interactions are just easier for people to transact and send money around. This year alone, we got listed on 3 new exchanges: FinexBox, Dextrade, and XT. XT is a rather large exchange and probably the most liquid and most used of our 3 exchanges. At this point, really thank all of the people involved in it, the donations that made it possible, and the exchange administrators and exchange the developers that got us listed and allow Marscoin to be traded daily on these exchanges. So we have applications with other exchanges, with larger exchanges in play, but there's always a difficulty because some of these exchanges are very difficult, very expensive to get listed on. Some of them need security assurances or security funds that get returned after a while. So that we're working with a really rather large exchange right now. But part of it also is a capital raise requirements to basically just as a safety deposit fund that gets returned after a while, but still necessary. So various exchanges have various ways of getting listed, and it just allows people to find the coin and be able to transact with it. And so at this point, I'm just going to go into a few details with regard to the future of Marscoin, what we've been working on, and what's up and coming. So the online wallet is constantly on the work. There's a couple of improvements with regard to security in particular that we're planning. The Explorer updates, we were actually trying to get a new Explorer software established as well. So the current one that we're using is a fork of a Litecoin Explorer, but there's other Explorer software that we're looking at. The desktop wallet, as I mentioned, would be nice to upgrade. It's probably going to happen early next year. With regard to a native mobile wallet for Android and iPhone, so not the online wallet on the phone, but an actual dedicated wallet. There's 2 aspects. One, we're working with a company and we might be adding Marscoin to their existing wallet. So then you'll find that on their wallets as a native wallet to store coins and use them. The other aspect is our own wallet launch. So it might be a fork off of Blue Wallet. And if you've been following our GitHub repository, you can see that work has already begun. With regard to the ATMs, there's going to be an international push. So Marscoin is going to be visible or available on ATMs, not just in the United States, but probably first South America and then Europe. Obviously, always more exchanges. If you would like to help, you can either file with us, support us on these exchanges, ask questions, ask exchanges for us to get listed, or donate into the development fund. Pools are always a tricky thing. So with regard to pool software, it's an undertaking. So anybody who's interested in running pools, please let us know. If you open up a pool or if you add Marscoin to your pool, we will make sure that the community knows about it. We have a very rich and vibrant mining community, and they're always looking for balancing their mining power out, because sometimes with a smaller coin, you run into monopolies of miners, and as long as they as long as they're reputable, it's not a problem. But you do want to make sure that the mining power is decentralized as much as possible. Otherwise, you end up in a similar space as with a proof of stake, where let's say someone comes and buys up a certain part of the stake of coins and is able to manipulate the transactions. And those are the known weaknesses for cryptocurrencies. And the higher our hash rate is and the more distributed our hash rate is, the better it is for the network itself. Then there's also a couple of partnership projects, and today we're going to hear some of the presentations with regard to that. So it's really interesting that Marscoin itself has become a focal point for academic and space interests with regard to cryptocurrency, blockchain technology, and what it would mean on a future settlement on Mars. So while many of these thoughts are experimental and outright visionary at this point, because of this software, there's a lot that you can already do at this point and then experiment with it. One of the big projects is, of course, slated towards December this year. James is going to head to the Mars Desert Research Station, and we're very much forward-looking in experimenting with two systems. One is going to be a resource tracking application, and we'll test case that in the research station. So what I initially mentioned, one of the benefits of a blockchain is timestamping and making sure that resources are being tracked, and the community knows about how many and where they are. That's something we'd like to test case on the Mars Society's actual Mars Desert Research Station. And another aspect that's very, very close to heart and important is an identity system that is cryptographically secure, but still and transparent, but still respects the privacy of individuals, and then allows, in addition, a voting experiment. So some of you might remember a discussion with Elon Musk at some point, where he mentioned that it would be really interesting to see a 60% kind of vote for any particular law, and if I remember correctly, 40% basically takes that law out of play. So what's really interesting in general with voting systems is we would like to experiment with them as early as possible, because the form of how Mars and Martian settlers will organize themselves is going to be very important very quickly. And the more options and opportunities they have to play and experiment with that as early as possible, the better. And that's one aspect. The other one is that with regard to the Marscoin's network development on the chain itself, we have intentionally taken a very conservative approach. So it's almost like Bitcoin development and Litecoin development and Ethereum development is the tip, if you will, of the chain of innovation, but we are not jumping at them. Obviously, there's ways to replicate and copy and align yourselves with the latest and greatest innovation, but there's also a problem in that certain decisions are made about the future of the chain that you don't necessarily want to make now, that the participants, and particularly the participants of the network, should make. As you know, with Marscoin, the idea is that someone in the early group of Martian settlers takes the chain to Mars on a USB stick, takes a little miner, a node, to the software for nodes to Mars, very similar to what we're trying to do on the MDRS experiment. And they run the network there, and they establish the network, recreating a network effect as being the first. And what would be ideal, of course, is the people involved in this process are the ones making decisions about the network, not necessarily us jumping to a conclusion right now, chasing down a certain idea, but making sure that whatever the needs of the settlers are, and the people who are identifying themselves as being settlers, who are actually going to go to Mars, that their voice is heard, and their decisions are the ones that are making changes to, or impacting the innovations on the Marscoin network. So this is just to kind of talk a little bit about what I mentioned. The decentralized identity systems are some that, if some of you are familiar with the cryptocurrency space, Microsoft is part of this ION initiative. It's very, very interesting what's going on in that sense. And we would like to experiment inside the Marscoin group with these technologies, in particular because you could see a way for someone landing on Mars to get registered on an IPFS local system where data gets stored, but in a way his identity is also generated. And at that point, he could participate in any activities on Mars as a individual, that autonomous individual, if you will, that can participate in voting and other aspects of governance, self-governance. The other thing that's interesting with current projects like the PinePhone and cellular mesh networks, the ability within a place like the MDRS to test a blockchain network and networking technology, and see if we can transfer value, transfer commands, transfer resource tracking between individual hubs or nodes of a mesh network. Yeah, so with this, I would like to conclude my talk. And we're always looking for developers. Please check our Discord, Gitter, Reddit, places. Big things coming up. Developers who are interested in particular in identity voting systems, who are interested in mobile development, please reach out to us. There's a lot on the list for the next couple of months until December, when our MDRS experiments are about to launch.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Lennart. We have a couple questions coming in from our audience. The first question is, what's the best way to buy Marscoin right now?
Best way to buy Marscoin is probably xt.com. It's one of the top 50, let's say, exchanges. They're ranked pretty high, and I think it's a good spot to purchase Marscoin.
And I wanted to just throw up again our slide that talks about the development fund. You mentioned that we are raising funds for funding development and also to get listed on exchanges. If you go to our website and click on development fund in the footer, you'll find the ways to contribute to the Marscoin Foundation and the project. Lennart, how do people report problems they have? We've had some sporadic instances of people having issues with their wallet or not being able to access the Explorer. You mentioned some of the typical blockchain issues that cryptocurrencies have that we deal with. How can people report problems?
So there's a couple of ways. One, if you have a technical background, maybe GitHub is a good way to report an issue directly. Open up an issue report. Another way is info@marscoin.org is a good email. If you want to send us an email, you can wait a little bit for a response. Another one, if you think this might be a problem that the community can help you with, is definitely Discord. If you reach out on Discord, the general chat room there, and let us know what's going on, then there's a lot of eyeballs that can help you immediately check out what the problem might be and channel the information to the developers.
Looking out to the future, where do you see the cryptocurrency space overall, not just Marscoin, but everything happening in cryptocurrency? Where do you see that in like 5 or 10 years?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a really good question. So Bitcoin becoming legal tender, that kind of sent shockwaves, I think, through the financial system this year. And if you really study El Salvador and what they did and why they did it, it just makes sense. They didn't have much to lose. Now the society has a way to park money in a savings account that's untouchable, if you will, by anybody else. So there's a lot of interesting reasons with it. I think innovation is going to continue like crazy as it has for the last 10 years. I think Bitcoin is still going to be the top dog, will become the planetary reserve currency, and outperform the US dollar in that sense. And I think as soon as someone lands on Mars, whoever is going to be that person, they're going to bring this technology with them. And so I think it's really exciting, very fascinating. For someone who hasn't thought much about it, our white paper has a lot of outlook into the future when it comes to space and cryptocurrency. So some of those questions might be answered there.
And then finally, where can someone buy one of our Marscoin Decentralized Humanity t-shirts?
I believe it's on Teespring. I have to see. Not sure if there's a link up on the website, but we should probably find that link and post it maybe here.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our members as well in the community, Nick Evans, has created a Marscoin store, and he has some merchandise as well. So check that out. Marscoinstore.com, I believe, is the URL.
Yeah, I think the decentralized, right? Decentralized humanity is just a no-brainer. If you are in the decentralized cryptocurrency space, it makes sense, and this makes even more sense. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Lennart. Congratulations on the success of the project. I know you've been working hard on it since 2014, even before that, and it's just going really great. I'm very proud to be part of this.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so next is my portion of the expo. So I'm going to talk about our new experiment platform and a little bit about my background there. So I don't know if you guys can see my slides there. Make sure those come up. Okay, good. So, my name is James Burk. I am the director of IT for the Mars Society. I've been in that position for about 10 years. It's actually my anniversary next month. And I'm really proud to be an advisor to the Marscoin project as well. A couple of necessary disclaimers for my talk. I am not an investment advisor, and I'm not a security broker dealer. All these things we're talking about are not financial advice. Do your own research with all cryptocurrencies and all investments. And you want to always follow the applicable laws in your region, and wherever you live in the world, there's going to be laws that govern cryptocurrency and trading online. I always follow those. I make sure that I claim all the cryptocurrency that I buy and sell on my taxes. And I just, you want to always be above board with this stuff. There's enough rampant fraud in this industry that you don't want to be part of the problem. And then finally, my opinions are my own. I am not speaking for any organization in this talk. These are my opinions. So my personal journey with Marscoin, it kind of goes back a ways. And I want to bring in also kind of how I got started with my career, which is back in the year 1998. And like on this slide, really before 1998, nothing matters. It was prehistoric times. Back in 1998, I had just graduated college. I got a job at Microsoft working as a technical project manager. And that year also was the year that the Mars Society started, and that was in 1998. I joined the Mars Society early on, and I was one of the founding members, and I led our Seattle chapter since then. And it was a great organization, and I'll talk about it a little bit more, but one of the best projects I think that have come out of the Mars Society are some of these projects that are trying to advance human settlement. And Marscoin is really trying to solve the idea of the economy on Mars. And so, Bitcoin was invented. I actually downloaded Bitcoin very early on and tried it out on my laptop. It was early enough that all you really needed to mine was your CPU. And I let it run for a couple hours at work. And I came back and I'm like, this is so dumb. Like, I'm not going to use these Bitcoins. I don't even know what they are. They're worthless. So I deleted it. And yeah, that was kind of dumb. But I wasn't the only one, back then. Nobody really took Bitcoin seriously. There had been lots of digital currencies that people had ideas for, but there was never enough critical mass with previous projects. I could think of one called Flues back in the .com era that was trying to be a digital currency. They even had a credit card, but did not work out. So that was kind of on my mind. Also around the time Mt. Gox was a thing, I also had some Bitcoin in Mt. Gox, and I'm still trying to get that back. I have half a Bitcoin in there. But then Marscoin came along in 2014. The Mars Society, we have an annual convention, and Lennart submitted an abstract and said, I want to talk about my cryptocurrency project, and we accepted him. And he came and talked, and I edited that video that year, put it up on YouTube, and it's still there. Just created a new version of it on the Marscoin YouTube channel, but Lennart gave a talk, and he talked about the project. He talked about how he was donating the first 500,000 coins to the Mars Society, and then another 500,000 to the Mars One project, which was very popular at the time. And Lennart was one of the Mars One contestants or candidates. But then, a couple years went by, and Mars One was not going to be successful. It was clear. And so Lennart and I both reached out and to Bas Lansdorp, who's the founder of Mars One, and said, hey, you guys aren't going to use those Mars coins. Why don't you give those to the Mars Society? And he agreed. And so now the Mars Society actually has all 1 million, which is great. The other thing that happened recently is we got, as Lennart mentioned, we got listed on some exchanges this year. It's been a really wild year so far, 2021, and it's not even half over. There's still a couple days until the halfway mark of the year, but it's been a crazy year so far for Marscoin. There's been a lot that's happened, not just us getting listed on these awesome exchanges like xt.com and FinXbox and DexTrade, but also all these imitation tokens that have come along, trying to copy us. It's really easy to create an Ethereum token, but an Ethereum token is not a cryptocurrency. It does not have its own blockchain like the Marscoin project does. So they're pretty poor imitations of what we're doing here. And then of course, the last thing that happened was this. So I want to talk a little bit about this. I get a lot of questions about this because Elon is part of the Mars Society. He was, on our board back in 2002 after he founded PayPal. We actually have a building named after him at the Mars Desert Research Station. So was he trying to pump Marscoin like he's pumping Doge? At the time, everyone thought that's what he was doing. He actually was talking in general about a cryptocurrency project called Marscoin. He was not aware of Marscoin in this moment. I would have to imagine by now he is, based on how many times we've all tweeted at him about Marscoin, including myself. But at this time, in this moment, back in February of this year, he was not aware of the project. But I would say this, I would say we are the kind of project he was talking about. He was talking about using cryptocurrency to build a Martian economy. He was talking about using cryptocurrency to advance Mars settlement, Mars exploration, humans to Mars. And that's what our project is all about. So even though he wasn't talking about us on the surface, he kind of was talking about us because we're the kind of project that he meant. And so this had a huge effect on our project. It brought a lot of new people in. Obviously, the price of Marscoin shot up that day and was up for a while. But this is not the first time. This was not going to be the last time that an event like this would happen. I'm sure it will happen again because there's a lot to our project. There's a lot of things about it that are very appealing to people, and I have no doubt that in the future we're going to have more interest like that. Now I want to talk a little bit about the Mars Society, which I'm part of. I'm the IT director and a founding member. We're the world's largest nonprofit organization dedicated to sending people to Mars, and we are fully in support of Marscoin. We have 1 million Marscoin that we're holding. We're holding them long term. I do not personally make those decisions. It's our president, Dr. Robert Zubrin, that makes all the financial decisions about the organization, including whether or not to hold Marscoin. And I can tell you, he is very excited about this project. He once said to me, you know, if we hold on to it long enough and it's worth $1,000 a unit, we're going to be $1 billion organization. And that's not out of the realm of possibility, considering how Bitcoin has done in the last 15 years, 16 years. Back then, Bitcoin was worthless, worth around a couple pennies. And now it's worth, as of today, over $30,000, and it has been worth over 60,000 this year. So we're definitely behind Marscoin. Because we're a nonprofit organization, however, we do need to be careful about how we deal with cryptocurrency. And I've done a lot of research, I'll talk about this a little bit more later, about how nonprofits should handle crypto. And we decided in 2019 to announce that we were going to take donations in Bitcoin and other currencies like Marscoin. And that was after a lot of thought and research. So we definitely will take donations. In addition to the 1 million we already have of Marscoin, people have given us additional amounts, and we will custodian these and hold on to them and use them to help advance human settlement of Mars. The Mars Society's main project is the Mars Desert Research Station. And the Mars Desert Research Station is a facility in southern Utah. This is a real picture. This is not a mock-up. These are two people walking outside using simulated analog spacesuits. That's the whole goal of the station, is that you go there, you pretend to live and work on Mars for 1 to 2 weeks, and you practice what it's going to be like, all the human factors, challenges. I was fortunate enough to be on a mission there in 2019 or 2018. I was the executive officer of crew 197 at the station. And I will be going back to command my first crew later this year in December. Lennart mentioned that I'm also going to bring along a couple of experiments that are related to Marscoin as well. But back in 2018, we had a lot of fun. Our crew, you can see us here. We had a lot of great experiences at the station. We were able to explore the area. We could get on rovers called Polaris EVs, and they're kind of like electronic off-road golf carts, kind of like a cross between a golf cart and a pickup truck. And we were able to, visit this large canyon system. There's actually a dinosaur dig site a little bit north of the station that was found. Pretty major dinosaur find that we found just because we were out there at the Mars Society. And now it's a major dig site. And so there's a lot of great things that you can do in that area. It's a Mars analog location, so it's geologically just like Mars. That's why we picked that area. And so oftentimes folks will come and bring experiments around geology, biology, trying to understand the science of the area, trying to understand how life is living in the Utah desert. Huge temperature swings, huge fluctuations over the course of the year, all the way from over 100-degree heat, which they're having right now, to snow on the ground in the winter. It's very cold at night in the winter, and so I'm going to look forward to that. But my role with the Mars Society and my role with Marscoin, I just want to talk a little bit about. As I mentioned, I've done a lot of research on cryptocurrencies and how they relate to nonprofits. Nonprofits basically handle cryptocurrency the way that they would handle any other property, but they need to be careful. They can't come out and pump a cryptocurrency, for example. So a lot of times we get requests to do that, and we have to be careful about it. And I mentioned, I became a blockchain expert earlier this year, but I feel the same as I did before. There's been a lot of things that, a lot of certifications I've picked up over the years. That was my latest one. But, I see myself overall as a software developer, and my role with Marscoin is to help advise us on software development. And so some of my past projects, I mentioned the ones with the Mars Society. Some of my software projects with Mars Society include the Marspedia encyclopedia, Mars VR, which is a project that we just raised $100,000 through a Indiegogo crowdfunding campaign to fund. We're doing a bunch of development this summer around Mars VR, and I'm really excited about that. I had a question earlier of, are we going to tie in Marscoin with Mars VR? I would say we probably are. We just haven't figured out exactly what to do, and we haven't announced anything yet. The virtual convention we did last year was a great event, and I was able to interview Elon Musk. If I get to do that again, I will definitely ask him about Marscoin and what he thinks about our project. And when I was over at Microsoft, I had the opportunity to work on a lot of different things, as you can see on the slide. But the biggest one I want to talk about today is the EXP platform. This was an experimentation platform that Microsoft built to do what's called A/B testing. And essentially what that means is that if you have a service or a website with a bunch of users, you can show a small percentage of those users a new feature and see whether they use it as intended, whether they like it, kind of see their reaction to it before you ramp it up to all 100% of your user base. And so we often would use that platform when I worked on the MSN portal, which was at the time the largest website in the world, millions of users per day. It was the homepage of Internet Explorer. So you can imagine everyone that turned on their computer and went on the internet, that's the first thing they saw a lot of times. So we had news on there, we had topical channels on there, and I worked on a lot of that stuff. I was on that in that group for 7 years. Towards the end, worked on the EXP platform. I actually worked on some of the first Twitter and Facebook modules that they had on MSN back when social media was brand new. And we used the EXP platform to test out how Facebook and Twitter could be best used by the user base of MSN. And so what I want to do is take some of those learnings and bring them into Marscoin. And I want to do that by using agile development practices. Now, let me tell you a little bit about what that means, what agile development means. Of course, if we're going to talk about a technology topic, first we need to start with a Dilbert cartoon. That's a must. So agile is a way, instead of the traditional approach where you throw a bunch of developers at a problem and lock them away in a room for a year or two, and then out comes some software that maybe fits what you're trying to do and maybe doesn't. And you've now spent millions of dollars to build the software. Instead of doing it that approach, you do it more lightweight. You have quick releases, you work on minimum viable products, you have a feedback loop where you show people what you're working on and you get their feedback, you incorporate that in. One concept is to fail fast. If you have an idea that's not going to work out, try it out so you can get the data quickly and then move on. Try to iterate on what you're trying to do. And so with agile programming methodologies like Scrum and Scaled Agile, you can actually innovate quickly. That's the whole point. And most technology companies have now moved to use agile programming as part of their normal course of operations. In fact, if you look at some of the very large websites out there like Facebook and other large websites, YouTube, Etsy, eBay, they will all be using continuous experimentation processes, continuous delivery pipelines, where they're actually releasing new features to small amounts of users all the time, testing out how those features are going with those users, and then either pulling them back, turning them off, or ramping them up to 100% of the users. So, a company like Facebook, they might have thousands of experiments happening at once all the time. So the version of Facebook I see is different than the version you see because there's all these experiments that we're both getting because they're trying to test out new concepts. And so that's the idea of what we'd like to do with the Marscoin experiment platform. There's 3 principles I want to talk about. These are the principles of the Scrum methodology: transparency, adaptation, and inspection. What these mean is, transparency, we all know what's going on. We have full visibility into what the team is trying to do. The fact that I'm a guinea pig, I'm participating in an experiment, what that means to me, having an ability to opt out if I want to. Transparency, sharing the results, that's important. Adaptation, so once we get some data and figure out how things are going, we adapt. We make changes midstream. We make sure that we're doing the experiment, the set of experiments to fit the problem we're trying to solve or to develop the functionality we're trying to deliver. Adaptation is important, changing your plan based on new information coming in. And finally, inspection, rigorous capturing of data, determining the metrics, the ways you're going to measure the experiment, the ways you're going to determine success of the experiment. What is your overall criteria for success? What's the one metric you want to increase? And making sure that the data is being captured and analyzed regularly. So these are all part of what we're going to do. So our goals with the experiment platform are 3. We want to improve the Marscoin ecosystem. We want to showcase interesting projects, and we want to advance Mars-related research. We want to advance all the research that the Mars Society is doing and that we need to do to settle Mars, to send humanity to Mars. So again, our 3 pillars. For transparency, each experiment will have a published goal. It'll have a timeline. It'll have a start and end. And if it's successful, then we'll ramp it up to be part of Marscoin long term. Or we may do a follow-on experiment that builds on the first one. We also will do regular status reporting. You'll be able to come to the Marscoin website and other locations to find out how these are going. We will also publish the results of each experiment. There will likely be research papers we write as part of our experiments, and those will be published and shared with the community as well. Adaptation. Being part of the community means you have a voice in what we're doing with Marscoin. And so we will reach out to everyone to get feedback. We will monitor the feedback in all of our social media and community channels like Discord and Telegram to see what people think. Each experiment will have a principal investigator, which is the person that is responsible for determining how the experiment is going and whether it's meeting the goals. And so all the feedback will be given to the principal investigator for them to determine how to adapt. And then finally, inspection. Coming up with the key metrics and the key performance indicators, the overall evaluation criterion, which is the one metric that is determining whether the experiment is successful. And so these metrics will inform how the experiments are going from a quantitative perspective. So here are some things we can do with the Marscoin blockchain that can advance our goals. For Mars settlement, creating processes and tools that allow the communities on Mars to function. And we can test this out now with the Analog Research Station in Utah and with other projects that people are doing. We can start to prototype out these processes and tools that are ultimately going to be used on Mars. We can do that today. And the Mars Society has a great track record of working in that manner. Next, resource logistics. We talked about that. Lennart talked about that. Leveraging the blockchain to track resources, to transact resources, tracking their creation, how many there are, their transportation. You can imagine the favorite analogy I like to use for resources logistics on the blockchain is if I go to the grocery store and I pick up a piece of fruit, and there's a QR code on it, and I can scan the QR code, and the QR code is tied to a blockchain, I can know immediately where this piece of fruit was grown, all the steps it took to get to the grocery store, like how long it's spent in the warehouse, how long it's spent on refrigeration trucks. And I'll know all that instantly if that piece of fruit is tracked on the blockchain. And so we want to apply this resource logistics to Mars. We want to track when you create oxygen out of the Martian atmosphere, when you create materials on Mars, for, maybe you create methane fuel, or you create building materials out of the rocks and the dirt and the carbon on Mars. All these things are resources that we can track, and we can use the Marscoin blockchain to get information about them, but also to facilitate economics, facilitate their transportation and their sale. If Marscoin as a currency is an exchange medium, then Marscoin can directly be used to purchase those resources as well, in addition to tracking them. Elections and voting. So, there's a lot in the news these days outside the space science community and the Marscoin and the cryptocurrency community. There's a lot of news about elections and how broken they are. Well, the blockchain could do a lot to fix elections, and we want to try to pilot out in the context of small communities, what you would have on Mars. We want to pilot out how you would do polling and voting. And we're going to try that out at the Mars Desert Research Station among my crew of 6 to 8 people. We're going to do polls and do voting on small issues using the Marscoin blockchain. And then finally, economic enablers. So smart contracts and immutable ledgers, next generation exchanges and wallets. Those are all things we can experiment with as well. So here are the 6 areas that we're going to initially focus on. So metadata and text-based information. I'll just kind of read these off in interest of time. File attachments, using IPFS for file attachments on the blockchain. Creating a map of Mars and location selection. This will be important for Matt Wise's project that he's going to talk about today. Inventory and resource management, as I mentioned, polls, voting, elections, but also identity services, having a private and secure cryptography system to trust your identity while you're voting, to prevent double voting. And then finally, smart contracts. Smart contracts are a really interesting area where you can actually take a real contract that you'd have in business of, if you do these 3 things, you'll get paid. Or if you trade this, if you give me this resource, I'll give you this resource. Putting that all into code so that if the conditions are met, the funds are automatically released. That's the idea of a smart contract. So we'll be adding that to Marscoin in the near future. This is our current plan for experiments. Right after this event, Lennart and I are going to hunker down and try to get the metadata and file storage experiments going. We want to run these experiments here roughly 3 months. You can see the principal investigator and the overall evaluation criterion. There will be other metrics as well that we establish for these. But essentially, we want to do 3-month experiments and publish the results and see how these are going before we roll them out fully to the platform, to the wallets and to the explorers and to the blockchain. Matt Wise will talk about the land claim one today. And then the last 2 are ones that, as Lennart mentioned, I'll be trying out during my mission at MDRS. We will have some additional releases and more information about those prior to me going out there in December. So I have 10/1 as sort of the start date on the screen for those. But yeah, we're very excited about this area of experiments, and there's a lot of innovation that we believe we can get accomplished by taking this approach. And we'd love to get the help of the community with all this. So if you're interested in doing your own experiment on the Marscoin blockchain, reach out to us. We'll have a way for you to submit your idea in the very near future on our website. And you can also watch our website for the latest details on how all these are going. And so I'll be, as I mentioned, this is the crew I'll be working with in December. They're a great crew. I'm the only American. They're all French and Belgian, so I'm studying French right now. But we're really excited. We're going to have at least 2 Marscoin related experiments during our 2-week mission in December. We also have many other experiments that we've been working on with the Mars science community. Some robotic experiments, some health experiments, also trying to instrument Internet of Things devices in the Mars Desert Research Station habitat and campus to collect data. We're also going to fly a drone to capture some more footage for Mars VR and to scout out more VR locations. But Marscoin is a first-class experiment during our crew as well. So that brings me to the end of my prepared remarks. I'd love now to take any questions that folks have.
Yeah, James, you have a couple of questions that came up. One is, does the Mars Society actually own the land the MDRS is on?
So that's a great question. We don't. It is federal land. It's Bureau of Land Management managed land. We have a lease. It's a long-term lease and it gets renewed. So we have to be good custodians of the land. We have certain mission rules, like we can't drive the rovers and ATVs anywhere we want. We have to stay on designated paths. But we'll be there long-term. We're not planning to shut down MDRS anytime soon. It's been a great project so far.
Awesome. And with regard to smart contracts, is there any goals, plans to bring smart contracts? You mentioned it in your talk, so maybe if you could just reiterate on the smart contract ideas.
Yeah, no, I'm really, as I mentioned, really interested in that. And I really want to see us find an implementation for smart contracts. So that is definitely something we want to do as an experiment or just a core addition to the platform.
Okay, and then a question, when will the Marscoin have its own Wikipedia page? I know that.
Wikipedia is a very interesting platform. We have a draft page, and so it's out there, draft:Marscoin. So you can check that out and, arm wrestle the editors to approve us. I think we're in a process where they take a few months to approve us. And yeah, we're hopefully going to see that up there soon.
It's actually a very impressive Marscoin draft page. It's just interesting how hard it is, I guess, as a cryptocurrency to get approved, even if you have history and academic papers.
Yes.
And then there's a final question. Are you at Marscoin looking for any contributions in terms of agile methodologies?
Yes, I mean, in terms of ideas, yeah, absolutely. I talked about taking an agile approach for development. I think as we start doing some more full-time software development on the experiments and on Marscoin itself, I think we can bring in Scrum as a methodology to use. But the whole point I was trying to make is we want to fail fast, right? We want to get code out there and see how it works and make changes to it so that it's as good as it can possibly be. That's how you innovate, taking an agile approach as opposed to a traditional software development approach that might take several months or years to get anything done. We want to go faster than that.
Okay, and then I have a final question here for you. What kind of roles are available on the team?
We need all kinds of help for the Marscoin project, as you know, Lennart. I mean, we definitely folks that have development experience with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, have experience with C++ and Qt, which is what our wallet is built in. Qt is the UI platform. But there's all kinds of non-technical help we need too for the Marscoin community. I mean, just helping us manage all of our social media and all of our different community channels like Discord and Telegram. We have a really great Discord server, and kudos to all the moderators and folks that are participating in there every day. I'm always amazed to go into Discord and see the great discussions happening. Telegram too, thanks to everyone that helps out in there. But so if you're a non-technical person, if you're not a software developer, but you want to help the project, there are lots of ways for you to do that. Even things like creating memes. I mean, those are fun. You saw a few of those at the beginning of the session today that our community has created. Definitely keep your pulse on what's going on in the cryptocurrency world and try to make a meme that riffs off of what's going on. That's always fun to see.
I have another one for you. How many locations are there in the world which mimic the Mars environment? And is it a possibility to have multiple MDRS?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's quite a few locations actually, and there are other research stations that focus on Mars analog and Moon analog research. We actually created our first research station up in the Arctic back in the year 2000 up in Canada. It's called the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station. As you can imagine, it's a little expensive to send people out there because it's in the Arctic Circle. So we don't go there every year, but we were going there for a while. It was much easier for us to have a location in Utah in the continental US that we can more easily manage and send people to. And so that's why we built the Mars Desert Research Station. But there are many others around the world. There's one they're building in the Emirates, in Dubai, the UAE, that will be a large multi-million-dollar Mars analog facility. China also has built one in the Gobi Desert that's a very large multi-million-dollar facility. And there are several others in Europe and the US as well. I would say probably a dozen around the world right now.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, thanks everyone. Our next speaker is Philip. I'm sorry, I'm going to mangle your last name, Philip. Puishunder. And he was, I believe you were Lennart's university advisor. Is that correct?
No, that is not entirely correct. I was probably the first person Lennart spoke to about Marscoin.
Okay.
So that's how I got to be here.
Very
Thank
cool.
you very much for having me.
Yeah, let me just introduce you real quick. So Philip grew up in Vienna, Austria, and received his master's degree in mathematics from the University of Vienna. He's worked as a software engineer, online merchant, college instructor. That's where I got that idea that you guys were affiliated in college. Mathematical analyst, artist, and trader in financial instruments, including crypto. Philip, welcome to the Marscoin Expo. We're glad to have you.
Thank you very much, James and Lennart, for inviting me. Yes, James has already introduced me, but currently I'm running the trading desk at Byte Federal, so I'm working with Lennart still or again. And what I would like to talk about today is the economic aspects of Marscoin, but more generally about what legal tender is, what legal tender laws mean for an economy, and also a related topic, the nature of fiat money and how it contrasts with cryptocurrencies. The reason I want to speak about all this, especially to you guys, is that I see a lot of misinformation, a lot of distortion and inversion of information out there in the mainstream, to the point where I'm wondering how many people even still know what the term legal tender actually means and what the history of legal tender is specifically in the United States. Now, one particular article that illustrates this discrepancy that I'm seeing was published on April 30th of this year on Kitco News, where they talk about gold and silver coins being made legal tender by some states. And in that article, the former head of the US Mint, the former director of the US Mint, Ed Moy, makes some statements that frankly are somewhat bizarre, that are really quite the distortion of reality. So let me read what he said. He said, the Constitution allows for states to give their citizens the ability to settle debts in gold and silver. What it does allow the states to do is give their citizens the ability to settle debts in gold and silver. It's never been exercised since it was written into the Constitution until recently. After the financial crisis, a number of states, the current number is 12 of them, are trying to figure out how to operationalize Article 1, Section 10 to allow their citizens to buy and sell things in gold and silver, Moy told Michelle McCory, editor-in-chief for Kitco News. So when you listen to the director of the US Mint, the former director of the US Mint, speak about gold and silver coins as legal tender in this way, you might get the idea that this Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution says something like, okay, the legal tender of the United States is going to be gold certificates, silver certificates, Federal Reserve notes, US notes, treasury bills, bearer bonds, and there is also the option a state may choose to also make gold and silver legal tender. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. If you look at the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, what it actually says about legal tender is this: no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debt. So what the United States Constitution actually does is it prohibits specifically the states from making things like Federal Reserve notes legal tender. That is what Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution says. It doesn't institute legal tender at all. As a matter of fact, the first time there was a national legal tender in the United States was 1865. 1865 or 1862. I have it in my notes. I have to scroll here. But before we get to that point, actually, let me talk about what legal tender is, because that's where the misunderstanding really starts. In the United States, we have this concept of legal tender, which means that any debt or tax or fees or dues must be accepted by the creditor if they are offered in legal tender. So legal tender means if I owe anyone money and I offer to pay you in $1 bills or in $100 bills, those are now considered legal tender, then you must discharge the debt just by virtue of the fact of me offering to pay it in legal tender. So usually you will accept it and that will cancel out the debt. However, legal tender just means that by me tendering the payment instrument, the debt is discharged. You, if I owe you money, have no obligation to actually accept any specific legal tender. So this may become relevant when people talk about making cryptocurrencies legal tender. If you imagine Marscoin being legal tender right here, right now, you have one slight bit of a problem. If someone offers to pay you a debt that he owes you in Marscoin, then by offering you to pay you in legal tender, you must discharge that debt. In other words, the debt is canceled. But if you don't have the capability to accept Marscoin, you cannot accept it, but the debt is gone. So we have to be careful before we make anything legal tender. Another thing that's very important to understand about legal tender is that there is a distinction between legal tender and a mandated payment instrument. I have seen a lot of misinformation there, or a lot of inaccurate information regarding the new Bitcoin law in El Salvador. El Salvador's law does not just make Bitcoin legal tender in El Salvador, it also forces merchants to accept it. Article 7 of this new law says every economic agent must accept Bitcoin as payment when offered to him by whoever acquires a good or service. This is much more than legal tender. Legal tender just forces any creditor to accept it in payment of a debt. Purchasing a good or service, that does not involve any debt. So even now, to this day, any convenience store can choose not to accept $100 bills for purchases, even though $100 bills are legal tender. But if you don't have a debt that you're trying to pay, if you're just trying to purchase a pack of gum, there is no obligation for the store to accept any legal tender. So yeah, this is the definition of legal tender. any debt that is owed, the creditor must accept any legal tender that the debtor offers, that the debtor tenders in payment of that debt. Which brings us to, by far, the bigger problem in all this, and the true idea, the true spirit behind Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution. Remember, it says, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debt. So the thought behind that was to never allow fiat money to become legal tender. The problem is, if you have a contract with anyone, if any company or any individual has a contract with anyone, and you agree to pay that person $1,000 30 years from now, if in the meantime you make something else legal tender that is not actually worth $1,000, if you just start printing dollar bills as is happening right now, then that contract will still say $1,000, but now suddenly this debt can be settled in money that anyone can print if that money is legal tender. As an example of this aspect, the new law in El Salvador has an Article 13, which says all obligations in money expressed in US dollars existing before the effective date of this law may be paid in Bitcoin. So you don't even need dollars anymore. You can pay your debts in Bitcoin now. Well, in about 78 days in El Salvador, which for Bitcoin is fine. Marscoin is fine also, but for a fiat currency, this creates a problem in the long term. If we look at this coin, for example, this is a $5 coin that was minted in 1881 by the US Mint. This was worth $5 by definition in 1881. And the value of the gold in it was just about exactly $5 in 1881. So I want to go back a little bit into the history of the United States, simply because it is arguably the most prosperous country on this planet. And that has a lot to do with what the United States used as money until 1913, which was gold and silver coin. It was, as a matter of fact, written into the Constitution because the founding fathers considered it that important. Now, this $5 coin was worth $5 in 1881 when it was minted. In 1913, it would still have been worth $5. In 1933, it would have been worth 9 paper dollars. So from 1881 to 1913, that's a period of 33 years, this gold coin held its value. And if you had a contract with someone, if you signed a contract in 1881, that person would pay you $5 in 1913, then you would get roughly the same amount of value because you would get exactly the same quantity of gold as you were imagining in 1881. Well, then in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act happened. And by 1933, the value of this gold coin was 9 paper dollars. So now, if you had that same contract that someone had to pay you $5 in 1933 or 1935, you would suddenly get only half the quantity that you were expecting a few years prior. And this was a switch that happened very quickly, actually. Up until 1933, these coins were still basically freely interchangeable with $5 bills. And then the US government confiscated gold coins and suddenly devalued their currency. So if you had a contract that you signed in 1933 and it included a sum of money payable in 1934, you were suddenly out almost 50%. Well, most of you probably know where this is going because this problem of what we call inflation is only going to get worse in time. So this coin in the 1980s would have been worth about 100 paper dollars. And right now it's worth about $500. I don't think you can buy it anywhere for less than $500 anymore. If you sell it to a coin dealer, they'll pay you almost $500 for it. Any coin dealer in the United States. So what that means is we currently have no long-term stability of our money, but because paper money is legal tender, that also means we have no fundamental stability in the long run for our entire economy. Because remember, legal tender means anyone can use it to pay off any debt. So if you have a contract with anyone and you go to court and get a judgment, the judgment will almost always be in US dollars. There is something called specific performance, which is usually only used with real estate, because real estate is what it is. It's easily enforceable, and you cannot really replace real estate, the actual real estate, just with money. But all other contracts are generally settled in money, in legal tender. Then you have the situation where whoever owed you the money owes you money payable in legal tender, and they can pay you $5. So if my father had a contract with someone over $5 that, say, an insurance company was going to pay me $5 or $5,000 at the time of his death, if something happens to him now, he dies, that contract is still just $1,000, even though that is worth much less than when he entered into that contract. So we have this fundamental weakness that pervades the entire economic system based on fiat money, that we are not really able to have a contract that's based in gold, even in Bitcoin or in Marscoin. If we have a contract today that involves a certain sum of Marscoin, and 10 years from now, one of us defaults, we go to court, the court will settle that in legal tender, in US dollars. And by then, hyperinflation might have set in, so that from the time you go to court and you go to collect your debt to the time you actually have the money in your bank account, it's worth half or a tenth or 1/100th of what it was. Now, there is one weakness in this Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution, where they said no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debt. And that is, they had two different forms of money, gold and silver. They're not the same thing. And that led to a whole bunch of problems in the course of the century that followed. These problems were relatively minor compared to what happened in 1913, but they nevertheless existed. So I hope you can see by now that the true spirit behind Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution was not to allow anyone to make anything in particular legal tender, but it simply was based on the prevalent notion at the time that obviously gold and silver are the only true money, the only real money. And Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution is simply a protection against fiat money. It literally says you should only use what is right now real money, what we have been using for a few hundred years, what has been fairly stable, as tender in payment of debt. In other words, no one should be forced to accept anything other than gold and silver coin at that time, which were relatively hard currencies. But the one problem they had, Lennart already mentioned Gresham's law today, is that gold was a little bit of a harder currency than silver. So it was easier to mine silver than it was to mine gold in terms of the stock to flow ratio. What is the stock to flow ratio? It's an economic term that very simply talks about how much of this item, or how much of this commodity, to be precise, do we have right now, and how much of it are we generating in the entire world per year. And this is what ties into cryptocurrencies. Some of you may have seen the stock to flow model for Bitcoin. Gold has a stock to flow ratio of about 62 at the moment, which means that it would take 62 years to mine as much gold as we currently have available to us. So that means you can only produce a relatively small fraction of the total amount of gold within a year, which means gold is hard money. It's hard to generate, it's hard to make. That is why it kept its value. For silver, the stock to flow ratio was much lower, and that led to several different laws that had to be passed by the United States. So it started out with the Coinage Act of 1792, where, I quote here, "The money of account of the United States shall be expressed in dollars or units of the value of a Spanish milled dollar, that was a quantity of 0.7734 ounces of silver at the time. Right? So the Spanish milled dollar, as the same, is now current. And to maintain 371 grains and 4/16 parts of a grain of pure silver. And then they defined eagles, which were $10 gold coins. I don't want to read the entire language, but they set the gold to silver ratio at 1:15. So they made it effectively so that 1 ounce of gold was worth 15 ounces of silver. That was the market value of these two commodities relative to each other at the time. Now, by 1834, the market value had changed because silver was easier to produce than gold. So they had to adjust that ratio to 1:16 with the Coinage Act of 1834. And that law states that old coins can be brought in and reminted for free. And if those old coins were not reminted, they were to be accepted as payments at the rate of 94 8/10 of a cent per pennyweight. So what that means, long story short, is they just readjusted their gold coins to match the price in silver that was current at that time. 1834 was not the last time that this kind of adjustment had to happen. There was the Coinage Act of 1853, the Coinage Act of 1857, Coinage Act of 1873. So it created a whole bunch of what we would probably consider unnecessary government intervention already. Now, this happened because of Gresham's law. If you have two different forms of money circulating, if you have this silver dollar, which was minted in 1881, and this $5 gold piece, also minted in 1881, and the government says 5 of these are exactly worth as much as 1 of these, but in reality, silver is already easier to produce and the metal itself is worth less, then people are going to hoard all the good money, all the gold, and just try to get rid of all their silver. So the monetary system is going to have a problem. That's why they had to readjust. That's how Gresham's law forced them to readjust. Now, of course, we are on fiat money, and that is a whole nother story. What is the stock to flow ratio of fiat money? It is basically infinite, simply because the Federal Reserve System in the United States or the European Central Bank in Europe can create any amount of dollars or euros. And it's the same all over the world right now, even Swiss francs, British pounds, they're all fiat currencies. So they are not at all hard money. They're the easiest money in existence. That's why we're experiencing all this inflation. When you look at how much this coin was worth 100 years ago and how much it's worth now, you have to admit that the US dollar, since the Federal Reserve Act was put into action in 1914, has lost 99% of its value. So if you let that sink in, given that the mainstream mythology is that we need central banks to stabilize our money and our economy, I would think that shows that central banks have failed. If our money has lost 99% of its value since central banks started, they have simply not been successful in keeping the value of the money stable. And this is also where Marscoin truly shines, just like Bitcoin. There is a hard limit on the total amount of Marscoin that will ever be created. I don't want to get too deep into exactly how Marscoin mining works because I assume most of you are somewhat familiar with it. At the moment, the stock to flow ratio of Marscoin is about 30. So we're already only increasing the supply of Marscoin by about 1/30 of the already existing quantity each year. And that is going to get smaller and smaller with the halvings. In total, there are never going to be more than 39,569,899.95647311 Marscoin ever generated. That makes Marscoin a harder money than even gold, because as Lennart has on occasion pointed out to me, the amount of gold in the solar system is vast. It's, for all intents and purposes, unlimited. except for our technological capabilities. We cannot go to the core of the Earth and extract the gold from there. We might be able to extract gold from asteroids. So the bottom line here economically is Marscoin is a harder money than gold or silver or anything else really, other than cryptos such as Bitcoin, which have a very similar economics. Well, I can see that I've already talked for over 20 minutes, so I should probably start to get to my point that I actually want to make. The point that I want to make is fiat money is not real money as opposed to virtual assets such as Bitcoin or Marscoin. Fiat money, the word fiat is Latin for let it be or may it be. In other words, for a decree to make something money. And that decree is simply the power of a centralized entity, which in the concrete case, by threat of violence, imposes something that would otherwise be either worthless or worth a little bit less, to be used in place of sound money, to be used in place of real money. So when the IRS on its website talks about virtual assets as somewhat inferior or not quite as real as fiat money, which they literally call real money, that is an utter inversion of the economics behind it. And of course, that is what people like President Bukele and probably others in the near future are seeing. That is why they are trying to base their money, base their economy on a harder asset than the United States dollar. There is, by the way, the misconception that fiat currencies are still somehow backed by gold reserves. And that is also an interesting point. That illustrates what is really going on. That is a very high degree of purposeful deception, because central banks all over the world are hoarding gold. They had been selling gold a little bit to artificially keep the price of gold low, to make it appear like their fiat currencies were more valuable than they truly were. But over the last 15 years or so, central banks have started buying more gold than they're selling. So they're hoarding gold because they know that gold is a much harder asset than the fiat currency they're using. At the same time, just a few years ago, they finally officially removed gold as the foundation of our monetary system. So now gold officially has nothing to do with money. The United States dollar, which is still the global reserve currency, is now backed by a basket that involves itself and other fiat currencies, namely the euro, the British pound, and the Japanese yen. So we have fiat money backed by fiat money. In other words, it's officially and legally backed by nothing. So the people who are forced to use it by legal tender laws are going to be left holding the bag, whereas the central banks that have caused all this to happen are hoarding gold. I ask you, why? Why does a central bank need to hoard gold if they are specifically saying that gold has nothing to do with backing the money that they have us use, the fiat money? So that's the nature of fiat money. And this brings me to another point that I did want to touch upon. You see a lot of rhetoric, and it's usually directed at Bitcoin, not at other cryptos, simply because Bitcoin is the biggest one. And sometimes I have a feeling it's the only one that the people that use this rhetoric are even aware of. But people say a lot of the time that Bitcoin is backed by nothing, and that the only thing that gives it money is the understanding or the hope or the reliance on the fact that someone else might consider it or will consider it valuable. What they fail to say is that this description applies exactly to fiat money. Fiat money is backed by nothing now, by nothing at all, other than a basket of fiat money. It's backed by itself. It has absolutely nothing backing it. The sort of unpleasant truth behind it is that fiat money is simply backed by violence, by actual and threatened violence. That's what it is. The US dollar has value because the US government has the power to charge us taxes, to collect taxes from us. And they collect these taxes forcibly, with violence, if it comes down to that. That's, you can argue, that's what gives fiat money its value, but it's still not, that is on the face of it, what seems to be backing fiat money. It's still not true though, because the US government, or specifically the Federal Reserve System, which is technically not even part of the government, but is of course in bed with the government, has the power to print any amount of money. So that's another thing to keep in mind. We have completely divorced taxes from government spending. The US government can spend $50 trillion this year without having to collect any taxes, simply by printing more of it. So when you think about that, what that means is that our tax laws are there to shape society, to make sure that people who are making a lot of money have to lose a lot of that money just to give that money to the government. They don't need, the government doesn't need $1 billion fiat dollars from a billionaire, because the government could just as well print $1 billion. The government just wants to make sure that nobody gets too powerful. That's the reason why income tax is higher for people who make more money. Anyway, before I get into too much trouble with this, I just want to throw this out there. I still owe you the year exactly that the United States instituted the first national legal tender, and that was the Legal Tender Act of 1862. What I'm trying to get at is, don't worry so much about legal tender. If you find yourself, and I hope I'm talking among others to the person right now, or the group of persons who is going to make that decision. If you find yourself in a position of having to define legal tender for a Martian colony or a Martian free state, consider not even making a legal tender law at all. Because the truth is, the economy works best if you allow economic agents to choose whatever they want to use for money and to write contracts in a denomination that they want to choose, and to be able to enforce these contracts in whatever denomination they chose. So instead of focusing our energy and your energy into making sure that the new legal tender law is really great and is even better than Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution, instead, I would suggest that we focus this energy into making Marscoin, by virtue of its properties that are inherent to it, the best money, the best medium of exchange for Mars, because that means that all economic agents will use it and will prefer to use it, and you will not need legal tender laws. A legal tender law is simply something that makes it convenient for the state to, first of all, impose judgments of money, monetary judgments, and execute these judgments. And of course, more importantly, to at some point in time start printing unlimited amounts of legal tender, thereby taking value away from people who have money right now and putting it into their own pockets, into whoever is printing the money. And it is true, we do not need legal tender at all. What we need is the freedom to use sound money instead of government or centrally dictated money. That would be my appeal. Have confidence in the strength of Marscoin. And yes, Marscoin is backed by more than the US dollar. Marscoin is backed by the mining power, by the electricity, by the work that goes into mining it, thereby securing the Marscoin network. And of course, the algorithm makes sure that Marscoin is a scarce resource, unlike the US dollar. Okay, so that is all that I wanted to say to you. I hope that I have given you some food for thought. I would also be very happy to start a discussion on this, because obviously I don't know everything about everything, but after being very suspicious of what our money seems to be these days for many years, I finally figured out the true meaning of some key terms, both legally and what it means for an economy. And I think the best thing is always going to be what also brings me back to the Constitution of the United States. It's going to be free and uncensored discourse. We should talk about this. and come up with a solution that works for everyone, not have central authority dictate what is money, how we are allowed to use your money, how we are allowed to use our own money, and basically how much money there's going to be, how worthless money is going to be in the future. All right, thank you very much. I see there is possibly a question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip. Those are some very insightful remarks on legal tender and Marscoin, the relationship to the future of money on Mars. Your first question is, what will happen to a cryptocurrency when it is mined out?
That depends on how you define the term mined out. Hearing the question as it was stated, I would think this person is simply referring to the fact that about 100 years into the future, the block reward will be 0. And of course, this is just speculation, what is going to happen to that cryptocurrency at that point. But the truth of the matter is that transaction fees are already, not for Marscoin yet, because Marscoin is not used that much yet, but for Bitcoin, for example, transaction fees are already a significant portion of the de facto block reward of what the miners are actually getting. So right now, as it is, for each block that a miner finds, they get a 6.25 Bitcoin reward. That is money generated out of nowhere. That is the mining reward that I think the question references. But in addition to that 6.25 Bitcoin every 10 minutes that comes out of nowhere, there are also transaction fees. And right now, these transaction fees might be as much as a whole Bitcoin per block, because you have, of course, many, many transactions in each block. And the miner also gets those transaction fees. Those are not fees that are generated out of nowhere. They come from the persons transacting in that block. So what will happen every 4 years as the halving for Bitcoin occurs, or for Marscoin is, of course, Martian years that this is based on, but every time a halving happens, the block reward, the money that comes out of nowhere, is going to be cut in half. However, the transaction fees are always just going to depend on how many transactions everyone in the world is trying to do on that blockchain. So in a few years even, the transaction fees are going to be the majority of the mining rewards. What that means is that really nothing will happen once a cryptocurrency is mined out. There will simply not be any crypto generated, or any of that kind of crypto, any Marscoin in the concrete case, generated out of nowhere, but the miners will get transaction fees from everyone who is doing transactions on the Marscoin blockchain, and they will be rewarded that way. And because the halvings make it so that the transition happens somewhat smoothly, there is my speculation would be that there is going to be absolutely no effect from the last halving, because you're going to go from 1 Satoshi in the case of Bitcoin to 0 Satoshis as the block reward at that point in time. And that's going to be completely irrelevant compared to the transaction fees that the miners are already getting.
Okay. You had mentioned some of the structural issues with the US dollar as it is currently configured. If you could wave a magic wand, how would you fix the US dollar?
Well, I don't even need a magic wand, because the way I would fix it is very simply to abolish any legal tender law. So you can leave the dollar as it is, but not force creditors to accept US dollars or any fiat money as tender in payment of debt. Then they will be free to choose their own money. Some people will choose gold at this point. Some people will already choose Bitcoin, and the US dollar will become irrelevant. Unfortunately for us, this is going to happen anyway. It has happened every time that anyone has tried fiat money. Sometimes it takes a few decades, and it has been taking a few decades, but we're getting closer and closer to the end of it. But if you want to fix the US dollar to save face, you could simply go back to the gold standard. I didn't talk about this today because I didn't have enough time, but in 1971, August 15th of 1971, President Nixon temporarily, that was his word, temporarily suspended the convertibility of the dollar into gold. So until 1971, the US government would still pay anyone who, well, any foreigner who presented $35 in that case, $35 in paper money to them. They would give them an ounce of gold. That temporarily ended in 1971. So the way to fix it would simply be to go back to how it was before we temporarily stopped being on a gold standard. That would be a quick and easy way to fix it. But of course, it doesn't work because there are so many paper dollars right now that the government would not have nearly enough gold to do this. So unfortunately, there is really no way to fix it. You would have to introduce a new dollar, which could be based on Bitcoin, could be based on Marscoin even, could be based on a basket of cryptocurrencies, of hard cryptocurrencies, because there are also cryptocurrencies that are not hard money. So you have to be aware of each cryptocurrency. But yeah, that's basically my answer to that question. I hope that's okay.
No, no worries. Next question, how close are we to becoming a completely cashless economy?
I'm thinking we are very close to that. If by cashless you mean that there are not going to be paper pieces of money used anymore, because at this point, the US government is already giving anyone who can't afford a cell phone free cell phones. This has been going on for a while. So it's going to be very easy for them to just come out with an app and say, okay, everyone is going to carry a cell phone now. Everyone is going to have an app and is going to use the electronic dollar, which is going to be very similar to the paper dollar, except that's technically a cashless society because our current understanding of the word cash is paper money. And there's just not going to be a need for paper money anymore. And my guess would be this is going to happen in about the next 15 years at most, to be completely cashless officially. Whatever people do with, for example, silver dimes, that is up to them, and the government is probably going to try to legislate things here. But yeah, I think we're closer to a cashless society than lots of people think.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Philip, for your insightful remarks and insightful answers. We really are glad that you were able to participate as part of our event today.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Absolutely. All right, so next, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, everyone. So it's time to kind of get up and stretch. If you've been glued to your computer screen, maybe go get a glass of water, use the restroom. But we're going to go ahead and play our fun set of memes again that everyone's enjoying. And we'll see you in about 4 minutes for the next speaker. Okay, everyone, welcome back to the Marscoin Expo. Our next speaker is Mike Laurie. Mike, are you here? I think you are.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. So Mike, let me introduce you real quick. You are a U.S. Air Force veteran. You have a range of experience in aerospace, virtual reality, and cryptocurrency, just like me. You're part of the group of innovators who developed the concepts that were eventually published and coded into the Bitcoin algorithm. You also developed the first virtual stock exchanges as a VR developer, and you've served as an advisor to several cryptocurrency firms over the past decade. Mike, you currently develop content for OpenSim, which I believe you're running our event in OpenSim right now, which is awesome.
Yes, I am. There's about 8 or 9 people in attendance right now watching the live stream.
Very cool. Also Decentraland and Somnium Space-based clients, and serves as the chair of the exhibits committee for the International Spaceflight Museum. Welcome, Mike, to the Marscoin Expo. We'd love to hear what you have to say today.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed listening to the previous speakers. Philip, I love your monetary history discussion. I'm a big fan of the creature from Jekyll Island and all that kind of stuff, and I could go on and on because of my history in crypto. A lot of the guys who were part of the pre-Satoshi team, as we call it, were they're gold bugs. They were concerned over the failure of the early digital currencies in the 1990s, and they would either fall into one of two traps. Either they would go fiat and they would just overproduce their digital tokens to pay their bills, and they would just collapse from hyperinflation, and they would hyperinflate their depositors' money into worthlessness. The other side is people would try to create trust in their digital money by backing it with gold or silver, like eGold and Pecunix and so on and so forth. And what started happening with those companies is that governments or criminals, but I repeat myself, would come in and seize their gold and silver, claiming that they were concerned that their digital money was being used to fund terrorism, money laundering for drug dealers, and tax evasion. The usual bugaboos that we've all heard about crypto. And so they would seize the gold and silver. And after seeing those kind of actions, we were all realizing that physical gold and silver was a point source security risk. Just having it anywhere because government and criminals could steal it at any time, of course. And so we were wondering, how could we mathematically replicate the macroeconomic behavior of sound money? And so Nick Szabo, Hal Finney, and Wei Dai, they were developing ideas like the hash cash and the first wallets and these using cryptography to create these encrypted tokens, but we were all members of a think tank at the time called the Extropy Institute that was based in California and promoted a lot of various transhumanist philosophy topics and agendas. And so we were talking about these issues, and so one of the retorts was, well, all someone has to do is to hack into your computer and copy your coins, because then each coin would be its own file in your hard drive, and go and spend them, and you'd have nothing to do. So my contribution to the project was saying, well, if we had this massive database that everyone had copies of as a public ledger to track chain of custody from the point of creation to the current custody, you'd be able to track every coin. You'd be able to ensure that people spending coins actually own them. And if your account gets hacked, then theoretically you could implement measures that would allow you to actually recover stolen coins as well. That particular feature has never been implemented in Bitcoin, but all the other ideas wound up getting turned into the Satoshi paper. Nick Szabo took what I had suggested, and you realize that that was really kind of solving the whole Byzantine generals problem, and he used his game theory expertise to implement that idea. And so basically all that wound up into the Satoshi paper in 2008. In 2006, this was all still very much a academic exercise, and I wasn't making any money at it. So I said, well, I need to get busy, and so I decided to go off and make my millions selling imaginary land to people in Second Life, and I became one of their top developers. One of the top independent developers, and I developed the first virtual stock exchanges there, and I helped capitalize a number of user-created businesses, and eventually I capitalized the first OpenSim grid, and OpenSim is basically an open source version of Second Life, and there are now hundreds of OpenSim grids, and I develop on several of them. One of them is Kitely.com, where the International Spaceflight Museum has one of its facilities. Its other main facility is in Second Life, and they provide virtual exhibits of all the world's rockets, spacecraft, exhibits about astronauts and space probes and so on and so forth. And so that's kind of, how crypto and VR kind of crept together for me, is that I'd been developing ideas for you basically turning the asset system for virtual worlds into a blockchain-based system rather than just a MySQL database, to enable content creators to protect their intellectual property rights to their 3D content with smart contracts, and that would prevent a tool that rippers called copybotters use to steal content. And so merging those two technologies has been something I've been working on. And so so in the past decade, I've advised a number of crypto companies such as Octanium. I devised their whole ecosystem. I was a CTO for MetaLife, which was a privacy browser similar to Brave, and a number of other smaller projects. And so let me get my screen going here and start sharing. Where's my share button? Present, there we go. All right. So my talk today is about building and deploying a solar orbit satellite constellation to stream Marscoin traffic. Now, I'm relatively new to Marscoin. I hadn't even heard about it a few months ago. I've been developing a lot of content for the ISM about I've been building basically a large simulator of an entire Mars base that has all kinds of things from ISRU technologies to sustainable agricultural and underground tunneling, hyperloops, so on and so forth. Basically everything that Elon Musk has been envisioning building on Mars. So we're creating a virtual version of that. And so I started saying, well, Mars really needs its own currency. So I was like, we'll make a fork of Bitcoin and build in some smart contracts and so forth. And someone said, well, there is this Marscoin, so you may want to check it out. So I looked it up, and I got in touch with James, and we had a chat. And so this is something where I felt it was really needed because blockchain is a time-based database system. That's the core of Bitcoin, and not just all proof of work systems, but also proof of stake systems, is that you've got all the transactions for a given amount of time go into blocks, and they get authenticated by a mining or staking system in the basis of proof of stake, and then they get authenticated and then confirmed. And so time is a problem in space because we've got large distances in space, and large distances in space obviously mean light speed delays. So you've got signal time. So for instance, going from Earth to Mars is an issue that can range in time from 4 minutes up to as much as 24 minutes. And that really doesn't contribute much to having a secure blockchain just to start with. So, you know, when you're dealing with a Martian blockchain, we've got an issue where you have to wonder, where are all the transactions going to be? So I call it the man, bear, pig of Marscoin traffic, if you're familiar with that meme. So, you know, we're going to have on Earth colonists planning transport, traders arbitrating Marscoin assets, investing into Mars infrastructure. Between planets, colonists in transit will be executing their plans as they spend several months sitting on their butts in a rocket waiting to get to Mars. Or floating on their butts, rather. The asteroid miners in near Earth and near Mars asteroids may be executing claims. You're going to have interplanetary traffic control. And part of the core of this proposal is having Mars node satellites in space. And then on Mars, you're going to have colonists transacting, purchasing, selling assets, and general currency transactions. So, you know, this is the big problem, is that if you are going to have a Mars-based currency and an open platform, you're going to wind up having almost all the miners and nodes back on Earth. And when you've got a 4 to 24 minute light speed delay between most of your users to most of your miners, you're going to have a huge issue with not just getting things authenticated, but getting keeping Byzantine fault tolerance in your blockchain. So if you're familiar with the Byzantine generals problem, is that I won't go into the details on that, but basically the idea is that if someone controls 51% or more of the computer assets mining a blockchain, they can control which transactions get authenticated, and they can inject false transactions into the blockchain. So this is why decentralization is so important to blockchain, is you want to have the people competing to mine crypto divided up into a lot of little factions so that nobody controls a majority of the computational assets. And so this is a huge problem, particularly when you've got this huge light speed delay, where you could have a situation where, you know, someone on Earth could accumulate a majority of the mining rigs on Earth and focus them on mining Bitcoin and basically steal all the coins of everyone on Mars, and it'll be a half hour before anybody on Mars has any idea what happened. And that's irreversible. So that's really not an acceptable situation, right? And furthermore, if we turned it around and said, well, we're only going to recognize mining rigs that are on Mars, well, then nobody on Earth is going to want to transact in Marscoin if they're going to be put in the same situation of security vulnerability. So we've got to create an even playing field across the solar system. So we want people to be able to use Mars coins for all of their transactions. So here we've got a Mars coin at my Hyperloop station, a Marscoin ATM that people can transact with, and they can pay for their Hyperloop fares, pay their air tax on Mars. There's no such thing as a free lunch, as Heinlein used to say. And you can buy your hydroponics with Mars, sell your waste for Mars. And here I just registered my first prospecting claim as a Mars NFT. So the idea is that we want to put the master nodes into a stable orbit halfway between Earth and Mars orbits. So this is the Mars node orbit constellation that I'm proposing. And so here on this chart, we've got the red line is the Martian orbit. We've got the blue line is the Earth orbit, and the green line is the Mars node orbit, and the green dots are a relatively evenly spaced Mars node satellites. There'll be a total of 36 of them in the first generation. And so then we can see with these orange circles, that circle is a 3-minute signal light cone. So anything within those circles can communicate with the Mars node satellite that's in the center of that circle. So on the left side, where the Earth orbit and Mars orbit come relatively close, we've actually got a pretty good distance. It's only about 90 seconds from a Mars node satellite to Mars and to Earth. But over on the other side, where they are very far apart, then it just gets to just under 3 minutes, about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. But we've got, and throughout the whole orbit, with 36 satellites, we can provide complete Mars node satellite coverage to both Earth and Mars on an even time lag basis. So everybody is happy. There's no Byzantine fault weakness that can be exploited. And so we can basically build a Martian economy that is integrated with suppliers on Earth. They're going to be shipping equipment to Mars that's going to allow people in transit, riding their SpaceX starships from Earth to Mars, all the way through that whole flight. They'll all be able to interact with Mars node satellites as well. So they'll be able to, whether it's paying for supplies or mining or whatever they want to do, they can all interact. So this is the Generation 1 Marscoin node satellite. The idea is to have 36 of these deployed by 2026, and just in time for the first large migration, if we go by Elon Musk's aggressive plans, since he's expecting to have the first mission to Mars in 2024, and then the big first wave in 2026. We'll send out a Starship cargo rocket out with the 36 Generation 1 satellites, and we'll place those on a 2-year mission around the entire orbit, the Marscoin node orbit. And so these satellites have a good amount of solar power to provide power both to the node computers in the hub, but also to the phased array antenna that provide 360-degree coverage on the ecliptic, as well as coverage plus and minus 45 degrees above and below the ecliptic. So it can cover Earth and Mars wherever they are in their orbital inclination, as well as to near Earth and near Mars asteroids that may be getting the first asteroid mining ventures. And they get stabilized by inertia wheels and so on and so forth. Here's a close-up. So the MCNS Gen 1 has 6 by 206 panels of their phased arrays, and each panel has 256 transmitters at 10 watts per transmitter. And so not only does it allow it to accept and transact with people in many different directions at once, because of all of these different transmitters in the arrays. You can dedicate as many or as few transmitters to a given signal as you want. But also you can steer the entire beam. So for instance, one of the big problems with the long-term safety of space assets is dealing with coronal mass ejection. So there's 2 strategies that we're looking at developing for protecting these satellites. And one will be utilizing the phased array antenna itself to, when a coronal mass ejection is coming, to just dedicate that earthbound side beam to go shoot right into the coronal mass ejection, basically to punch a hole through it, so that the satellite doesn't get hit by as many charged particles. And a second concept that we're going to be exploring is to have a coil around the hub that will create an electromagnetic field to direct those charged particles away from the satellite entirely. So here's the orbital specifications of the Mars node satellites and looking at the details of the time delays involved. So we're analyzed the distance that Mars and Earth have to to the sun at perihelion and aphelion, and so we've got the distance for Mars at maximum and minimum. We've got a distance for Earth and at maximum and minimum, both perihelion and aphelion. And so then from that, we can then calculate the time delay for signals. And so the reason why there's both a minimum and maximum time distance for perihelion and aphelion is that we're measuring the distance, not from the planets to the sun, but actually the planets to our Mars node satellite, because when a satellite is basically in direct line between the planet and the sun, that's the shortest distance. But as they move out of sync with each other, you're going to have an increasing light speed delay that'll reach up to 23 degrees off of that axial orientation, and so that adds some additional delays. So we've got a light speed delay with a 36 constellation size that ranges from a minimum of 98 degrees for Mars at perihelion and 100 at Earth, and then a maximum for Mars at 111 and Tmax at 112, and then aphelion there as a proportionally larger amounts, and I've then calculated that to minutes. So this is basically a very rough estimate of what the orbit would be. Right now, a perihelion of just over 177 million kilometers and an aphelion of 201 million kilometers. The actual orbit will not be a nice big round number like that, because we want to trim those time delays so that they're as equal as possible in both directions. So here's the second generation of the Marscoin node satellite. Would be an additional 36 satellites, and they would be spaced in between the existing 36 satellites. So in this chart, we've got the green satellites of the generation 1, and the blue dots are the generation 2 satellites. And so this allows us to minimize the maximum transit time from a planet to its closest satellite. And these are larger satellites, and so they would be deployed around 5 or 6 per Starship mission, and these could be deployed around 2032, and they would be upgradable. We're going to get a look at how they can be upgradable in a minute here. So we look closer and we see here how the beam width to a point in Mars orbit, and the same goes for Earth orbit, is, so for the green is the Gen 1 satellites, and we see at the bottom the Gen 1 satellite beam width is going to be 46 degrees to provide continuous coverage for Mars from one satellite to the next. But when we put in the generation 2 satellites, that cuts that beam width down to 23 degrees. That reduces the distance from Mars to its closest satellite, so it reduces the transmit time. And it not only that, but let's say one of the satellites gets hit by a meteorite or asteroid, or actually comes victim to a CME or something like that. By having these additional 36 satellites, we have redundancy, because these satellites also need to talk to each other along the line of their orbit to transmit blockchain data back and forth, because the planets are not, they're going to be in different places of their orbit at different times of the year. And so there's going to be a lot of traffic transmitted from, daisy chain from one satellite to the next, and so forth. So by having the additional 36 satellites, there's going to be redundancy in case one satellite gets whacked. The neighboring satellites will still be in transmitting range of each other, so there'll be no reduction in transmission capacity between satellites, and so the blockchain will remain secure. Another advantage of placing the satellites out here halfway between Mars and Earth is that it's a secure position. Number one, the orbit is stable. It's in a 4-5 resonance with Mars and a 2-3 resonance with Earth, which means that gravitationally, this orbit has a very long-term stability for a long, long time. So those satellites are going to stay there forever. And they'll be there long after humanity goes bye-bye for any reason. The equidistance, as I said before, aids Byzantine fault tolerance. And the Gen 2 satellites, one of the big features of that is they were adding a data center to each satellite. And the other advantage of the entire constellation is that because these are not on Earth or on Mars, they're extraterritorial. So we don't have to worry nearly as much about some government coming in and trying to take over the Marscoin blockchain. And it also provides access for all interplanetary vessels and asteroids. So this is the Gen 2 satellite. And you see it's a bit bigger. Up at the top, we've got the same transmitter hub that the Gen 1 satellite has, but we've added a lot more power and the radiators are larger. And then you notice behind that center solar panel that also acts as a sunshade, we've got a module that looks like a big inflatable Bigelow module. And we're going to get a look at that next here. So the Node 2 satellite, Node Gen 2 satellite has a Bigelow module built in here. It's got a lot more maneuvering capability. It's got an airlock. So it's got more inertia wheels. It's got built-in hall thrusters. It's got 4 times the cooling capacity, 2.5 times the power of the Gen 1 satellite. The Bigelow module can host up to 1,000 Marscoin related servers for mining, smart contracts, trading, NFTs. It's a dockable module, as I said. There's an airlock at the bottom. So new missions can go in there, dock. They can replace broken or old equipment. They can upgrade to new equipment. The interior of the module is going to be a neutral nitrogen atmosphere, so there'll be no risk of fires. And the nitrogen will act as the primary coolant to cool the servers. And so then we look inside. So here's the rack structure. And so there's going to be enough power for 140 watts per server. The nitrogen is the nitrogen gas is the primary coolant, and that will again then heat exchange with a liquid coolant that will then go to the radiators outside that hide behind the solar panels to radiate excess computer heat off into space. And so here I am with my astronaut avatar floating inside. And so the rack space would be owned as NFTs in MCNS DAO. So the idea is to organize a distributed autonomous organization that would own the entire satellite constellation, and the DAO would be owned by its users. And so they would be staking their assets in the system, and their voting would be part of the governance mechanism. So why a DAO? So number one, it allows the assets to be decentralized in ownership. So that ensures that even if the constellation becomes the dominant means of transmitting Marscoin data, it's not a monolithic organization, that the assets are all decentralized. The rules of the DAO can place limits on how much any one entity can own in the DAO, so it can prevent the 51% collaboration threshold from occurring. And so people can have different levels of investment for controlling different amount and types of assets. And so all the assets, the satellites, the servers, can all be NFTs, tradable on chain, and this NFT ownership is a stake in DAO voting and share in earnings. And so it'll also enable colonists to grow ownership in the DAO while still having liquid assets on the chain. And staking the NFTs enables DeFi to capitalize the Martian economy and a whole lot more. So the DAO structure, and this is just a preliminary proposal, is there going to be a lord of the one satellite ring? No, there's no kings, just a ring. There'll be 12 doges of the DAO, basically representing 12 zodiac houses. And so they'll basically be kind of the board of directors of the organization. And so then your account of the DAO will be someone who has an investment equal to one whole satellite. And then you can have barons that would be up to 100 server racks. A Knight of the Blades would be 10 racks, and an Esquire would be 1 server. And then your typical yeoman would be someone who's staking a lot of digital assets to secure the network. And so the dev team leader sits as 1 doge. And so the earnings from that funds development, reinvestment, and expansion, such as working on developing the Gen 2 technology and a new ring in the asteroid belt at a later date. So here's the timeline. 2021, organize the dev team, write the white paper, raise the seed, design Gen 1 sats. 2022 sometime, launch the token sale for the DAO. Begin production in 2022 of Gen 1 sats and secure a Starship launch for Gen 1. And develop a Mars ISRU NFT contract system. And then in 2024, deploy the Starship launch on a 2-year mission to deploy the Gen 1 satellites so that by 2026 can activate a full Gen 1 MCNS network. And so that everything's hunky-dory for a couple of years, work out any issues and solve those. And then in 2028, finalize the Gen 2 design, do a second token sale if needed for funding the construction of the Gen 2 satellites. In 2029, and then start launching those on 6 to 7 Starship cargo missions in 2030, and then so by 2032 we can activate the 36 Gen 2 sats, and then go iterating on beyond that as things grow. Develop Gen 2A sats that would be upgraded communications, newer computer technology, and so forth. And those Gen 2A stats would start replacing the original Gen 1 stats. And then we'd be moving the Gen 1 sats out beyond Mars to the asteroid belt to provide Marscoin connectivity to asteroid miners further into the belt. And so here's our Mars base in kitely.com, where we've got our new Starship landers here on base and so forth. So that's the presentation. This is me, and so I want to thank James for including me in this event, and this has been great. I hope that we're going to keep broadcasting the whole event in OpenSim at our Mars base. There's a venue where if you've got a OpenSim avatar, you can log in and come to what we call the Universal Habitat region in Kitely and participate in watching the live stream on YouTube. So there we go. So we can do some questions now.
Thank you so much, Mike. This is really fascinating stuff. Really interested in your design for the satellite constellation. A question I have is, could this be also leveraged to assist with communications between Earth and Mars, possibly sending back science results, for example, from Mars back to Earth?
It could be done, and this is a matter of how much, not just you could have basically an open communications throughput if the blockchain is not using up all the capacity. You could actually utilize NFT systems on chain actually for scientists to register their scientific data so that they can basically prioritize, first claim to having discovered things and so forth. So that would help document discoveries and so forth. So that's another possible use for utilizing NFT technologies on the chain.
Mm-hmm. And then you had Bigelow modules as part of your hardware design. Because that company isn't around anymore, do you have a good replacement vendor for that?
Well, they're in reorganization, whether they come out of bankruptcy and get back into operation. As far as I know, they just went silent because of COVID, and so they couldn't have day-to-day operations because of that. I don't see why they wouldn't just restart up now that things are loosening up. But in that case, I would be very surprised if Mr. Bigelow was not astute enough to try to find some other business to buy the assets of the company if he did not want to continue its operation.
Yeah, it's really fascinating what they did, because I remember way back in the day there was the Transhab module that NASA was working on, and that project never got funded, and so basically Robert Bigelow just kind of swooped in and bought the IP for that, or acquired it from NASA, and started Bigelow Aerospace. And yeah, for those that don't know, I mean, they've flown into space on Russian rockets. They have a lot of legacy history of developing that technology. It's really I also hope they are able to reorganize very quickly and leverage all the work they did.
Just last year, even while they were closed, NASA put the Bigelow inflatable module on the ISS. So it's the technology is in use, and there's no reason why they can't get back into operation now that the pandemic is allegedly over.
Yeah, for those that don't realize what Bigelow Aerospace, they're innovative because it's an inflatable module as opposed to what the ISS uses, which are just aluminum cans, basically, that if a micrometeorite strikes that, you have a problem, whereas the inflatable habitats, you have layers of fabric that could protect you, as well as more volume.
Yeah, it's not only good micrometeorite protection, but it's actually superior radiation protection from a metallic module, because with charged particles come in and they hit the metal, and they actually create more isotopes that shoot off inside by colliding with the metals, because basically those charged protons from the sun come in at sometimes at speeds, and not just the sun, but galactic cosmic rays as well. They come in at speeds that you would normally see in particle accelerators that are used to do transmutation experiments. So, those sorts of strikes can generate a lot of nasty secondary isotopes bouncing around inside, whereas the Bigelow module, being a fabric that's mainly polymers, though that fabric is very dense in hydrogen atoms, and hydrogen is a great absorbent of protons, and so it's really a superior radiation protection to having a metal canister.
Nathan is asking, who would take control of the satellite launch project? Would another private company take a hold of this one?
Well, this is something that I've got a big interest in. So, if people are interested in this, I would love to organize a team for this. And basically the DAO would be the company. And so it would be its own organization, and it would do a token launch to raise capital to build the satellites. And then it would hire SpaceX to launch the satellites on a Starship cargo rocket, and then the DAO would continue to operate those satellites on an ongoing basis.
Okay, Mike, well, we're out of time. This was really fascinating. Thank you so much for participating with our event today.
Sure. Glad to be here.
Awesome. Okay, so our next speaker is going to be two people, actually. It's going to be Jaka Osman and Primoz Novak. Are you guys online and available here? I see you're turning video on. Can you guys hear me? I think you guys are coming all the way from Europe, right? Slovakia, or Slovenia, rather.
Hello to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our lovely scenery. It's Bled, Slovenia. I would say one of the best places. It's actually paradise. My name is Jaka.
And I'm Primoz, hello.
And Anna Marie is taking over all social media. So thank you and hi, Anna. I will present you today our Marscoin to the Mars campaign. It's actually not a campaign just to bring the blockchain to Mars, but it's much more, much more. It needs a lot of engagement, not just but in this small group and also our Marscoin supporters, but it's a need to all other people, Marscoin society and also Marscoin other supporters to bring not only blockchain to Mars, but pretty much videos, pictures, and piece of earth materials that we'll bring to Mars. So we will leave there a legacy from Earth. So this is really something nice, and we are looking forward to bring this in life. The Marscoin journey will actually be around the globe. As you can see this picture, meaning it will start some, and then we'll go to nations, to countries all over the world. And it will start, as you can see, it will start in Bled, and we will send this coin to Florida, where actually our founder, Mr. Lopin, lives. So he will have the privilege to send this Marscoin into the world. So it will really journey the whole globe, not only United States and Europe, but the whole globe where all of our supporters, my supporters, live. And then the pit stop, the first pit stop would be John F. Kennedy Center. It's actually an honor also to John F. Kennedy and Americans, because you were the first to start space programs. And of course, because we will make it more interesting and people will get awareness that this is really a big thing to do, to put really this Marscoin to Mars. We'll bring it to Texas, Boca Chica, so the launch site of SpaceX. So we are really, really enthusiastic that at the end, SpaceX will really bring it to Mars. Not, as mentioned, not only the blockchain, but all the pictures, videos, actually the legacy of humankind. This will also be very interesting. So you will really see now this symbolic, I would say, journey around the world. It has been shot here in Bled, but please enjoy these 40 seconds of video, and then we'll go back to you. So enjoy, please.
Guys, if there was any sound on that, we did not get that.
I hope you enjoyed the flight. Now I will talk to you about the coin, the actual coin. This is the actual size of the coin. As you see my hand, it is about 40 centimeters of diameter or 5.5 inches. If you talk about the coin, It will not be usual coin that we know. It will be more like a vessel for Marscoin's blockchain. And of course, like Jaka said, all of the memories of the Earth. Like any coin, it has two sides. The first side, or face sides, is going to be Marscoin logo. Of course, engraved 3D, it will going to be look very beautiful. The back side, it's still it's not finished yet. I only can say we will have, if we are allowed to, initials C and S and a small dot. The small dot is like a pale blue dot, and a CS for memory of Carl Sagan. This is going to be on the back side of the coin, and the first side, of course, logo of Marscoin. Coin itself is going to be made from around 10 different materials. First materials are construction materials. It will probably be aluminum, titanium, and some of brass. In the center of coin, we'll have some technology, especially GPS device, and maybe a small computer for changing information with other devices from outside. And of course, we would like to put some additional materials on the coin, especially for remember it on the planet Mars. And we would like to use the most common wood on the planet Earth, the most common stone on the planet Earth, and of course, if it's going to be possible, water and air in small crystals. That is basically around about everything about the coin.
Maybe just Primoz, you also had a really good idea what else we could do more, just to make it more interesting, you know.
Okay.
Maybe it's for our audience something interesting, and maybe we can find somebody who actually does it. But yeah.
So, as Jaka said, the coin will have a lot of data, memories of the planet Earth, pictures, GPS coordinates, a lot of stuff. And maybe just for fun, for some people, especially for us, it will have data like position of planet Earth and planet Mars at the time of launch, when the coin will actually launch to the Mars, and some additional stuff also. So
maybe just one more thing which I think is very much important. It's not our project, it's project that is our in the most biggest way. That means Mars Society, Marscoin supporters. If we are all together, then we will make it. And actually, if this everything happens as it will, we are for sure 100% that it has all the possibilities to make it happen. There also we will raise awareness, not just for Marscoin, but awareness that people actually should and will journey to Mars. So we actually gave you these basic points of the campaign. So Primoz,
first, around the Earth,
and with SpaceX to Mars.
And of course, stay tuned till 1st of October 21.
So thank you very much for offering us the time and to being able to present you this really, really astonishing campaign. And hopefully we all will be together in one and make it. Thanks. Thank you. If you have any questions, please.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Our assistant, Nick, will have to tell us once again, because we have some issues with tone, with the volume. So
if you have any questions, please ask.
Yes, you're much welcome to.
Hey guys, this is James. If you can hear me, the video when you guys played it did not have any sound. If you guys want to go ahead and play that again and make sure the sound is turned on your video player,
yeah,
that'd be great.
Actually, we wanted to have a video without the sound because, you know, in space, there's also no sound. So we decided that you just enjoy a really picturesque environment here, Bled, Slovenia, without any sound. Space plus the beauty of this, but this was actually a symbolic journey how this Marscoin will actually journey around the globe. So it was a symbolic, actually.
Sure. Thank you so much. No, this is a really great idea. I've discussed this idea to send a physical Marscoin token around the world with a couple people. And there's so many possibilities here. I was wondering if you guys would be open to having people take pictures of themselves with it and kind of post that up on the website, tracking it around the world. I think all that's part of your plan, but how much can you get folks involved with that kind of thing?
Yeah, actually the idea is not only the blockchain will go to Mars, but in the end, Earth is important, the awareness is important, and actually the people get the possibility to show actually our people who will be on Mars, how was it also in Earth, and that's really a legacy that at the end can and will go to Mars.
Yeah, I can imagine as we send this around the world, as people check in with the token and share their stories and their desire to participate in the exploration, the future exploration of Mars with human beings, just how much that will be inspiring to people around the world. Can you talk a little bit about how you hope to inspire people with this project?
Talk about how can you inspire people with this project?
That's actually a great question. Because of this question, we are here. We would like to inspire people, but I think it's not just a task for us two or maybe a small group of people, 10, 20. I think it's really to present this project also to other Mars Society members who are really keen to support it, and also give them the possibility that they have this coin with all of these small gadgets, and also the possibility to upload the pictures, so they will really have, I would say, a piece of history. They will be really together. We can really make history. So this is something, but I think it's not an issue that small amount of people can do, but we have to stick together. So this synergy between we and us, and of course all of these members, is really crucial and important. But it's time to make it. So everybody would at the end will appreciate this step.
Well, you've already inspired a lot of people on our chat. Everyone is clamoring to be part of this project, and I want to thank you guys so much for presenting this today and for this project idea. We'll definitely help you to make this a reality, and congratulations.
Thank you. And once again, stay tuned for 1st of October 2021. We know a lot of things to do. This is a beta version, but it will really be a smart coin. And if we say that we will do it, then it will be done. So stay tuned once again, 1st of October 2021, and it's in our project, whole group. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you guys so much. This was great. All right. So folks, we're going to take another quick break. We have next a group of folks that are going to talk about consulting in the new space area. But for now, we'll take about a 20-minute break. So you can go ahead and stretch your legs again, maybe grab some food, and get ready for the second half of the expo. Thanks so much for participating today. Okay, folks, we are going to get rolling here with the next set of speakers. Ivan Fino, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Awesome. All right, so yes, go ahead. Let me just introduce you guys. So it's a group of 3 speakers. They're going to be talking about the role of consulting in the new space economy. So we have Ivan Fino, Pietro Santuriello, and Giulia De Rossi. Take it away, guys.
Hi to everyone. Hello. Just one moment. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ivan Fino, and together with my colleagues, Pietro and Giulia, we are going to present our research to you about a business activity regarding the role of consulting for space activities. This research has been made possible thanks to Partners for Innovation, an Italian company that provides advisory for business and public administration in order to support technology transition. Partners for Innovation collaborates with universities such as Polytechnic of Milan and research centers to develop new solutions for pioneering fields. Last winter, we decided to create a team dedicated to space affairs and specialized in offering consulting in a new space activity framework. Due to our heterogeneous team, we daily gain new experience in the field of economical, legal, and security issues related to space. The purpose of our presentation is to demonstrate the benefits and opportunities of 3 specific areas that are acquiring significant importance for the space ecosystem, namely normative compliance, exploitation of geospatial data, and lastly, the increasing importance of cybersecurity. Furthermore, in the final part, we will analyze the possibility for private entities to improve their business by implementing the information acquired from space. Please, Pietro, go ahead.
Thank you, Ivan. Good evening. I'm Pietro, and I'm going to introduce a consideration on the downstream sector. It is necessary, in our opinion, to investigate, first of all, how geospatial data deriving from the Earth observation have both a strategic and a commercial value. In fact, as regards the Italian sector in particular, we may find some concrete examples. The first one, the strategic management of natural disaster or similar events connected to disease monitoring and the climate change, addressed from a strategic and defense point of view. And on the other hand, companies and entities that have exploited the data collected from space, both optical and radar constellation, to expand their business area. According to PwC report 2020 called Main Trends in the Space Sector, there's a new type of Earth observation market based on big data analytics and services, unlocking new business cases for the next decade. In fact, they calculated a CAGR of more than 20% based on the revenues generated by Earth observation big data applications. In particular, we want to refer to the downstream sector and to all those companies and activities that potentially can exploit this data from space. Therefore, not only the real downstream sector of the space supply chain, but also firms, research entities, and others that deal mainly with other activities like infrastructures and energetic management, or flows of people, agriculture, banking, and financial activities, and much more. Also, technological field such as blockchain and money transfer is based on digital innovation process and could exploit this data for and from space. To better understand what I'm talking about, let's do an example that concretely show how resourceful geospatial data are. A very famous Italian energetic company exploited Earth observation data to monitor the state of degradation and to better manage their infrastructure. It was also very important to know in advance the weather situation because it could have had significant impacts on service interruptions. All these led to cost savings, to a better comprehension of business intelligence, and to a full geographical strategy for firms and companies. Therefore, in summary, geospatial data led also to an efficient resource allocation, and to improve the time management, and so the possibility to intervene in the right way, especially when it comes to facing emergency or dangerous situations. At least as far as the Italian situation is concerned, there is an impediment precisely in the connection between the properly upstream application and the one that is transposed in terms of data, images, and then services from the downstream sector. And those activities mentioned before that may have interests in space-related capabilities. Indeed, it does not seem easy for startups and small and medium enterprises to communicate directly with the manufacturing sector. The difficulty lies in the possibility of distributing such data and in the sale of this. Most of the big players that manage constellations for Earth observation hardly approach private individuals and companies that are not in the space sector to provide data. This is probably because today governments and the military sector are still the largest customer in this area, thanks to an obvious higher financing and payment capacity. But another problem could be the number of big players in this particular sector. There are globally multiple commercial providers that offer satellite geoinformation, so which to choose. In this sense, the possibility of consulting is included along with the other situation that will be described by my colleagues. That is the need for an intermediary to act as third party in mediating an effective and advantageous dialogue for each party, establishing a link between the manufacturing industry and the space sector that manages its related services, as well as towards other activities not purely spatial. This type of service must start from the awareness that space and space activities are today a persistent component for every human being and for many human activities that improve the quality of life. Therefore, in our opinion, it is unthinkable that the upstream component and the downstream component are not in real connection and in real collaboration between them. So thank you for your attention. Now I give the floor to my colleague, Giulia.
Thank you, Pietro. Hello, everyone. My name is Giulia, and thank you very much for having us here. As my colleague already mentioned, connection and collaboration represent two critical factors that aren't always present in the space industry, leading this domain to be highly competitive, crowded, and vulnerable. So if we go straight to our main question, why can space consulting activities represent an added value to your company? If we start by analyzing the scenario of the new space economy, we know that space represents one of the markets with the highest global rate and with a considerable amount of investment in multiple space activities. And most important for businesses, it has a great financial return. But why? Because first of all, space is a key enabler for our technology well-being, and we are surrounded by space-derived products in our daily life. The more the years have passed, the more we have become dependent on the services provided by this domain. At the same time, we know two other factors that makes this dimension so incredibly important. Through satellite networks, it is possible to share an immense amount of data that is now considered the new digital gold and has increased even more the value of this market. What we know for sure is that the information acquired from satellites can represent a strategic value for who controls them, but they can have also terrible consequences if used against another entity. So this brings us to the second factor, that even though states aren't anymore the only actor in the scene, the facilitated access to space still remains not affordable for everybody and needs to be supported by venture capital funds, who are at the same time aware that their financial income cannot be expected in the short term, but it has to be calculated in a more extensive date, which is the long period. So what happens if, for example, an intellectual property gets stolen, or someone takes command of your satellite, creating an operational malfunction, or brings it so far to destroy the satellite and creates new space debris? The possible consequences of this scenario can be very different. They can vary from situation to situation, but most in general, First of all, we have an economic loss, which is even more increased by the possibility to intervene in orbit due to the high cost to sustain. Third, your work has been stolen, so probably most of the investments are gone and your work cannot be returned, or it's very unlikely. But at the same time, can you be sure who has stolen or destroyed your work? Because as we know, states aren't anymore the only actors who are involved in the cosmos. And the facilitated access that cyber attacks have on this operational domain can turn everybody into a potential attacker. So there's another central point that should be always taken into consideration, that is the uncertain international space juridical framework, because this uncertainty means there aren't laws that allow to impose sanctions on the enemy. So this brings us to be aware and to understand that security is the enabler for a secure transmission of data and allows us to maintain control over the various segments that are part of the space assets. Through an intense and accurate analysis, consulting companies may support the risk analysis and even also the vulnerabilities that could affect space companies as well as industrial realities that are involved in the space ecosystem. So this would allow them to understand, first of all, what are the vulnerabilities that can potentially affect their business? How high is also the possibility of being attacked? How dangerous is the threat? What are the possible consequences? And lastly, what are the measures that need to be implemented in order to protect the company, but also the services that are provided, and so the space link ground and user segment. And of course, this brings us to another question, which is, how do consulting companies manage all the situation? To answer this question, we have to understand that what makes it actually so difficult, what makes it difficult and represent also an obstacle for space entities to be active and do something to protect themselves, are the missing best practices that are not collected due to the missing dialogue between these realities, who suffer the same problem and cannot publicly declare their vulnerabilities, of course. And so most of them don't even know from where they have to start and what they have to face. And it is at exactly this point that consulting companies need to become involved, because they collect experience of different actors, reality, and work environments. They analyze it through an integrated multidisciplinary approach. And lastly, they implement the lessons learned into best practices that the company will subsequently apply in order to protect its assets. And through the risk analysis and assessment that is going to be conducted on the different segments of the space industry, the company will also be more aware of the different type of threats and on which part of the system they can occur more often. So this brings us to our final part, which are the results. The availability, integrity, and also confidentiality of data collected and its transmission is going to be more secure. This is going to be achieved through security improvements that are going to be based on a tailored analysis. And therefore, the most vulnerable areas will be enforced, and the resources consequently will be efficiently allocated where needed. So in general, this will lead all your system to be more resilient to cyber attacks. And there's going to be also a higher possibility to intervene if attacked. So what are also the advantages of working with a consulting group? A dynamic risk assessment and flexible approach can be applied to different scenarios, enabling to face complex situations in a more agile and efficient way, allowing also to draw reliable cybersecurity solutions. The risk mitigation and analysis can be conducted in different time periods, ex ante, in itinere, as well as ex post. This means we can start during the design and planning of the project or program. During also the ongoing project, it is also possible to conduct a deep risk assessment that it will evaluate what are the risks based on all the possible threats in order to prevent a cyber attack, or it can also be possible to mitigate the consequences of an ongoing one. So, and lastly, also a post-disaster intervention is possible and can also be conducted in order to alleviate the impact that can have on the businesses and also on the safety of the user community, which is very important. At the same time, we have always to keep in mind that new markets open the street to new threats. And this brings us also to the importance of periodically reevaluate and maintain updated the protection structures. So to conclude my speech, I just want to say that it's very important to become aware and understand the importance of cybersecurity, because it is a reality that is becoming day by day more present in our lives. And there's no space-dependent capability that is immune to cyber threats. And in order to maintain a high level of prosperity, stability, but as well security, of course, it is necessary to be equipped with a good security structure. So thank you very much for your attention, and I leave the floor to my colleague, Ivan.
Thank you, Julia. So, to better explore what my colleagues mentioned when they talked about the uncertainty of the space legal framework, I will start by saying that private companies that operate in new space economy are forced to face difficulties that derive from the double track of international and national laws. Specifically, international law provides only rules applicable to space activities through international agreements, treaties, conventions, and UN General Assembly resolutions. However, international space law only includes a number of principles that are often not directly applicable. So, states have an interest in filling the gap in international law for several reasons. First of all, states are responsible for the space activities conducted by their national private entities. Conversely, existing regulations unfortunately provide an incentive for private companies to better calculate their business risk ab initio. Thus, it's not easy for private companies, especially startups and small to medium-sized enterprise, to understand their obligations under international and national law. In some respects, space law profoundly differs from international law. International law, in fact, is lex specialis with respect to international law because it differs from it in some respects. To give a concrete example, just in terms of liability, it is enough to think that normally in international law, liability for damage can be attributed to the state only if there is a concrete attribution of the same damage to the state. In international space law, on the other hand, liability for damage committed by space agencies or private individuals is always attributed to the launching state. Finally, the aim of legal advice in the new space economy sector is to guide private companies and governments, as well as non-governmental organizations, in the difficult context of international space law and emerging domestic regulations. More concretely, in the field of legal advice, it is very important to be able to draw up contracts that differ profoundly from all other contracts because of the element of risk of space activities. These space law contracts not only concern the limitation of liability arising from damage, but also any intellectual property and inventions made on board of space objects and on the International Space Station, for example. As regards the ground segment, one has to think about the usability of the images acquired by satellite systems, also the procedures for registering space objects, and everything concerning the participation in the calls for tenders issued by the ESA or any other space agency like NASA. Altogether, the fields of legal advice, business consulting, and cybersecurity are in rapid development, sustained by ongoing research that will lead to a break into the market. So, the space sector is undergoing a profound change precisely because of the recent entry of private capitals. In this context, Partners for Innovation is already prepared to analyze the possible problems that a company, even a small one, may encounter when entering the world of space. In the same way, Partners for Innovation is ready to follow or business interested in exploiting space technologies to improve productivity or to enter new market sectors. What makes Partners for Innovation different from other companies is its multi-sectoral approach under the three fundamental areas that we spoke about, which are cybersecurity, legal sector, and economical analysis in the new era of space-based activities. But not just contracts for space object launches. It is important for any company, in fact, to know how to adapt to the ISO standards in relation to the supply chain. Furthermore, with regard to possible cyber attacks, for both governments and companies that provide a public service, regulatory compliance with the highest security standard is very important. Still, in the recent scenario where cyber attacks to satellites are increasing, there is the problem of identifying the jurisdiction in the event of cyber attacks. So, thank you all for your attention. For any further useful information, please visit the Partners for Innovation website. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all three of you for this great presentation. One question I have is, do you have advice if someone was going to start a consulting company in the space field, what advice would you have for them?
So, James, for example, to start a space company or to start
a consulting
technology
company
and to the legal and is on the national legislation, because even if the economical point of view, even if the technology systems are okay, if there is not any compliance with the international law and national law that are recently emerging, there could be some problems with, for example, compliance of Article 6 of Outer Space Treaty, or national legislations, for example, the Space Resource Act of US. So I think the first point, the initial point of any space activity is to see at the recent development of space legislation. And for this reason, Partners for Innovation can provide and is providing consulting to new space realities which are interested to the new space economy.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is related to cryptocurrency. How does the consulting field really interrelate with that? Like, for example, if I wanted to have a consulting business that helped cryptocurrencies, what advice would you have for that?
I mean, James, any kind of payment on Mars, for example, will be based on a cryptocurrency system. So, but before to adapt to any cryptocurrency system, you have to, for sure, you have to follow some legal and economical suggestions that only a company which has a multi-sectoral approach can give. So, because you know better than me maybe that cryptocurrency involves economical aspects, legal aspects. So I think only a company that has a multidisciplinary approach could give you the right suggestions to enter in the world of cryptocurrency, also on Mars one day.
Okay. Question from Mike Laurie, who is one of our speakers today. Given the Space Liability Convention only applies to Earth-based nations and not to any Martian entity, will spacecraft launched from Mars have complete immunity to such Earth jurisdiction?
So, liability conventions says that there is evidence that you need to ask ask money when a damage occurs. So if you are on the Earth, if you have a space company, you are always liable for any damage that occurs on the Earth, and it's not linked to any evidence of I mean, on the Earth. I mean, in other words, there is not any need of evidence from the company that is involved. So if you are a victim of a damage on the Earth, you have the right to be refunded by the space company. If you are in outer space, there is the need to find a connection of responsibility of the entities or of the space agency involved in the space activity. So, for example, to give a more concrete example, on Mars, if you are a victim of a damage, you have to prove that that company didn't follow the recent standards of security. For example, there are some resolutions of UN which are about the security of space activities. So, in other words, on the Earth, you don't need any evidence to ask money from a space company. If you are in outer space, including then Mars or other celestial bodies, you don't need any proof, any evidence of the responsibility of the damage.
Okay, and then our last question, this is actually from Lennart Lopin, our founder. What is your take on Elon's Starlink terms and conditions that mention Earth laws won't be accepted by them? Any thoughts there, maybe from one of you?
Because my internet connection is not stable.
Julia, Pietro, did you guys hear my question?
I think, in my opinion, I think it's something huge because Elon Musk is a great actor in the space arena, in the space scene globally. So someone with his power giving this assumption as Earth laws won't be accepted is something really huge. I mean, in this sense. I don't think this could affect space international law and the space international activities for a point of view. For another point of view, I think it could be very useful for other enterprises, for other firms that could run other activities through space. So this could be, yes, this is in my opinion, actually.
Okay.
So James, I've just seen the question, and I think that Elon Musk cannot say, okay, this law or this international treaty does not work on celestial bodies or in outer space, because he's just a private entities legally. He represents a private entities, and he should follow the US rules about outer space, and US, from its point of view, should follow the UN, the international conventions rules. So, in other words, Elon Musk cannot say, okay, Earth laws won't be accepted because he has not the jurisdiction to say it.
think we lost you there a little bit at the end. I think you were saying there's no jurisdiction he has to do that right now, which I guess is true at the moment, but we'll see. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. This was really informative and fascinating. Thank you so much for participating in our event.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, take care. So before we bring on our next speaker, I'm just going to take a minute to talk a little bit about our development fund, which is, you know, Marscoin is a decentralized project, okay? There's no like company behind Marscoin. There's no venture capital, you know, there's no like huge capital investments. We are dependent on the work of our community to help us keep going. Everyone who's running our wallet is running a node. Everyone who's mining is running a node of the network. And that's how the project is governed too. I mean, we're all together in this. We're all part of one community. Even the folks in the Marscoin Foundation, we are just trying to keep the community going and making sure that it has what it needs to survive long term. And so an important part of that is our development fund. And so let me share my screen. I want to just show everyone how you can participate in our development fund and contribute to provide funds for the project to get listed on exchanges and to continue with development. So if I go to marscoin.org, this is our jazzy new website that we launched earlier this year, and I scroll down to the bottom, the very bottom, there's this link here in the footer that says Marscoin Development Fund. If I went ahead and clicked on that, you can see, oh wow, it's not, images are not loading at the moment. That's terrible. So normally there's a couple of QR codes there, and the QR codes are linked to these two addresses. There's one for Bitcoin, BTC, and one for Marscoin. And if you wanted to donate your Bitcoin or Marscoin to help benefit the project, benefit Marscoin, then you could just simply send to this address. Use your wallet and click the send button and copy this address and paste it into your wallet. And once you do that, we will receive your funds and we will apply those to either software development efforts or to getting listed in another exchange. We have a long-term goal to be listed in many exchanges, and especially ones here in the US. But unfortunately, to do that, we have to pay listing fees at the moment because we're a smaller cryptocurrency project. So, you know, any little bit that you can do here to help would help us get to that goal of being listed in exchanges. In terms of software development, we now have all of our stuff in GitHub. So our wallet is in GitHub, and we are starting to use GitHub as well to track our roadmap. And so if you go to our main GitHub page, which is really easy to remember, it's just Marscoin twice, and you go to this projects link, you will actually see something new that we've recently put in here, which is our official public roadmap. So we are going to begin using GitHub to track all the work we're doing publicly so that people can participate, they can see exactly what we're gonna work on and what is coming up. They can also make suggestions in here. And so each of these cards is a mini project we're gonna do. So as I mentioned earlier today, this is our file and metadata storage experiment. So we're gonna do some development work to enable that, allow text-based data to be included in transactions as well as pointers to binary files so that we can build additional features and experiments benefiting from those capabilities. But you can actually see exactly what the status is of this. And once it is ready for testing and release, it'll all be listed here. You can also go into this issues section on GitHub, and we've actually had this for a while. You could use this to report problems you have, but you can also use this to make suggestions to the team of features that we can work on. And you can see we've added a few things in here recently that powered that roadmap I just showed you. So anyway, that is essentially how your development fund dollars and Mars coins and Bitcoins will go to help benefit the project, as well as get us listed in exchanges. So with that, if he's ready, I'm going to go ahead and bring on Matt Wise. Matt, are you there?
Hey, James. I'm having a little trouble starting my video here. Can you help me out with that?
Yes, I will click the button to have you start video.
There it is.
There you are. Awesome.
Hey, James, Lennart, thanks for having me. Go ahead, James. What are you going to say?
I was just going to introduce you, buddy. So Matt, you're a former Green Beret. You're a serial entrepreneur. You're a survivalist, an inventor, a crypto investor, a future astronaut, and you're currently working with a team on the Carbon Capture X Prize competition. I met you, Matt, at the Mars Society conference a couple years back, and now you're working on the this project you're about to talk about, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Hey, fantastic. Well, thanks for having me, first of all. Let me just share my screen here real quick. So we'll just go through a quick little intro.
Yeah, we can see it, Matt.
Okay, good deal. And this is actually a photograph from when the rover arrived in the New World. A lot of people have never seen this. All right, so a little joke there. But anyhow, what I want to try to do today is kind of looking through the lens of history. We're going to discuss land rights, and we're going to discuss the Mars Land Registry, which is a project that I started kind of conceiving about 2 years ago. And again, really, it was just it comes from the lens of history, but it also has a lot to do with looking at the current state of space exploration, and as humans start moving out beyond the Earth, the Moon, Mars, etc., you're going to start having the question come up. There's going to be conflicts and disagreements, and if we have a framework that we can establish ahead of time, then that gives everybody something they can agree on. And obviously, you'll never eliminate all conflict, but at least it can give us a framework to work through some of that without some of the major problems that we've seen in the past. Like James said, I am a crypto investor. Actually, for a number of years, I've been helping to run an organization called Tier 1 Crypto. There's a Facebook page, and actually most of the information is in the private Facebook group. We started running that years ago, before really most people had any idea what Bitcoin or crypto was. And it was just an education community. It was a crowdsourced education community for cryptocurrency investing. As James mentioned, I'm an inventor. I've been published different designs, including a Mars colony design through Mars Society. I am working on X Prize project right now, and the lead developer for Clockwork's research and development. I was also out there at the MDRS, like James, I was not the same crew. I was crew 220, but I did have the opportunity through some of these other projects that I just mentioned. I was able to go out and experience that. And I have to say, walking outside of the habitat at the MDRS is really, you have to pinch yourself and realize you're not actually on Mars, because I mean, the imagery there, you really can't distinguish from the imagery that we're getting back from the Perseverance and Curiosity rovers. It's absolutely outstanding. So I've lived all over the world. I lived in Africa for 2.5 years. I lived in Europe for some time. Jaka, I actually lived in Slovenia for a while. I lived in Žilina. He's right, it's absolutely paradise. It is beautiful in Slovenia. So to start out with, I want to start out with, start with why. Simon Sinek has a fantastic book. It's called Start with Why. And, why make a land registry? Why does it matter? And again, like I said, avoiding conflict, having a common framework that people can agree upon, but building it on the blockchain, we're creating one that is decentralized and therefore nobody technically owns it. Therefore, there's no bias. And so whether you and I come from different cultures or different spacefaring nations on Earth or whatever the case is, we can still agree upon, essentially contracts that are based on this decentralized system, which it eliminates us needing to trust each other, essentially. And that's one of the beautiful things about blockchain itself. Humans will go to Mars. It's inevitable. There's a lot of people that think this is, just kind of a pipe dream off in the future, and it's really not. It's happening right before our eyes. So we'll touch on the Marscoin blockchain, or as we've been calling it, the Mars chain ecosystem. Philip did a fantastic job talking about currency, and I won't even try to cover that. That was a fantastic presentation. We've touched on smart contracts as well as resource management. And what you can see is how all of these cross over with each other. The smart contracts involve the land registry or resource management. Smart contracts can also be involved in currency, as well as cross-pollination between really everything you see in here. Cargo manifests and tracking, voting on how to manage resources, voting on any sort of community issues within the colony. That's absolutely necessary. And again, I'm going to point this toward Mars, but what we're going to see as we go through this, we're going to look at a great deal of history, and we're going to look at examples from exploration. But what I'd like everybody to do as we're going through this is overlay our current situation, our current experience with these examples from history. And I think you'll find a lot of similarities and a lot of guidance going forward. And also, we're going to take a look at Moore's Law. A guy named Moore, obviously, he observed, and he's one of the original founders of Intel, one of the original, perpetuators of the modern personal computer systems. He observed that the number of transistors in a circuit would double about every 2 years, while the cost was proportionally decreasing. And this was not something he made up. This was just an observation that he saw. Now, here's a fantastic chart to show over the last 120 years how accurate that's been. And if you look in the bottom corner, Ray Kurzweil is a futurist his predictions have been accurate around 85% over the last 30 years. So check him out, go look him up on Google or whatever. Ray Kurzweil is absolutely brilliant, and his predictions for the future, again, aside from being highly accurate, are incredibly interesting. So if we're going to overlay transistors onto other technologies, we find that Moore's Law also holds true in a lot of situations. So this chart here shows the payload cost to orbit, as well as the current operational satellites. Now, this is just an example, but we can see, just versus the previous NASA cost to launch astronauts versus what SpaceX is able to do in a very short amount of time to bring that cost down. And you can see that the likelihood of us and millions more humans going to space well within our lifetime is more than a possibility. So let's take a look at some examples from history. Mark Twain says that history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. And I think we'll find that it does rhyme faster and faster as we apply Moore's law. Now this map, this is early satellite imagery of the Earth. Here's a little bit better image. As you can see, the Earth has changed a lot since the late 1400s. These are some maps that are actually from the late 1400s. It's believed that these maps are some of the ones that Christopher Columbus was looking at as he set off for his goal to cross the Atlantic and ideally go to China, which interesting fact, even at his death, he still believed that he had discovered a route to China. He didn't actually accept that he had discovered or found a way to a new continent. So anyhow, he pitched, so in the 15th century, there was an absolute revolution. The printing press had come on, the distribution of human knowledge, religion, government, exploration was the fad at this time. And you didn't explore without the stamp of approval or without the commission of some sort of royal monarch. It just didn't happen. And so he had gone to a number of different kings and queens throughout Europe, trying to get people to back him, and nobody would. And finally, after several pitches over several years, Queen Isabella of Spain, who you saw in those previous pictures, she finally commissioned him. She said, "Okay, we'll back you. I feel inspired by what you're doing. You're kind of crazy, but you're going to do this." And you have to realize that one of the top socio-demographics was the merchant class in that day. And the merchant class was very aligned with or allied with the monarch class. And again, not so dissimilar from today, where we have large corporations that are allied with governments and each kind of serving their own interest in certain ways. So anyhow, he sailed approximately a month after he set off. He landed in what would be known as North and South America, and then from there. And so this is 1492. Okay, so now fast forward about 100 years, and this character, who is a complete wild card, in fact, Queen Elizabeth trusted him so little that she wouldn't actually let him go to the Americas. Instead, he managed an expedition where he sent somebody else to go. He had inherited essentially the southern half of the east coast of the modern United States. And there's a whole long story with that I won't get into. His half brother got the north half. And so for somebody just to say, here you go, here's this massive amount of land is completely ridiculous in a modern view. But anyhow, Sir Walter Raleigh here was the first person to establish any sort of colony. And this was in 1585. So less than 100 years after Columbus landing, we've got a colony. And so if you consider that with Moore's law and overlay how quickly we could potentially be going to Mars, Elon intends to send his first unmanned craft within the next couple of years, and then apply Moore's law. I think it'd be much, much quicker, a fraction of 100 years before there's actually humans living there. And then fast forward again. Now Walter Raleigh was knighted, and then he sent several other expeditions to try to establish more of a foothold there. Of course, we know that first colony he established is Roanoke, and that was no one really knows what happened to that colony. It's called the Lost Colony, but interesting history about that. So going forward, Jamestown. Now, in 1606, English colonies set sail with a charter from the London Company. And a company was a bit different than what we see today as a modern company. And again, we won't dig into the details on that. It was more like a small government, if you want to think about it. The colonists set out to establish what would later be Jamestown, which was the first permanent colony in the Americas. Now, this is 1607. So again, we're still barely 100 years after the first landing. And now this colony was established, abandoned, reestablished, burned in an internal revolt, rebuilt, accidentally burned down again. Somebody accidentally set fire to their colony. And then it was eventually moved to modern day Williamsburg, where it essentially exists to this day. By 1608, Polish and German craftsmen were producing glassware. So from 1585, that first colony, to approximately short time later, you have craftsmen sending the first exports back to Europe. And so again, overlay that on people potentially going to Mars, and you could see the first Martian exports coming back to Earth much, much quicker. So let's see, initially, now this fun fact, initially only men of English origin were permitted to vote. Now here's where we go back to the voting systems that we discussed and Lennart touched on with a blockchain system. If you have a trustless decentralized blockchain system, the ability to vote is not dependent on who you are, where you're from, any of those other things. It's completely, there's complete equality there within the colony. This is something that they had not established when they were colonizing the Americas first. So, and that would actually led to the first strike in the New World, where they said they refused to work unless they got the right to vote. Moving on, there was so a few years later, Governor Sir Thomas Dale assigned 3-acre plots. There's about 12,000 square meter plots to the first settlers, and then settlers that came later would get smaller plots. But he did this to boost the economics of the New World, and it actually worked very, very well. And there's a great many arguments that say that this is why it's necessary for people to be able to claim land on Mars. Is purely that it will bring greater economic growth, and it will inspire more people to move to Mars. It will actually perpetuate greater growth on the red planet. A lot of times, so moving forward, let's see, here's a drone footage of Jamestown, the original colony. Doesn't look that dissimilar from this aerial artist rendition of the SpaceX Mars colony, does it? All right, so the next thing we want to discuss, actually before we move on too quickly, it's fun to note that less than 300 years after the first footsteps on the New World, there were more than 2 million people living in the New World. And so again, if you apply Moore's law and you apply our modern day situation, 2 million people living on Mars could very, very reasonably happen within our lifetime. And so again, that makes the idea of land rights and currency and voting and some of these other things, but especially land rights, much more prescient. So going into conflicts, there's a number of conflicts purely over land rights and borders. The Anglo-Dutch Wars in 1652, French-Indian Wars, Queen Anne's War. This was a war for the control of an entire continent. Imagine if we saw a conflict for the control of an entire planet. There was armed conflict between the Hudson Bay Company, which was a company, but it was the de facto government for most of North America for approximately 200 years. They managed all trade, they ran all the trade, and the competitors formed the Northwest Company, and then they had an armed conflict. So these were essentially many states, which called themselves companies at the time, and they were having armed conflicts because they wanted rights to certain trade areas and certain resources. And again, there's a list of other smaller conflicts and whatnot that happen purely over land rights. So we're going to discuss historic land rights. Now, essentially, as we've come across it, there are three major historic bases of land rights that we'll discuss. The British idea was that the king owns it all, and he bestows upon you the right to live on the land. And that's really a state-centric ideology. Then you had the French paradigm, which said that if you claimed a plot of land and you worked the land, you put some sort of effort into that land, that was what established your claim to it. And then we also look at contrast with the Islamic idea of land rights, which was that Allah, God, gave you the right to be essentially his caretaker of the land during your lifetime, but the land all belongs to him and nobody else. And so as we move forwards, in the New World, the colonists were trying to create laws to govern their communities, to basically create a civilized system that they could all abide by. Edmund Burke was quoted as saying, "Weak government under the Articles of Confederation," and this was what they called these laws that the Virginia territory was creating, takes away the incitements to industry by rendering property insecure and unprotected. And what I think this alludes to is the importance of establishing very solid land rights and the ability to claim land and having those rights protected under a certain agreed upon system. If we take a blockchain system that is an immutable ledger that cannot be hacked, cannot be fabricated, and then we have something that everybody agrees upon because it's a trustless system, then I think you see the protection of those rights of that land. Now, whatever that land you want to do, whether you want to put a dome on it and build a potato farm, or if you simply want to mine for water ice and create some sort of industry there. Also, we had the head right system in the New World. And again, this was also very state-centric. 1 to 1,000 acres of land were granted to those willing to cross the Atlantic. Now, what happened a lot of time, and most of the time, in fact, there were a lot of nobility that were excited by the adventure of the New World, and so they would go to claim land. But then there were a lot of others that were simply excited by potential profits of owning land, and so they would send indentured servants. They would send slaves, and those slaves would be responsible for working for a certain number of years on this person's land. What ended up happening, though, is when you finished your servitude, you were kicked out, and all the land, near the coast, near the towns, this was already owned by these mostly nobility, but not entirely. And so this would push these newly freed indentured servants much further west to kind of live out in more undeveloped areas, and they would have to fend for themselves. And this led to a great deal of tension because of that inequality between the laborers and the landowners. Okay, so next we're going to look at modern space claims and treaties. Now, so one thing I want to discuss real quickly before we get into the actual project that I'm working on, which I know everybody's super excited to hear. I'm excited to talk about it, but the more I research this, there's so much information to understand to know why this is important, why it's more than just a digital game that we're playing. So we've got a number of people who have made claims. Aideen Lindsay in 1936 made claims to the entire solar system, the moon, the Mars, all the stars. And people even offered him money to buy land from him on the moon and Mars and certain celestial bodies. But the thing is, his claim was based on notarization from a Earth government, specifically the United States. This man, Dennis Hope, since 1980, Dennis Hope has been selling land on the moon. He filed a claim, filed a copyright, and according to him, he owns the moon. And according to approximately 2 million people, which he says also includes celebrities and US presidents, but that's unconfirmed, he has sold over 2 million acres of the moon to people. And I believe most people are looking at this as a novelty, but Dennis Hope truly believes that he owns and is selling the moon and that he has a right to it. But again, his copyrights are based in Earth governments. Now, this is actually another hilarious story. Gregory Nemitz claimed ownership of asteroid 433 Eros, which near Shoemaker landed in 2001. And his company, Orbital Development, issued NASA an invoice of $20 for parking the spacecraft on the asteroid. So he issued NASA a parking ticket, which NASA has so far declined to pay. And I won't go into it, but I have a page of people who have made claims over the years, over the last century or so, and is really fascinating to read. And then we get into the Outer Space Treaty. Now, this is a hotly debated issue, and from what I've been told, the majority of legal experts are reluctant to even go into land claims because it is so hotly debated. And despite what some people will say, it's extremely vague, and in some places, it's even in a way, it almost contradictive within the Outer Space Treaty and the Artemis Accords. So essentially, and here, this is actually the signing of the Outer Space Treaty in 1967. Now realize that the Outer Space Treaty has not been updated since 1967. So prior to much of our, our moon landings and work in space, we have this treaty which has not been updated. So Article 3 says that essentially that it'll be the everything in space will be in accordance with international law, including the Charter of the United Nations. Article 5 states that the treaty shall regard astronauts as envoys of all mankind in outer space. And then Article 6 says that any agency, any organization, whether it's international or private or whatever, is owned by the government from which they come. And so essentially, you can't go to space unless you are owned by a certain government, and that government is responsible for you, which speaking to James' conversation earlier, I'm not sure how you can essentially apply laws to somebody if they're creating a private separate colony on the moon or Mars or any other body. So that's another hotly debated subject. Again, people are going to go and people are going to build settlements, and eventually there's going to be a need for land claims. So regardless of what the current laws and treaties are, there will absolutely have to be something in place because people will begin claiming land. It's really, regardless of what we would like it to be or what the current laws say, these are things that I believe will happen. And if we don't prepare for it ahead of time, we're going to be doing damage control. And then we also have the Artemis Accords, which interestingly enough, the Artemis Accords have not been signed by China or Russia, who recently signed a partnership to develop the moon. And so I can't really see them really complying with any agreements or laws or treaties that we've made under the Artemis Accords, or even really under the Outer Space Treaty, when the rest of the world says, well, hey, you can't do that. And they say, okay, well, come and stop us. Solutions for the future. This is a part that I'm so excited to tell everybody about. And this is actually the first time we've exposed this to the public. And again, we're going to go back to the Marscoin chain ecosystem here, just to touch on this slide once more. And then we get into the Mars Land Registry. Now, this is a blockchain-based app for registering land claims on Mars. A couple of screenshots of what the app will look like when it's released. Now, this is obviously not out there in the public yet, but this is under development currently. This will allow you to take a look at Mars, and this is also going to be connected to massive databases of some of the best imagery and the most current imagery we have. You'll be able to look at some macro views as well as zoom into a more granular view of the Martian surface. And then you can see here, there's when you click on a certain 1 kilometer square, it'll tell you whether that's been claimed already or if you can register a claim. And then there's also, if you look at some of the icons on the right-hand side of this bar down here, you'll see there's an icon for any imagery that's there. There'll be a wiki link for any particular, like you see the Viking lander, et cetera. And then a little Mars VR. So as we develop the Mars VR system, you'll actually be able to click on that link, and with a VR headset, you'll be able to look around at that particular plot of land based on whatever imagery we have of that. And again, this larger icon that you see here with a magnifying glass, this is one of the most exciting features. And this will allow a person to take a look at all the scientific research that's been done in that region or even that specific location, as well as contribute their own research. Very similar to Zooniverse or any other, like Wikipedia, any other sort of crowdsourced information source. We intend to crowdsource as much research and investigation muscle so that we can expand human knowledge and deepen our human understanding of Mars. It's very, very exciting. There's a lot more details to this. Again, I wish I had time because there really is so much interesting things to talk about. I wanted to take a quick side note here and talk about somebody Legson Kayira is one of my personal heroes. The man was born in extreme poverty, so extreme, in fact, that his family couldn't afford to feed themselves, and he was thrown in the river as a baby because they couldn't afford to feed him either. He survived. He grew up, went to a mission school, had to work for an entire harvest season to pay for his education, which, by the way, was less than $1. But he had to work for an entire harvest season just to save up that much money. So Legson walked. Now, he learned to read. His parents were completely illiterate. He learned to read at the mission school and decided that he wanted to become a higher educated person. He believed that university education is what would give him a leg up to a life of meaning. Walked nearly 3,200 miles. And if you've ever, I lived in Africa for 2.5 years, and it is hard to describe how vast Africa is. I hope we have people on this webinar right now who are from Africa. It's absolutely beautiful. I've lived in West, Central, and East Africa. Unfortunately, I never got to live in South Africa. It is just, the land is incredibly vast, and I've never seen any place in the world that is just so big and wild. And Legson walked nearly 3,200 miles through it all to Cairo in the hopes of attending university. He wrote to the dean of a college in the United States, actually only maybe an hour from where I grew up in Seattle, to Skagit Valley College. And the dean was so inspired by Legson's dedication and his passion that they were able to give him a scholarship. And then Legson, of course, also found a job when he came to the United States so that he could work, have his education. He eventually earned an advanced degree from the University of Washington and retired as a professor in Cambridge after writing 4 books, being married, having a number of children, 7 grandchildren. And so the reason I tell you this story and the reason he inspires me so much is this tells me if I can be in the middle of the deepest bush in Central Africa, and yet I run into an African guy who has a cell phone and he's got Bitcoin on his cell phone. And this man, Legson here, was able to go leave his village, go to get an education. Then that tells me that anybody on earth has the opportunity to go and go to get an education. If they want to go to space, they can get the education of being an aerospace engineer, whatever it is they need, get the next ticket on the next Starship flight out to Mars, and they can claim their own land. And so I believe the equity that this provides us for any human on earth means that not just the millionaires and the people with the most access to technology, but the people, any human on earth with the inspiration and the will to go there can claim land and develop Mars. And I'm hoping that this creates the movement and the inspiration for more humans to go and do that. So here's another shot, another screenshot here. And again, I said any human, but if you want to guess at the nationality or whoever this is in this avatar here, it's Marvin the Martian, by the way. So I think I ran a little bit long there, James. I apologize. Just so much information in this subject, and every time I discuss one more thing, it leads me down yet another rabbit hole, because a land claim is not a simple thing, which even I believed when I started this project that, oh, it's simple. We just go there, we make the claim, and we put it on a ledger. And it's not that simple. There's so many more issues that are interwoven into land claims. I think the most important land claim, and I'll kind of leave you with this, economists and really scholars of all disciplines agree that one of the most important attributes, or one of the most important attributes of human freedom, is the right to property. Now, whether that's the belongings that you own, or actually possessing land and being allowed to live on it in peace, and that this is one of the most important fundamentals of human freedom. And if we can't take that to Mars with us, then I feel that we're in trouble.
Well said, Matt. No, thank you so much for that presentation. The historical material you went over is very fascinating, something I'm also interested in, how the North America colonization was begun. There's a lot of parallels, obviously, to Mars. So your first question is from Lennart Lopin, actually. What are your thoughts about the enforceability of property rights on Mars?
That is actually one of the most common questions I've gotten. I had a chance to have a fantastic conversation with Michelle Hanlon. She's the head of the National Space Society. She's also the co-director for the Center for Air and Space Law. So she's one of the foremost experts on this. And this was a question that she also had. And it's one that, as far as Earth legal systems, we don't have a clear answer. Most lawyers don't want to touch it because it is so controversial. But in my personal opinion, I believe that the governments of Earth, now let's just take every country on Earth, really the only authority they have on this subject is whether or not they recognize your claim. But when you're living on Mars, I almost said occupy Mars, when you're actually living on Mars, it's whether or not the other people you live there with have a system that you've mutually agreed upon for who occupies which spaces of land and who's able to use it under what context. And I think if you look at the Chinese versus the Russians versus the Europeans versus the Americans, with a lot of our current political disagreements and things that we have, we can't rely on, in my opinion, we can't rely on a ledger or an authority under the UN or under an American system or under a Chinese system, because there's a level of distrust there between the different countries based on our mutual histories with each other. However, if we have an independent, ownerless blockchain system, then I think nobody has to worry about if they trust each other, because essentially this blockchain system is like an independent third party, which we can all trust and we can all agree upon.
Okay, great. Not a question, but a comment from Michael Lane, who's one of our upcoming speakers today. He says, to verify a land claim, you must have GPS-like precision of place. There's infrastructure required. And to me, that brings up the idea that, once in your system, you allow someone to claim land, how are some ways that they can hold on to that land?
That's actually a great question. And I've had a chance to dive into this in a fairly deep detail. GIS survey has already created a very detailed coordinate map of the surface of Mars. So we do have, for instance, the Mars rovers, the coordinate data that they have just based on their own current locations, even without GPS satellites, is very specific so far. And based on the GIS data that we have applied to Mars, we can be very specific about where the borders of those 1 square kilometer plots. And of course, this is just the standard we're working off of so far. But let's say, for instance, a 1 square kilometer plot, we can say with relative specificity exactly where those borders are at. Now, obviously, in the future, we're planning on dropping a Starlink constellation around there, which would have GPS capabilities and things like that to give us even more fine GPS data. But that is actually a fantastic question, because of course you want to know exactly where your borders are at.
Yeah, and we just got another comment about this topic from Mike Laurie. He said GPS positioning is not mandatory, but it's a nice to have. Before GPS here on Earth, deeds used landmarks and implanted points, which implanted points are those little metal discs you'll occasionally find people have stuck into bedrock in various places. So there actually are ways to do this. Certainly if you have boots on the ground, there's way to mark this off. But yeah, to your point, Matt, the U.S. Geological Survey has done a ton of work already to map Mars. There's also several thousand place names that they have a database of. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to go ahead and just quickly share a variant of one of the slides you shared. So this is the slide I showed during my talk this morning about our experiment platform and some of the upcoming infrastructure projects we're going to do. And if you'll notice, I put on here, one of the things we're going to do is create a map of Mars with location selection. And this will enable applications like your land registry to be built. This will be something that we do in partnership with another project I help out with, Marspedia. Marspedia.org is a free online encyclopedia that the Mars Society works on. And we recently created a Mars Atlas that uses the US Geological Survey data. But we're going to go one level deeper. We're going to provide a 3D version, a GIS, a real GIS app that has ways to traverse Mars, not just in a 2D model on a computer screen, but all the way down if you wanted to put a VR headset on and walk around on the surface. There actually is already data available from the 1996 Mars Global Surveyor mission where we had coverage of altimeter data around the globe. And we can overlay that with imagery from the various missions, not just the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, but also all the lander and rover missions as well. So that's something we want to enable into the Marscoin blockchain, have that available for applications to be built with. And your land registry would be one of the first class applications for that.
Absolutely. And like we talked about earlier, this ecosystem really crosses over. And what we're doing is we're creating a fairly slim app for the ability to register land claims, but then using the IPFS and also the Marspedia that you discussed and other external resources, this app will be it'll be very quick and nimble, but you'll be able to access massive amounts of information and overlay that information on whatever plot you're looking at, as well as the ability to contribute some of your own research. Which I think is going to just be an absolute fantastic. And what shocked me more than anything was I have not been able to find any sort of app or resource online where I can do this, where I can, really zoom into Mars and find out something specific about it. There's piecemeal data here and there, and a lot of it's at a very high scientific level. But I couldn't find an app that really let me take a look at Mars this way, let alone, register a land claim.
Yeah, there's Google Mars, but it is very shallow. There's not really much you could do with Google Mars. It's kind of dated now. There's NASA has the Mars Trek app, which again, it's focused on their planetary data sets, not really being able to add in data to if you wanted to kind of explore an area. I mean, one of the things I'm really fascinated about is planning out transportation routes for a future human settlement on Mars, and in which land is the best for that. If I wanted to build a hyperloop across part of Mars, like what are the best places to do that? So
it's very exciting.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. This was great. Really appreciate your talk today, and thanks for participating in our event.
You bet. And if people can just follow me on social media, and actually we'll just bring this up real quick if you don't mind,
Sure,
James.
go for it.
So if people want to follow, there it is.
Yep.
My slide stopped functioning for a second. So we do have a Reddit as well as Facebook page and Twitter. And if anybody just wants to follow me or the Mars Land Registry, there's really so much more information, but a 30-minute talk to give background as well as the information is really not enough time. So I'm super excited to answer more questions. Eva, I saw your question in the chat earlier. Unfortunately, we have to move on to the next speaker, and we will answer that one in the chat. Yeah, please follow us on social media. This is going to be really exciting as we release it. We're hoping to release this late this year. It's going to be very exciting, and it's going to be a lot more surprises than we've even had a chance to talk about in this presentation. So with that, James, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matt. Awesome. Okay, our next speaker is Grant Blaisdell. Sorry. Grant, are you available? Are you on the call?
I'm on, sir.
All right. So Grant, you have been creating ventures at the intersection of new technologies between the US and Europe since your late teens. You were an early innovator in applying blockchain technology to various industries. The companies you've co-founded include the leading blockchain analytics and AML company, Confirm, and the marketplace for digital space assets and companies, Copernic Space. By applying innovative models and technologies such as blockchain, Copernic Space makes digital space assets such as satellite imagery or even fractional ownership of a satellite accessible and easy to acquire for millions around the world. Space enterprises can easily manage and monetize their digital space assets and applications in one place, while the global market benefits from an easy way to discover, acquire, and access them. You were the third generation in your family to be involved in space. Grant, you've been engaged with the space economy since childhood, and you're the mind behind the model fueling Copernic Space, and also the president of the Lady Rocket Foundation. I'd love to hear more about that as well. So welcome to the Marscoin Expo, Grant.
Thanks for having me, James, and thanks to the whole Marscoin team for allowing me to come on and speak about Copernic Space and how we're applying, blockchain and crypto towards the space economy. So once again, thanks for having me. You want me to share my screen?
Yes, that would be great.
All right, then let's do it. One sec.
Okay, we can see it.
Ooh. Great, guys.
Yep.
Awesome. So once again, thanks for having me, guys. James, you gave some good background on me. Quick aspect to add to that. So I had my first startup when I was 19. I'm originally from Southern California. I've been focused on distribution and monetization platforms for digital media and content, which at the end of the day, whether we're speaking about satellite data or a song, we're actually talking about intellectual property formatted in some digital format and packaged, right? So actually what you're going to see in the future is that the platforms that service your favorite musician is going to have a lot of similarities in the back end and the engine of the platforms that service the space economy. But at Copernic Space, we're here to bring people a place where they can access space and also, even more importantly, in a sense, own a piece of space, so that as it is today, it's not segmented and blocked off to a few list of companies, governments, and billionaires. Oop. Right, and what do we believe really at the end of the day with this? So we're solving problems that myself and my co-founder actually experienced. But at the end of the day, we want to open up and give a promise for the space economy, for example, that crypto has given to millions around the world, which is, hey, I'm not in a position to invest into SpaceX. I'm not an accredited investor. I don't have $1 million to throw at a startup. I'm not putting money into a VC fund that's investing into space, right? These very limited avenues to where you can actually invest and be a stakeholder in the space economy. So we're going to be providing not only a platform, but the models and capabilities for, an 18-year-old kid with $100 to invest that into the space economy. You guys know just as well as I do the size of the market already and how big it's going to be very soon. So I threw a few numbers there to show how big some of these segments are already, how much energy is needed for these companies to actually find what they need. So you see that 100,000 companies actively looking for better access. And then obviously you can see that just in the past year, formal investments in the space economy went up 356%, right? So we really want to tap into this, A, massive market, B, this big thirst and need to have better access to it. And on the flip side, open up the floodgates for the financing of the space economy. We believe that, yes, the space economy is already $400 billion plus. We actually believe it's already $1 trillion market. It's just no one is facilitating the access and transfer of assets between parties, which leads to this space bottleneck. So at the end of the day, we're looking to solve what we see as the two of the largest problems in the space economy, which is A, there is no market. Like I said, $400 billion plus market, but there is no central point to engage, request, acquire, manage, and access all these space assets, right? So there's people on, the panel here that I speak to that are looking actually for a place that they can more easily, more directly commercialize their space assets, whether it's payload, space, or satellite data. And also something that we're seeing emerge a lot, something that Copernic Space has really been a groundbreaker at doing, which is what we call alternative space assets. So you might have seen this the other week with what Space Force did around NFTs, right? At Copernic Space, we've done similar things with NFTs, but focused on a little bit different aspects. Like the past week, we released the Satellite Rhino NFT series, which the funding that comes from that goes to finance better satellite operations to help Saving the Survivors, which is a well-known organization on the ground in South Africa that fights poaching and saves endangered animals. And they're still using, for the most part, quite archaic technology, and better and more streamlined access to satellite imagery and data would totally change that. So we really also want this marketplace to serve to have really profound effects on Earth as well, right? So we've had a big influx of actually space companies coming to us, not to just say, hey, we want to commercialize our space assets better, more directly, discover new types of end users, et cetera, but can we find a way to monetize and provide liquidity to us, operational liquidity, with what we call alternative space assets? So these could be, like posters. These could be the first screw on the first rocket that we launched, right? And you're going to see a multi-million-dollar market emerge over the next few years just around these alternative space assets, while at the same time, we're already servicing the countless billions of dollars market of traditional space assets. The other one, no liquidity. This is, any space entrepreneur knows this struggle. This is one of the key drivers why we created Copernic Space, because we ran into this. You asked about Lady Rocket Foundation. Lady Rocket is my mother, and my mother and I have been active in the space economy for a while, on the ground, dealing with entrepreneurs and trying to get financing also for our own stuff, right? Even though I'm someone who has created successful ventures in the startup space, been dealing with VCs for 14 years at this point, it's even hard for me to go through those processes with a space company, let alone a, general space company with, genius guys, but focused on building and solving very specific issues. And just like with the market aspect, are not very good, for example, at dealing with this VC or this investor, just like a lot of times they're not very good at discovering and dealing with, these new types of end users like agriculture companies or insurance companies, right? So we're looking to solve that aspect. And generally, if you're early stage, you got government grants, and if you're lucky, you can find an investor VC to risk that. But that's very rare to find that second one, right? And even if you're a guy like Elon Musk, what's he doing right now? He's selling shares to SpaceX. He's doing that almost every year and a half or so. Why is he doing that? Well, he's doing it quite quietly most of the time. So he's not doing it to raise the valuation really and show that to the world. A lot of times he seems to be doing it for what? For liquidity, right? So what's his deal? He has to go to VCs for it. Well, guess what? He has hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of contracted guaranteed revenue coming in that he can't leverage towards any sort of liquidity, just like a lot of brick and mortar businesses do, on the ground. So we're going to unlock all of that, right? First, by addressing the marketplace aspect. This whole platform is blockchain based and enabled. We're non-custodial and non-intermediary when it comes to data, transactions, and funds. What we do control, and we are a central marketplace in this sense, is we control what organizations or companies enter the market. So KYC, right? And I have 6 years of regulatory background around crypto, so I'm pretty well versed in this aspect. And then a process we call KYM, Know Your Materials. This is an internal standard we're creating at Copernic Space, which we hope will become an industry standard, which what we're doing in KYM for both the Space Mart as well as the other section that you'll see soon, is we're validating whether this entity has the commercial rights and capability to execute what it wants to execute on the platform. We are going to streamline this process so that it doesn't delay things and create it as fast as possible, make it as fast and efficient as possible. But quality and rights have to be controlled on this marketplace. It can't have a full-on DeFi crypto approach. So on the Space Mart, it's separated actually into two halves, which I'll get into the next slide, which is suppliers, supply and demand. But we're going to provide a place to where, whether you're a space company or let's say you're this agriculture company that wants to acquire space assets, you can come on there, you can acquire them, you can manage them and access them all in one place. And what you see in the second point there, which I'll get into in our actual commercial cases that are coming out, is we're going to allow to create divisible and resellable space assets, which in turn will create, from what we can tell, the first true secondary market for space assets. I can share this presentation, James, with you so that people can go in and click play here so they can see actually how the product is looking and kind of working in a general sense. Like I said, it's segregated into two halves. First one is supply side. That's pretty straightforward. So take example of like payload space, right? So I have payload space. I'm approved on the platform. I go through the KYM. And now what do I want to do? I'm going to make an offer on the marketplace to sell, let's say, 1 kilo of payload space on my rocket that's going somewhere. And I'm making that generally accessible to the public, right? Within that offer, when I create that offer, I can embed within that offer all of the rights and direct access to whatever data sets are needed for that, that are related towards that offer. In this case, what's actually happening is when they create that offer, it's creating an NFT. And within that NFT are embedded all that metadata, all those rights, etc. And in this case, what they could do is they could make that 1 kilo, that NFT, divisible and resellable so that the person who acquires it can actually divide it, let's say, in 100-gram portions and then resell it to other entities, right? But what's actually happening there is that they're registering it. That creates a certain tokenized asset that's tied to their identity of ownership. And on the basis of that, they can create these offers, right? Which are actually NFTs. So what the other entity does, comes on the marketplace, it discovers this offer. And let's say it acquires that kilo. What's actually happening is they're putting in the funds. It can be crypto, but it can also be dollars. We're creating gateways for this because we're not going to be forcing space companies or, agriculture companies to be playing around with, the crypto aspect, which is quite abstract. And in some ways, from a regulatory compliance end is not very easy or possible for a lot of these entities. But they provide those funds according to the offer that hits the smart contract. It transfers the NFT over. They're getting the NFT. They don't need to know it. They don't really know it. It provides them all the benefits that it does have. And then they are the sole rightful owner of this payload space through this NFT. And then they can chop that payload space up, like I said, and resell it if the original seller wants to do that, right? So supply side is quite simple. It can be the same thing with a data set. I have this data set. I get it registered in my ownership, and I make as many offers as I want for that same data set on the marketplace. Entities discover it, acquire the NFT, and then can access that data set directly through the NFT, right? Because you can place the actual direct pointer into that data set, whether it's let's say AWS, which a lot of the space industry is on. So we're talking with AWS right now to create a tokenized entry point for NFTs, or to more of these kind of distributed P2P kind of distributed systems, right? What we really find to be the holy grail, what's going to be the holy grail of all this, which we think is going to be about 90% of the activity on the commercial market, is going to be the demand side. which we're working with some really great partners around solving this, which means, let's say I'm agriculture company. I come on Copernic Space and I put in a request. I say, hey, I need this sort of data in this sort of format and this sort of standard. What we do, once again, we're non-custodial, non-intermediary, we're a facilitator. Look at us as what eBay provided to digital retail on a global scale, or even Amazon in some sense. Look at it that way. We're bringing e-commerce to the space economy. So what they would do is they would put in that request. We funnel that request to the supply side, all these suppliers here. And one of the suppliers fulfills that request, creates the NFT, and they execute that deal through a private offer, right? That doesn't have to go publicly on the marketplace. But this is what we really think is going to provide the true application and scalability, especially of satellite data and imagery, right? And we're working with some hedge funds and some satellite data companies to really break down these barriers. It's a very complex problem to solve. As I'm sure you guys know, it's a very segmented sort of market, lots of different providers, lots of different standards. And we're really looking to standardize a lot of these things in the market. Right, the second half, remember the second problem, space pool is our answer towards the liquidity problem. I've spent 8 years functionally now in the blockchain economy. I'm not talking about, hey, I bought Bitcoin. I'm saying building ventures and products. And because of what I did at CoinFirm, we were the first ones to able to analyze Ethereum and ERC tokens. So I've been able to work with about 70 ICOs over the years and understand that market very well and understand the regulatory aspect about it. And the space pool is also going to be divided into two sections. At the bottom there, you see from dedicated token sales to our liquidity pool, right? So what are we talking about with the liquidity pool? Remember that example I gave with Musk earlier? So once again, he's got hundreds of millions of dollars of contracted revenue that he seemingly can't leverage for fast liquidity. So we're revolutionizing the idea of the liquidity pool in crypto and actually funneling it into some sort of functional usage outside of just leveraging it for asset to asset exchange. So this is in some regulatory clearance and legal processes right now, this part of the space pool, which is the liquidity pool. So this allows contracted space companies like SpaceX to come on Copernic Space, go through the KYM process with a contract or contracts, plural, and leverage that guaranteed contracted revenue to pull out liquidity fast at a agreed to interest rate out of our liquidity pool. So what actually technically happens is we open this liquidity pool to the global market. They put in their funds and lock them. We act as almost an administrator in this sense. So the space company locks down the terms with us, set in a smart contract. We provide them that liquidity fast. The liquidity providers get tokens called proof of liquidity, which, let's say I have 10 million in these contracts. I want to leverage it to pull out $1 million at a 10% interest. So we're going to put in 1,100,000 back in, right? In 6 months. When they put that 1,100,000 back in, all the people who provide liquidity get notifications to that and then are able to exchange their rightful proof of liquidity tokens for the liquidity they provided plus the interest, right? So this is going to really push this bottleneck you see, because listen, I don't know how many of you have gone through VC rounds. It's horrible. It's usually about 6 months. It's full-time work on top of the full-time work you already have. You're dealing with people who are there a lot of times trying to leverage things and take as much of your pie as possible and implement themselves within your operations. If we provide contracted space companies who are already doing things the capability to, within hours, pull out the liquidity that they need without having to deal with all that side stuff, then we've just added a whole different type of fuel to the rocket of the space economy, right? On the flip side, you have all these other types of ventures, early stage or Lady Rocket Foundations, or projects like Spaceborne United, which is a partner of ours, which does R&D for human reproduction in space, right? These are things that generally only the public and these kind of non-interest sort of things can fund. And then you have the actual startups, right? How does a guy who's building who wants to build a asteroid mining rig, where's he going to get that initial fundraising from, right? So based on, you know, our capabilities, understanding of, you know, the token sale market, we're going to launch the other half of the space pool is going to allow you to directly finance specific projects, right? Showcase them. They have a certain model that they apply there. We're going to provide 3 tokenization models. One is called Kudos for now. So that's us actually gamifying non-interest or charitable giving. My long-term hope is to have NASA on it so that they can, so that the American public can choose to finance NASA projects, et cetera, and take it out of the hands of, you know, our wonderfully, usually incompetent people within the US government who decide the budgets of NASA, for example. But it can be anything, like I said, from Spaceborne United to a foundation like Lady Rocket to NASA. Second one is utilities. So this will allow, for example, let's say a satellite company to fundraise for creating and launching their next satellite without having to go through a VC round and sell their equity. So they can, for example, tokenize the actual satellite itself, sell these tokens as having utility access to privileged data sets, let's say, right? Or last but not least, security tokens, right? So that's equity, that's some of these kind of royalty aspects. And the one that I just brought in, you can flip that model and you can tie those tokens to the future revenue generated by that satellite, right? So token holders have rights to revenue generated by that satellite, and therefore that satellite company within days or weeks can fund its satellite and not have to deal with a VC or investors, et cetera, right? So different people get excited by different halves of this platform, whether it's the Space Mart or the Space Pool. But we're really leveraging these crypto models and not just the technology, but really these models to fuel all these great entrepreneurs. You know, some of these people are sitting on you know, on the panelists with us right now, to put that fuel in their rocket that they need to accomplish their mission and do it much faster. Because guys, at the end of the day, you can take all of the VCs, you can take all these governments, you can try to focus their funding into the space economy, but it's not enough. And by the way, VCs, models, and mandates don't work for the space economy, for early stage space ventures. It just doesn't. It's a broken model. They'll ask you, well, we'd like to see some revenue or some sort of traction. It's like, well, if I'm a space company and I'm generating revenue, that VC is can't get in at an early stage anymore. So it's a fundamentally broken system that we're looking to fix, and we know how to fix it because we've done it ourselves. Engine in the background. This mainly applies to the Space Mart. I kind of keep things a little bit more hidden around the space pool because if you've been around crypto for a long time, I'm sure you know there's a bunch of people who would take that and they would just scam it and raise money publicly off you know, any sort of details I would give. But as you can see here in this engine, you can see very clearly how we are able to take, let's say, a satellite data process and break down those barriers and those walls and those segmentations and really make it in a trusted peer-to-peer environment. So here you can see the seller creates that asset, they create that license, which we call smart offers. That token is acquired, and then directly through it, they can access the server, you know, through a cloud or IPFS, or let's say a native sort of database where it's being held. We're working with some really great partners to also add a secondary layer to this, which kind of eliminates some of the aspects that traditional blockchain protocols provide around this. And hopefully, you know, next time I get to speak to you all, I can provide more details on that. So commercial case launches. First one, this is in about 4 months. We're going through some regulatory checks and clearances right now, which will be the first ever tokenized offering of payload space. And this is on a rover that's going to the moon next year. And we also hope, this is part of the regulatory clearance, that we can do divisible, make it divisible and resellable. Meaning, once again, let's say they sell, 1 kilo to someone, they can allow that person to chop that NFT up into 10, let's say, smaller NFTs of 100-gram portions and resell those, and set within the original NFT that any sort of resell Lunar Outpost will get a revenue share off of, right? So, this could be sold 100 times, resold 100 times. Lunar Outpost would have automated procurement of those 100 transactions and an agreed to share of them. Technically, the second launch case we have about 4 to 6 months once we pass through the regulatory aspect is the liquidity pool of the space pool. So that's going to be big. Next 4 to 6 months, if we launch the thing with Lunar Outpost well and that liquidity pool, we definitely and permanently change the landscape of the space economy. You can see the second one there. This is with a great company, Exodus Orbitals, that does satellite software. So they have planned launches with ESA next year that has their software on the satellite that allows you to, quote unquote, rent the satellite. So we will actually be creating NFTs, which are pretty much licenses to orbits per orbit rental of it. And we'll also hopefully allow for the divisibility and resale of that. Because let's say I buy an orbit, but I only want to use half of it because the pictures that I want to take are in that half of the orbit. I'm not going to use the other half, so why not resell it, right? Where we are today, we're EVM based. A lot of the success I've had, for example, CoinFirm had, et cetera, was building on the basis of blockchain agnosticism or cross-chainability. Same thing in Copernic Space. We're based on EVM as when it comes to full launch. We want to have as much flexibility as possible. Obviously, we're not going to launch on Ethereum mainnet, the full-on product, because it's just not a scalable, commercially viable chain when it comes to what we're trying to do, right? So you see some other details in there, what we're capable of doing right now. And you also see some more use cases at the bottom. If, different people get excited by different ones. I find it really fascinating how people react to ones. We had a VC just love the space mining one, right? And then another one who just loves the rover, for example. And then another one who loves the space pool. At the end of the day, though, what we're trying to say with this is that within the next 4 to 6 months, as long as we get through the regulatory aspect and we launch this, you're going to see, the marketplace for the space economy change drastically with the precedent that we set. Business model, we're straightforward. Once again, non-custodial, non-intermediary when it comes to this aspect. So we have a percentage of each transaction set in the smart contract. I brought in my head of data from CoinFirm to start building, together we built the largest private structured blockchain database. We're going to do the same when it comes to space data, because as I'm sure you guys know, space market data is pretty much nowhere to be found. We know how to do that. We know how to analyze it, and we know how to service it. So in the short term or midterm, you're going to see us come out with some kind of subscription access to data sets and market data that we're generating. But our whole thing is to be the platform for space, the economic operating system for space assets, right? So our business isn't to be the sellers of space asset, but to facilitate the commercialization of space assets. Roadmap, we move pretty fast for the space economy. It's funny, I've spent past X years in crypto, and I talk to the space people, they go, yeah, but space moves pretty fast. I'm like, no, you guys don't. But so I had a conversation with one VC actually, which really highlighted the point that I was making around the space pool, which this is a very, very high profile investor in Silicon Valley. is people go, listen, we really love what you guys are doing. It's a big vision, et cetera. But, you know, we'd like to see some revenue coming in, et cetera. And this is for like a seed, you know, pre-seed seed investment. And they're saying this. I asked them, I go, hey, can you name me one space company that within in entire history of space that within about a year of operation wants to launch product and earn revenue? And to their credit, unlike a lot of people I've asked this question to, they came back and they honestly said, you know what, we can't really find one. So I said, well, okay, then why are we talking? You know, why are VCs entertaining this whole aspect? But the point is that for a space company, we move very fast. We released our initial iteration of the MVP, as you saw, you know, earlier in the where we are pretty much aspect. We have a great list of signed commercial, you know, space companies to do this. We have a great hit rate and kind of early commitment rate with space companies, actually. And right now we're in this pre-seed funding stage, and we're going to be launching a new website over the next week or so. And also that first marketplace for those alternative space assets. We're already kind of doing that, but you see that there with the space NFT gallery launch, right? And you can look on future into, you know, when we're launching, but generally beginning of next year, you're going to see like a full-on product out. All right, and why are we able to do this? James got into a little bit. I'm third generation, technically fourth generation aviation. Aerospace didn't exist then, so I'm third generation aerospace. The picture in the bottom left corner, the person standing there in the middle, he is the genesis for all of this. That's my grandfather. He was an aerospace professor at the Polish Air Force. And he's the first person I know of. I have these journals in storage. He's the first person I know of that wrote about democratization of space, right? Because he was actually dealing with it. He couldn't access the assets that he needed or his students needed, right? And just last a little bit there, that picture with, you see those paintings, there's an actually rocket launching in the back. And those are students at Lompoc High School, where Lady Rocket Foundation, we do a lot of work at Lompoc High School, which is where Vandenberg Air Force Base is. And that's the first ever art exhibition at a rocket launch, right? So we do a lot of, we're very community driven with this stuff. You know, we have a lot of authenticity. We're not some people who are just trying to shove crypto into space. We've invested decades of ourselves in our personal finance to be on the ground in the space economy. And here's a little bit more from the team. So you know who we are. You can see our CFO, he's also at OTB. OTB's invested into satellite companies like ISI. And then you see Lady Rocket, who's my mother actually as well, and the co-founder of this, who's been on the ground for a long time. And you see some other key team members. Some of them I brought in from CoinFirm, where I've worked with them successfully already for years on some of the more kind of complex blockchain-based products you could think of, which are analytics engines. And here's some of our partners. If you want, you can find us, NASA hosts us on their site permanently. So if you look up Copernic Space, you can find like an old deck of ours from when I presented to them. And here's the important kicker. You know, when I presented NASA and DOD and stuff, I said, hey guys, listen, I have, you know, platform models, cases here that will be extremely beneficial for you in the future and revolutionize how you better monetize assets that you have. I mean, I think NASA is one of the least used organizations when it comes to assets, even media, that I've ever seen in my life. So we want to provide, for example, the capability for NASA to auction intellectual property and patents publicly through blockchain, right? And you see some of our other great partners there as well. I would love anybody here who's interested to go and follow Copernic Space across any social media. You can sign up for our waiting list and newsletter on copernicspace.com as well. But over here, here's our Twitter. If you want to go to @CopernicSpace, that's the tag across any social media. And if you want to find me, then you can find me as @GBSavant across pretty much any social media, or just my name and last name, you know, off LinkedIn, etc. And I want to thank you guys once again, for the time, come on here and spit a little bit about what we're up to and what we're doing. And, I welcome any sort of questions.
Thank you, Grant. Thanks for sharing all that. One question I have, how can the Marscoin ecosystem work well with Copernic Space? How can we leverage what you're doing?
Well, two things to that. You heard our cross-chain ability. So we want to allow as many protocols or asset structures to be able to be onboarded onto the platform or into our ecosystem, so to say. So that's one message to that, is that we would be open, obviously, to explore that from that end. Once again, we view ourselves as the economic operating system for the space economy in general, right? You guys seem to be focused on a specific aspect, which is going to be huge, obviously, but a specific aspect of the space economy and future of the space economy, right? Which I love, which is like, which why I like the previous discussion. I'm sorry, I forgot. Maybe it was Matt who was speaking.
Matt Wise, yeah.
Yeah, why I really like that is because that's illustrating, like Mars will be treated, my guess is that Mars will be treated like a nation, right? Eventually, right? And that nation will have its currency. That nation will have its operations, right? That nation will have its laws. So what I would view us as is, let's say Mars wants to, or the Marscoin has some sort of assets it wants to commercialize on a wider market. You just transfer that onto the Copernic Space marketplace, and then let's say Mercury Coin, can come in. They go, oh, I really like that, and they can acquire that. Also, who knows? Maybe we would be, the financing gateway for projects on Marscoin, right? I think it's really, once again, we're here to facilitate. We're not here to be the asset itself. So really, I think it's a matter of us sitting down and picking out some kind of low-hanging fruit cases that could work. I just don't understand well enough the technicalities and all the kind of moving parts you guys have to give you a direct answer. But one of our thing is to really break down barriers, be open, be collaborative, and provide value to all participants in the space economy. Whether it's individuals who are here or whether it's an organization like Marscoin. So I'm happy to have follow-up discussions with whoever you deem best for that, James.
Okay, awesome. You mentioned during your presentation that you don't want to use Ethereum and their blockchain because I guess you said scalability concerns. What would be a better alternative for that for you guys than Ethereum?
Like I spoke to the CTO of Cardano the other week. We're exploring all this sort of stuff. I'm not going to give a steady answer to it. We could there's so many different things that can be done, right? The reason I say that we won't do Ethereum, we might do some stuff on Ethereum. Like for example, the NFT collectibles, like the satellite rhino thing, we did that on Ethereum, right? So I think it's more about the exact case and what it applies to. But we're working with, once again, we have this sub-protocol partner that we're working with right now to where these assets can move across chains and it doesn't really matter what we're doing, right? So I can't give you an exact answer to that. As you see, we have the set launch within 6 months. To be honest, when you're talking to most of these protocols, they pretty much have copy and paste infrastructure if you're building it on EVM. So a lot of those protocols are working really hard so that if you are on Ethereum or developing around that you can just transfer it on their chain.
A question from Eva, and I think you just mentioned the satellite Rhino NFT. So can you tell us more about that as a new way to finance satellite ventures and space philanthropy?
Yeah, it's kind of it's a cool case, and we're really trying to set, once again, these standards and these precedents. We did it previously before with the first ever space art NFT exhibition. We did that in Palm Beach. And this time from what we're doing the first space and humanitarian initiative that leverages NFTs. So it's not like a financing round. What we're doing is we're creating this alternative space asset, putting it out to the market and putting it a big mission and, big humanitarian aspect behind it, so that entities like Saving the Survivors aren't doing the traditional way of fundraising. They can potentially sell an NFT for $1 million and then, have to not give up anything really of their own to do so, and then use those funds, facilitate that for, better satellite data access. And in this case, also, they're going to use some of the funds to build the first on the ground emergency hospital for rhinos over there. And there's space companies that are approaching us for the same thing, which goes, hey, we have a passionate community, a passionate user base, and we have these kind of collectible items, and we want to figure out how we can monetize them through our community, right? So I'm working with some space companies on how to do that, which once again is alternative modes of financing space ventures in the space economy at the end of the day, right? Just like we've seen, artists do it. Artists can take even a physical work that they have, they can create a digital aspect of it, and they can monetize that in a different way, right? So like I said in the beginning of the presentation, we're going to see a lot of these, like these digital media e-commerce models. These models are going to look very similar in the space economy as well.
Okay, and then last question. Recently you met with Elon Musk and he responded to you, I guess, with a Mars rocket IP offer. Can you tell us more about that conversation you had?
Yeah, so I had the privilege to go and check out SpaceX and ask a few questions to who was the head of NASA then, Jim
Bridenstine.
Yeah, to Jim and to Elon. And there's a video of this. If you want, I can share it in the chat once I get off.
Sure.
Where, no matter what Elon says, Elon's a crypto noob. Like, you can tell that by certain things he's doing. And remember what I told you about the space pool, the liquidity pool? My personal belief is that he's playing this game in the crypto market to figure out how he can leverage it to provide better liquidity for his missions, really. I think that's what he's doing it. But what I asked him, because what they were doing there is, they're exchanging intellectual property, right? NASA and SpaceX going back and forth, right? And they're creating new intellectual property, and that Musk has always said, we'll make our stuff public if you can build a better one, then show me, right? And so my question to them was twofold. Was one, hey, you guys are trading all this IP. How are you doing this securely? And how are you going to make this IP securely available to other entities or to the public? And the second one goes, are you looking at blockchain for any sort of alternative financing methods towards what you guys are doing? I asked it in a little bit more complicated way, but those are generally the questions to him. Musk made a historic statement. There's an article based off his answer because there was some media around me when I asked him that. And he said, we will make all SpaceX IP, we gave to NASA. They can do whatever they want with it and make it public. Right? Which is a historic statement. The other half of Jim went into it a little bit more, and he starts speaking about, kind of these security specifics, national security concerns around making certain things accessible, certain things not accessible, which once again, what we've built as a platform provides that, right? Even in our MVP, you can geo-block Chinese entities because we KYC anything that's coming on, right? And then we KYM them, their whatever assets they want to register, right? So we actually provide that capability. So we have some initial interest from more kind of governmental or kind of larger organizations to kind of create what I call like private Copernic space marketplaces, right? Let's say Boeing wants to manage all of its providers and et cetera in one place and manage it there. So Space Force, same idea, right? You just saw Space Force wants to create a marketplace for space data between satellites, right? So once again, we view ourselves as the economic operating system for space assets. So I want to call Musk out again pretty soon and say, hey, where the hell is this stuff? You know, let's see it.
Okay. Well, we'd love to hear more about that if you do that. Well, thank you so much, Grant. This is really great. I learned a lot from your presentation, and good luck with your venture, Copernic Space. And thanks a lot for participating in our expo today.
Thanks for having me, James, and happy to follow up separately around your question to me.
Absolutely. All right. Well, our next presenter is Michael Lane. Michael, are you on the call?
I am, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. Okay, Michael, you have been involved with space elevator research since 2001 as part of the definitive NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts NIAC study. At the NIAC conclusion, you used the accumulated knowledge to form Liftport Group to push forward the concept and construct an elevator on the moon. And you're now president of the Liftport Group, the commercial effort to build the lunar space elevator. You also described Liftport Group as an idea factory focused on commercializing the spin-off technologies developed in pursuit of this lunar space elevator infrastructure. I read one of your teenage fans once said that you were building the biggest thing ever. And so you and your engineers, you think you can build the lunar elevator in 8 to 12 years for about $800 million. I think that would be a bargain if you could do that. It would open up the moon. Along the way, your team have failed to figure out how to build the strongest materials ever. Instead, you've discovered new metal alloys, and you hold records in robotics and ballooning, and you created a new method of weather monitoring. And you're also, Michael, the president of the U.S. Alumni Association for the International Space University. You're also organizing the 2021 Lunar Development Conference next in 2 weeks now. Very, very excited to be part of that as well. So anyway, welcome to the Marscoin Expo, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Terrific. James, thanks for having me. You and Lennart have done some pretty interesting work. As I'll explain in a moment, I am very new to this whole thing. I'm trying to catch up quick. I think it's really interesting, but I'm absolutely new. Shout out to Grant and his mom. So thanks for showing up here today. Before I jump in, I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint. I'm going to skip a lot of slides in the PowerPoint because it's no joke. It's this PowerPoint's a part of a 6-session, total of 12-hour class that I give on this topic. So I'm not going to give a 12-hour class right now. But what I wanted to do is I'm not going to talk about Marscoin at all. Like, full disclosure, I don't know enough about Marscoin to be helpful. What I am going to talk about is possibly a tool set that y'all as a community, as a global community, can use to make Marscoin more viable, more used, available out into the world, and you know, to maybe help y'all accomplish your big tasks. Full disclosures, I was in the crypto space as a dabbler pretty early on, 2013 and 14. I got 9 whole Bitcoin, 9. And when I was restarting Liftport about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, it was before the big run up, I sold it. I sold it because I sold it at $900 because there's no way that this mythical value could possibly go above $1,000. I was like, I'm selling at the very top of the market because I'm a damn genius. Clearly wrong about that. So that's my one crypto story. I'm going to jump in and pull up my PowerPoints here. I just think that it's, you know, what I'm realizing now is that we're really just in the first innings of this, right? Like it seemed like crypto writ large was you know, if you weren't in 3 or 4 years ago, you missed the boat. And now, you know, with Bitcoin hitting 60 and retreating back to 30, $30,000 a coin, you know, we're clearly there's no such thing as missing the boat right now. We're far into it. I want to make sure that y'all are seeing my slides. I'm not sure that you are.
Not seeing them yet, Michael. Okay.
But you're now seeing the small version, right?
I now see your PowerPoint small version, yes.
Okay.
The editor.
Okay, now it's big?
Yes, now you're good.
Okay, cool. First of all, I've been running Liftport, for better or for worse, for nearly 20 years. I was a part of the original NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts research team. This is the first draft of that original document. I say that because I've been doing big, crazy space projects for 2 decades now. Stuff that people literally thought, not figuratively, but literally thought was impossible. And in the course of the last 20 years, I've learned that it's not always about the technology. There's lots of other factors that go into whether something is possible or impossible. I've been involved with space money and finance for a long time. We're going to be hosting a conference, I think it is in September, on the Space Investment Summit, so that's going to be fun. And International Space University is my school. I can talk for hours about that, but I'm not going to. Here's my contact information. Moving on. I'm going to skip some of this. By way of backgrounds, in case anybody's curious, I was in the Marine Corps in the very beginning, straight out of high school, went into investment management. It was a big leap to go from crawling through the mud to 3-piece suits. I started one of the earliest possible internet companies back in 1995. You've never heard of it, but it was focused on digital processing of money. So I've been in that headspace for a long time, even though the company wasn't ultimately successful. It's been an interest of mine for a long time. And then, as I said, I started working on space about 20 years ago. So I'm not going to get deep into the elevator. That's not really the point of this talk. The point of this talk is to say I've learned a lot of lessons in the course of working on something that other people think is impossible. A couple of years ago, we shifted away from the Earth elevator to focus on the lunar elevator. I'm happy to chat about that at some other time. I'll post my contact information in the links. But here's what we're doing. This tool set that I've crafted over the last 20 years is called the Noumenia process. It is a scaffolding. It is a framework for you to figure out what you're doing and how you're doing it. It's not a business plan. It's not a business plan tool. It will make your business plan better if you do this work. How it relates to Marscoin is, I hope it's a scaffolding for building your project. This program ultimately evolved out of the last 20 years, but then it got really refined over my time at International Space University. And this is what it does. It takes new compound, complex problems and makes them accessible. It helps you to understand how to tackle new, complex, compound problems. And Marscoin, and this was in my my abstract when I submitted, Marscoin actually has 2 new complex compound problems. First, you're building an entire currency. And second, oh yeah, by the way, you're trying to populate a planet that's, you know, roughly 60-some million miles away, right? So you have 2 concurrent new complex compound problems. And this tool set is good for things that don't have clear roadmaps. There's no blueprint, there's no best practices on how to do Martian settlement or build a new currency. So these are all the parts of the combined Noumenia process. I'm going to have to blast through lots of this. Like I said, this is a 12-hour lecture. One of the things that should ultimately define what you're doing is your vision, mission, values. Truly, I say this with conviction, if you get this part wrong, don't bother with anything else because you can't succeed. Vision, mission, values are the compass philosophies that kind of take you where you want to go. And it's, many years ago, it was kind of, consultancy du jour to talk about VMV, and they'd hire, $100,000 weekend retreats for senior executives to figure this stuff out. And it left a really bad taste in corporate America. But the reality is these are really fundamental tools that are valuable to you. And I might be wrong because, again, I'm new to this ecosystem. I've not seen vision, mission, and values articulated clearly. I like the roadmap, not arguing that. Y'all have done a lot of work, but I think there are some fundamental elements that if they're not missing, I haven't seen them. So I think they might be missing. So I'm a little concerned about that. So I want you to pay attention to that. And then once you figure out, sorry, let me back up. Vision, just for scope, it's, you're looking into the future. You're looking, most companies are only looking at a 5-year vision. I mean, that's the reality of most Silicon Valley startups. Some extraordinary organizations consider 10 years in the future. Projects like yours and projects like mine kind of require 100-year visions. That's extraordinary. For my own sake, our company has actually got 2 visions. One's a 20-year vision and one's a 100-year vision. So vision, right? Mission, really, that's what you do day in, day out to accomplish the vision. And values are, who are you as an organization? What do you believe? And how y'all figure this out shapes the course of your organization, of your idea, right? And so I really want to stress to y'all to spend some real time trying to figure out vision, mission, values. You will save yourself a lot of headache in the future on this. And again, I apologize if this exists. I just simply haven't seen it. Simplified, vision is where are you going? Mission is what are you doing? And values are how you act along the way. Once you've created your VMV, you're going to take all of those jumble of words, you're going to kind of create a word salad out of all this stuff, and you're going to prioritize all of these ideals. And I throw out 3 different examples of the same words, fast, fair, and money, in a different order: fair, fast, and money money, fast, and fair. You get vastly different results by how you prioritize the keywords of your vision, mission, values, right? Dropbox they wanted to go for speed. That was the only thing that mattered to them. Their MVP when they left their incubator, their accelerator, was a single video. They didn't have a product. They didn't make anything. The only thing they considered for their MVP was a video to say how Dropbox was going to work. And it was shockingly successful. It was fair. And they figured out if they built a market, they would make money later. Compare that to Kickstarter, who is really focused on fair, not focused on fast, not focused on money. They created a public B Corp out in New York, and they never ultimately monetized on the financial success of their platform. I think that's really interesting, and that's a very strong testament to their value system. Or If you only prioritize money and you don't care about fairness and you just want to get fast, simplest thing is just go rob a bank. Like, don't even mess with trying to build something. So that's what I want to say, like, figuring out your vision, mission, values, figuring out how you prioritize the VMV, they will lead to different outcomes. The next part of this is post, policies, objectives, strategies, and tactics. Truly, no joke, this is where I lose a lot of clients. Like, they're super fun working through the compass philosophies. The VMV kind of is all like visionary stuff. They're like, oh, this is going to be cool. This is going to be the stuff I want to do and build. And then we get to the actual work of post, and they're like totally checked out, because this takes work. This is where your good intentions for your organization or your idea meet the real world. I think there's 50 textbooks, both military and business, that can tell you a lot about strategy and tactics. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. Strategy is the overarching plan for you to accomplish what you're doing, and tactics are the details that change very, very frequently based on new circumstances and new data. I'm not going to get into that a lot. I think it is worth the effort to focus on that, but I think that's done really, really well in lots of different places. The areas I want to focus on are policies, objectives, and time. All right. So policies, whatever you do, we're doing it on the world. Even y'all are trying to go to Mars, fine. But currently, everything that you do is you're doing it on the world. And so there are jurisdictions that apply at every level of everything that you do, right? I don't run Liftport out of my house. There are homeowners association accords that say no small businesses. That's hyper local, right? I pay city and county taxes. I have to file a license with the state. I might have this big audacious idea of building an elevator on the moon, but I still have to pay taxes. I still have to register documents. So there are policies, right? Y'all all know that the crypto space is a vastly confusing, quickly evolving environment, and these rules change. People are going to jail for not following and not figuring out these rules, and they should. People are being murdered because they haven't figured out some of these rules, and maybe they should too. Building an elevator on the moon means I've got to have national and international relationships and partners, right? I've got to comply to all sorts of stuff in order to accomplish my tasks. I believe that the Marscoin community, because they're spread out from so many places, I think on this call today, just the speakers themselves, Blaisdell bounces between Poland, Los Angeles, and Miami, as far as I know. We had folks from Middle Europe. We had some folks I think are from Italy, right? And so each of those regions have different rules for cryptocurrencies, right? Not just Marscoin, but the currency writ large. So it's valuable and worth the effort to have people who know the local jurisdictions to be advising on some of this stuff. I know in the crypto field, one of the earliest speakers this morning referenced Tunstall. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. That really resonates with me. I'm a big Heinlein nerd. There isn't any such thing as a free lunch, but the diner always kind of controls what's on the menu. I know I really stretched that example a little far, so I'm going to move on. But there's a lot of anti-establishment folks in these communities, in the crypto communities. They've been in the space communities for years and years. I get the philosophies behind that. I really, really do. But until such time as we have, total anarchy around the world, these are the policies we have collectively agreed to live under. So knowing what they are, knowing what happens if you ignore them, that's worth a lot of effort. We talked strategy and tactics a bit. I always spend a lot of time at the skirmish level, right? Every single day is a skirmish to build the elevator on the moon. I think every single day there's a skirmish in building a currency that represents another planet. There are long-term strategies. I think that's been reflected in some of the conversations earlier today. Those roadmaps are good. I particularly like the work that I think his name is Jaka was talking about. He and his friend, about a traveling coin. I think public awareness and public engagement is a useful strategy. I'm not going to try to dictate what his tactics or the skirmish levels are, but he articulated social media and traveling and engagement, right? And so when he gets boots on the ground, whether he goes to America or wherever he goes next, he's going to have to deal with passport problems, right? Because that's America today. So there's skirmishes, right? So all of these go into the planning processes for the big ideas that you're trying to accomplish. Something that is normally neglected, but I got to say kudos to our earlier speakers who brought up, there was 3 different speakers that talked about history. And that's really powerful. You can learn a lot from past lessons, right? By understanding the past, not reliving it, not giving it too much weight, but understanding the circumstances of the past, it gives you a very strong appreciation for the state of the art. Sometimes people don't know that. SOTA in my world is state of the art. And we all know that the state of the art for the commercial space sector and the global efforts to go to the moon and Mars, that state of the art is changing all the time, like almost every week, every day sometimes. So those lessons from the past can help us understand where we are today, and it may help us make predictions, ideas about what the future is going to be. I don't think you can, I can't make a future prediction of 20 years or 100 years on my project, but I think you can make, reasonable bets in 1, 2, 3 year increments. I'm working on a project with the chief scientist of the U.S. Space Force on the futures, on the evaluation that goes out to 2035. So there are some things you can do, but you lose confidence in that prediction set. All right, the action matrix is, so all the stuff that we talked about before, vision, mission, values, that's textbook business school 101 stuff. Strategy and tactics, also tons of options for that. Maybe not so many on policies and objectives. I missed something on objectives. I'm missing a slide on objectives. I'm missing a slide. So let me go into objectives a little bit more. I'm not sure how that's missing. I've used this deck about 50 times. Objectives are something I want you to really, really think about for a second. You took your vision, mission, values, you articulated them, you broke them into keywords, and then you prioritized those keywords. The next element of that is to build KPIs, key performance indicators, around your key ideas. All right. So what I'm doing by tying these objectives back to your vision, mission, values is I'm making your VMVs actionable. What the problem of past decades of VMV work is that they were nice documents that got put on letterhead and were enclosed into corporate filings and such, but they weren't actionable. So if you take your keywords out of the VMV and build objectives out of it, now you've got trackable, articulate, shareable key performance indicators, KPIs, that you can act on. So your vision, mission, values becomes your everyday actions, right? And I reference them as objectives, and maybe some of y'all have heard the phrase SMART goals. They're kind of synonymous. SMART goals, you can look that up. There's tons of references on it. Strategic, specific, measurable, actionable, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely, right? What is it specifically? Can you measure it? Is there an objective criteria that you either succeeded or didn't succeed? So there needs to be a number associated with it, whatever your objective is. Attainable is it? It should be something you can actually do. Some people do this on a 3-month basis. Some people do it on a yearly basis. Some people start at the bottom, like this is where I am today, and work their way towards that 5-year mission. Other people flip it around, 5-year vision. Other people flip it around. It's like, this is where I want to be in 5 years. What do I have to do to get there? I find the more complex your project, the easier it is to start bottom up. But that's my own personal experience. I think that's subjective for other people. Relevant, right? It needs to be relevant to your VMV. You'd be surprised how many people go off course by not going after something that's relevant to their big plans. I've done it. I'm sure lots of others have kind of was like, oh, what's the new cool shiny? All right, I'm gonna veer off, do this thing because it's fast revenue, or it's fun, or it's easy, or makes me famous, or whatever, right? So don't chase after things that are shiny, right? Go for things that are relevant. And the last is timely, which I guess I already mentioned, whether it's 3 months or 9 months or a year or 5 years or whatever your time scale is, right? All right, I don't know where that slide went, but I apologize for that. So all of the VMV stuff is textbook stuff. Some of the post stuff is textbook. Some of it's pretty new. I'm happy to work with folks if they want to look at more objectives. I'm pretty good at kind of getting people to get to a cool answer, a useful answer on that. It is the piece that drags on for people and they don't like doing it because it's hard work. So then this last part, numbers 3, 4, and 5, together collectively, they are the action matrix. If you can imagine a spreadsheet and across the side are challenges on the edges, coming down from the top are stakeholders, and where those two, the row and the columns intersect, that cell where those cells combine, that's goals, investments, and tasks. And I reference this action matrix as kind of a 3-dimensional to-do list. And I say that because you have changing stakeholders and changing challenges, and where they meet, those cells change. But in a spreadsheet, you can have, today's goals, investments, tasks, the next day's goals, investments, and tasks, and you can have different tabs for different timescales. So that's why I refer to it as a three-dimensional to-do list. Stakeholders, if you get stakeholders wrong, whatever your idea is going to fail. I will stand by that. I have failed. I have succeeded. If you get stakeholders wrong, you will fail. Of all the elements of the Noumenia process, this is the one that it is the hardest to do. It is the one that changes the fastest. It's the one that will give you really good days and really bad days. It's hard to stay on top of. But if you get it wrong, you will fail. If you get it right, it doesn't guarantee you're going to succeed, but it gives you a way better chance. All right. So that's your action matrix. By the way, I'm sweating. It's 94 degrees in my office. It's a 100-year-old building. There's no air conditioning. Seattle is having the next couple of days are the hottest heat wave in more than a decade. So it's very uncomfortable here. All right. So stakeholders, they're really self-defined. A person or group that has an investment share or interest in something. That's a dictionary definition, but there's more to it than that, right? If somebody doesn't know what you're doing, they can't be a stakeholder. They don't care, right? But stakeholders come in a lot of different flavors, right? We talked about the jurisdictions a minute ago. That's a lot of governmental stakeholders. Not to call you all out, but it's a good example. Grant and Ava are family, right? There are stakeholder relationships in their organization. There are some in mine. Investors. I mean, that's the one. That's often the difference between make or break projects is finding people that commit. And investors, by the way, is not always cash in this context. It's also time or resources, capital. It's capital in all 5 different definitions of capital. Identifying stakeholders is challenging, time-consuming, and necessary. So we break them into different buckets. It's important to note that you can be in more than one bucket. The same stakeholder can be in more than one bucket. And I'm going to beat this horse to death because this is the entirety of how we look at stakeholders. Okay, I'm that serious about that this stuff getting this right will change your life. I promise. So stance, right? Do they want to help you or do they want to hurt you? In the Discord channel, there's some number, a couple hundred. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but in the Discord channel, I'm going to guess that every single person there wants to help. Full disclosure, I bought my very, very first Marscoin this morning during the conference. So I am now on that side of the equation, right? Until yesterday, I was ambivalent. I was undecided. I didn't really know if I cared. That's not true. I'm giving that as a hyperbolic example. But until I actually spent money, I could have been on the fence, right? I could have just been an observer. People have seen me in the Discord channel for probably 2 months. That was me being an observer, all right? I'm not trying to hinder y'all, all right? Super important. But people are, right? Without going too deep into my own personal history, I made 2 very, very big mistakes in my career, and I have active trolls that want to see me burn. So there are people that won't like what you're doing, and given all of the given all of the altcoins and all of the memes and the chaos in the crypto sphere, I'm going to guess y'all probably have people that don't want you to succeed. I think that might be true. I'm not certain of it. A different way of looking at stakeholders is internal and external. I just said I bought my first coins. I was an external stakeholder. Now I would consider myself an internal stakeholder. Almost nobody can do more damage to you than a disgruntled, pissed off, in my case, 15-year-old fired intern who was an internal stakeholder that gave my passwords out to his script kiddie friends. So internal stakeholders can do you a tremendous amount of harm. They can also be the reason you succeed because they're committed to the goals, the ideas, the visions, missions, and values, right? Most things are external stakeholders, right? Microsoft limits you on how you can do this graph, but if I had my way, internal stakeholders is this big and external stakeholders is that big, right? Another way is kind of at the stage that they're at. I don't know how everybody got to this conference. I don't know how everybody got to the Discord channel. I don't know how everybody got to the Marscoin environment in the first place, but it's a safe bet they went through some of these stages, right? Skeptics. I like skeptics, by the way, because skeptics, if you convert them, become really powerful advocates. Some people are angry. Some are just kind of curious. I just told you I spent months kind of on the edges. But then you evolve into this last category, committed category. You become a supporter, you become an active fan, you get psychologically, emotionally, and in many cases in this community, financially committed. So you get involved. You show up at events like this. You chat on the Discord channel, right? I don't know how many wallets there are in the world for Marscoin versus how many people are connected on the Discord channel, but that would be a metric that you might want to consider for the KPIs and the objectives, right? How have you as a community converted the random wallet holder to somebody who shows up at events like this, right? Super important to note that the network is always more powerful than the node, right? Somebody earlier was talking about network effects. That is one of the most powerful forces in the 21st century. And it's very applicable to this community. And how does that happen? How do you evolve that though? You start with a single person. I'm going to call that person a blob. And that person goes into a cafe because pre-pandemic, that's where a lot of people used to work. But they're by themselves. But then they go to the cafe on a regular basis and they see 3 or 4 other people and they all do the head nod like, hey, right? They don't know each other. They're not communicating, but they've identified that they are a part of a crowd of remote workers all using Wi-Fi and drinking a lot of coffee. So they become like recognizes like. But then they all decide to sit at the table together and that becomes a horde. A horde is disorganized. There's no leadership. But a mob, when somebody says, hey, let's all meet here next Tuesday at 10 and we'll work together. Now you've got the person who organized that is now the leader of the mob. Hordes don't have mobs. Now, those 4 people at that cafe with leadership and a combined decision to meet up, that becomes a node. And maybe they connect on Facebook and they connect with other nodes in other places, all working on the same thing. And suddenly you have a network. the Marscoin community is exactly this. It is exactly this. And this can be replicated and expanded upon. That's why I was particularly interested in the work that Jaka and his friend are going to do, because they can go around the country and around the world creating, being a leader, being a mob leader, going to places, creating community, leaving a place with a node intact, going to the next place, building another node, going to the next place, building another node. And all of a sudden you have a global network. So kudos to those folks for doing that, because I think that is super powerful.
5 more minutes, Michael.
Thank you. Okay, good. I'm actually almost where I want to be. We've talked a lot about governments, corporations, and nonprofits. That's just another way of identifying, and another way of identifying stakeholders is jurisdiction. All right, almost at the end here, challenges. In my experience building an elevator, everybody focuses on hardware. You know, we built carbon nanotubes. We built some of the strongest, we failed at making strong string, but we did make some cool stuff. We built a lot of robots. You can see behind me, we got a bunch of nanotech and materials over here. Everybody focuses on the hardware. And in the Marscoin community, I think that's somewhat appropriate to focus on the machinery of doing this work. But often ignored is the business, outreach, and framework components, right? How do you pay for what you're trying to do? It's not an easy answer. And so when you're working on hardware, there's kind of 3 sub-levels. There's the aha stage, the discovery and invention stage. You know, whomever Satoshi was, that was one of those stages, right? As Marscoin creates new elements within their coin, that's also science and discovery. It takes a long time to move out of the lab into a production facility, right? Same thing with business. It takes time, right? You know, it takes money, it takes resources, operations management. That stuff has to be articulated. How do you tell your story, right? This conference is an example of telling your story. Discord's an example. There's lots of examples. And then ultimately, the environmental component, right? And I don't mean just the tree hugging component, although given Bitcoin's carbon footprint, that is actually concerning. But so framework, right? The last piece, goals, investments, and tasks. It's super easy. If you have done all of this other prior work, this last part is dead simple. Because you'll know the answers to the questions you have, right? If the Noumenia process is a tool for understanding complex compound problems, new complex compound problems, then once you've done all of these other 4 steps, and by the way, they're sequential, you can't skip, you cannot skip, they are sequential. Once you get done with the first 4, goals, investments, and tasks, it's a cakewalk, right? Figure out timescales. I usually work in weeks and months. Figure out what you're going to spend on your goals. Is it dollars in capital? Is it time in capital? Are you going to assign human resources to the problem? What's your investment? And then tasks. Tasks are always 30-day problems. They have to be budgeted for by time, like you have to schedule them. You have to figure out when they're due. You have to prioritize them. And somebody's got to be in charge of just managing it to make it happen. So that's what we got. I know we're kind of running out of time for questions, but I am available afterwards, and I'm available for as long as James gives me. So I'm going to cut out of here and stop sharing.
One question, I think we have time for one. So Lennart Lopin, our founder, was wondering, when you were going over the mission, vision, and values portion, Have you had a chance to read our white paper?
So I did, but not well. I think I understand your values in the sense of, gifting 1 million coins to the society, two times, like, in a way, right? Both different organizations. But I don't feel like they are gracefully. I don't think they are as strong as I would like them to be. That's how I'm going to say that. I don't think they are specific, measurable, actionable. I don't think they are. I think they could be a rallying point. Maybe I missed something. I made that disclaimer several times, but from what I saw, that wasn't enough for me.
I totally hear what you're saying. And Lennart also just chimed in. Fair enough. Like he agrees. I think handing someone a, however long it is, 12-page document and saying that's our mission, vision, and values. You need something more digestible.
Yes, exactly.
I just look at the flag right behind me. Okay, the Mars flag. I mean, this is what I stand for.
Right.
I want to plant this sucker on Mars. That's my mission. But no, I think it would be a great exercise for us to just sit down and.
I'm happy to work with y'all. I'm happy to work to chat with y'all about that. Happy to do it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I converted myself in the last couple weeks, right? In the last 2 months. So
we're very excited you bought your first Marscoin today. And as I said, to use another business term, you are now a pig and not a chicken because you now have skin in the game.
Skin in the game. Yep.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. This was great. It was great to learn all that information.
Terrific.
Thanks for being part of our event.
I don't have access to the attendees chat, so if you could take my LinkedIn connection and toss it over there, that's available.
I sure will. Awesome. All righty. Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Luis Balfour. Luis, are you on?
I am indeed.
Awesome. So Luis is one of our most active community members in the Marscoin community. He is responsible for many of the memes that we showed today. He's been cranking these out. Look, there's one right there. So he's going to talk about the importance of a Marscoin army. Take it away, Luis.
Thank you so much. And I will just check a couple of things. Firstly, that everybody can hear me. And secondly, that everybody can see the PowerPoint.
You're good on both counts.
Splendid. Okay, so I'll just begin by introducing myself. Actually, the Louis Balfour is not my name. My name's Craig Jones. Actually, I use the Louis Balfour as my Discord handle. And if you don't know who Louis Balfour was, then you clearly haven't watched enough 1990s BBC comedy. He was the jolly presenter of Jazz Club. I promise you, I will not bore everybody with jazz music trivia for the next 40 minutes. The importance of a Marscoin army. I was much exercised and interested in the comments of our previous speaker, Michael Lane. Like him, I'm very new to Marscoin. I had no involvement with the community 2 months ago. I literally became involved in the last sort of a few weeks. I am a long time fan of space exploration, a space advocate, if you will, and I see the utility of cryptocurrency, which can be used on the planet Mars. I'm also somebody who spends a lot of time on Twitter, and what I noticed when I came to Marscoin was that the presence on Twitter was not as strong as it might be, to say the least. I endorse Michael's comments when he says that your internal stakeholders can be the reason you succeed. I noticed that he categorized people in terms of whether or not they were hostile to a project or undecided or a fan or had skin in the game, so to speak. What I would like to concentrate on during the course of this presentation is the extent to which we should be concentrating on the undecideds, and indeed people who just haven't heard of the coin before. I also agree with him that our values are perhaps not as strong as we might like. I, as it happens, have a couple of solutions to that, which I'd like to advance in the course of this presentation. And but we'll begin with a simple point, which is that Mars, going to Mars, venturing out into space, this new frontier, which we would like to sail on, is the business of dreams. And I dare say everybody listening has the reason you're here is because you have this visceral, long-standing interest in exploring and going into space, seeking out new worlds. And that is something that we really do have to play on, have to engage with when we're looking to bring new users to the coin, to expand the community. I'll go a step further and suggest that expanding the community is the single most important objective that we have in the coming weeks and months and years indeed. We've had a lot of very interesting, very constructive discussion today about the technical aspects of Marscoin, about the things that we should be doing to make sure that the coin will function when people do set foot on Mars, which can't be too far away. And that is all well and splendid, and we should continue with those efforts. But we should also continue because we do not have a God-given right to be a cryptocurrency that is used on the planet Mars. In order to become that cryptocurrency, in order to ascend to that position, we have to make sure that, in a word, people care about Marscoin. And this is one of our early memes. This was put out on Twitter about a month ago. And today's weather, cloudy with a chance of dreams coming true. There were a couple of memes in this style. And I think it's most important that as we move forward and increase our social media presence, that we do so from as many different perspectives as possible. We're not just talking about jokey memes, though they have an obvious utility. We're not also talking about memes necessarily that expand upon the technical aspects of the coin, though that also is important. We should be looking to appeal to everyone from every perspective. I'll talk a bit more about that as we go. Some background. So as we know, Marscoin is one of the oldest cryptocurrencies around. My understanding is that it was developed in the final months of 2013 and was released on New Year's Day. It's a low circulation coin. 48 million will be in circulation, and I'm given to understand we will reach that point round about 3 years' time. It's available on some exchanges. It's also available in Byte Federal ATMs across the United States. Its purpose, as we know, is to provide a blockchain or cryptocurrency for future Mars bases, and that's all well and good. But in terms of its social media presence, we have a little way to go. Now, I've chosen these 5 currencies to compare it with. Admittedly, they're not particularly closely associated with Marscoin. Probably the most unfair comparison here is with Dogecoin, which, although it is of similar age, has, as we know, become very much a viral phenomenon. And you can see almost 2 million people on Reddit are following its main account. It has over 1 million Twitter followers on its main account. And look at those, look at the number of hashtags on TikTok, 795 million, quite extraordinary. The other coins here are far newer. In fact, a couple of them have only been in existence for a few months, literally since the spring. But you can already see they've got some healthy numbers. Our numbers are not as healthy at this time. So these numbers are slightly out of date. I compiled these a couple of weeks ago, but 750 people on Reddit, 2,600 odd on Twitter, and nothing at all on TikTok. We'll come back to that in just a second. So it's clear that there is room for improvement in terms of our social media presence. We are older than the vast majority of cryptocurrencies still around, but we are not yet, so to speak, the go-to space-based coin. There are other coins which are marketing themselves with with more efficiency and success at this time. And I'll just briefly mention TikTok. I'll return to it later on in the presentation, but I did actually do a meme about this. I mentioned that, you know, I'm not a teenager, so I don't know a huge amount about it, but we should have people in the community that do, and people in the community that are prepared to record short videos and post them to TikTok, because if we do not do so, then we're missing out on a golden opportunity to market the coin to a vast constituency of people to whom right now the coin is invisible. Come back to that shortly. As I say, my feeling is that we should be devoting a lot more time to marketing, and that does. I was greatly buoyed by Jacka and his associate. I'm sorry, I forget the name. Their presentation on this very clever idea of sending a Mars coin around the world. I think that is excellent. I think that gives a very useful and very thought-provoking narrative. It's also an international thing to do, and it's important, I think, to emphasize that although the impetus right now to go to Mars is coming from SpaceX and NASA in particular, that this should be a global endeavor. And when we go to Mars, people from every community in the world should have a stake in that. So how do we do this? How do we market the coin and associate the coin with this endeavor? Social media is the way. It is the most important way in which people find out about cryptocurrencies. The cryptocurrency space particularly revolves around social media platforms such as Twitter, as we know. There is academic research saying that Twitter in particular has a disproportionate influence on cryptocurrency. I can send people on those references if they like. But I will put it to you that social media is not just a shop window for Marscoin, it is the shop window for Marscoin. We absolutely positively have to make as much use of it as possible, because if we don't, newer coins, which are marketed with more alacrity, will undercut Marscoin's position. And Marscoin will not become the de facto cryptocurrency. I will just make a point here. There was a mention in the chat section about Mars tokens and Mars coins, which somewhat resemble the original. I want to share one example with you, and this is quite remarkable. I was astonished when I saw this, the brass neck of the developers of this particular coin. That's our logo, as we know, very good logo. And what I found was this Twitter account. It's been talked about on the Discord chat. Mars token. The account, at least, was established in July 2019. It suddenly sprang to life about 3 weeks ago. Take a look at the logo. Isn't that just remarkable? As I say, the brass neck to so closely resemble our logo is quite extraordinary. So when all these coins are around, and when all these coins are getting traction on social media platforms such as Twitter, it necessarily dilutes the powerful nature of our message. You know, we have an excellent use case for the coin. It is one of the finest white papers I've ever read. I've read quite a few in the last few months. It's just excellent in terms of the technical aspects of what we're trying to do. A blockchain, cryptocurrency for another planet. But if potential users are mistakenly buying other coins, then you know the deleterious effect is obvious, which is why I've spent a lot of my time on social media in the last few weeks, just correcting people. When people tweet, "Hey, Elon, how's about a Mars coin?" Just sending them a friendly tweet saying, "Well, actually, there already is one," and attaching a meme or a picture which makes the salient point. Incidentally, I'll just mention this in passing, though I hope it is self-evident. I really do think we should be making more of the fact that we are, quote, the original Mars coin. There is, in fact, you know, with the granddaddy of this particular type of currency, and that all the others that follow. I won't use the word knockoffs precisely. Oh, look,
Your microphone is cutting in and out a lot. I don't know if there's anything you could do on your end.
Moment.
Say again.
Is that better?
Yes. I think it is. If you're talking now, I can't hear anything. Yeah, the audio dropping in and out, it's happening for all of us. We can't hear anything you're saying now, Craig.
Better?
I caught the last word.
Is that an improvement?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I think that is. I'm on a different microphone now, so okay.
Okay, good.
I'll just recount the point. I'll recount the point, which is that we really should be doing more to market ourselves as the original Marscoin, just to put clear water between us and any people who have come in Marscoin's footsteps, accept no limitations, so to speak. Which is why we have that tagline on these two pictures here. And the other thing that it does is to just very briefly state some of the salient properties of the coin. It's low circulation, it is fully decentralized, we have fast transaction speeds, and it was established in 2014, just to make sure people don't think that it is a scam coin that has come along lately. So that is the message that we should push when people talk about the technical aspects of the coin, in my opinion. As we know, Twitter is not the place to have complicated discussions about this or that, but to reduce the properties of the coin to those four elements, I think gets across to most people what distinguishes us from other coins around and about. So as I say, there are other reasons why we should seek to utilize social media. One of which is to determine more closely, as Michael pointed out, we need to determine more closely the values that are associated with Marscoin, I think. As of right now, the community identity is largely expressed through the Discord channel, which has over 1,000 members and is quite active. There are posts on a near hourly basis. The content sharing channel is pretty active too. But we don't seem to spend, or at present, we don't spend a lot of time talking about what Marscoin stands for. We'll come back to that point as well. But more generally, the social media presence should be used to attract new users. It will also allow funds for listing to be raised so we can get onto larger exchanges, and will enhance this sense of belonging, which is so important to other currencies. And I will also point out that the time to do this work is now, because right now, public interest in space exploration is at a high that it has not been at since the days of Apollo, perhaps the early space shuttle era. And the reason for this is the remarkable leaps forward that have been taken by SpaceX, to some extent by Blue Origin, and a number of other providers, new space in general. And take a look at these four YouTubers, for example. They all have channels on YouTube covering space exploration, various facets of space exploration. We have Felix Schlang from Austria, whose What About It channel has 192,000 subscribers. He posts every few days on SpaceX related developments, mostly. Tim Dodd, who has in fact, that's wrong, he has over 1 million subscribers at this point, host of The Everyday Astronaut. We have Marcus House from Australia, who again provides weekly updates on SpaceX and other providers. And then we have Amy Shira Titel, host of Vintage Space from Canada. I could have spoken about other people. I could have spoken about Scott Manley from Scotland, who has, I believe, over 1 million subscribers and turns out videos with extraordinary rapidity on the latest developments in space exploration. I could have talked about the Tomorrow team, who have had a YouTube channel since, well, for many years now, doing the same thing. So if we are not to, we really do have to avail ourselves of this opportunity to attach Marscoins to this endeavor and make it an integral part of what we're going to achieve as we move out into the solar system, particularly to Mars. I also wanted talk about a few fallacies, and I've heard them sporadically in the community over the last couple of months. There is, I think, at times a certain complacency to be found. People say, "Oh, yes, Marscoin is going to be huge very soon." A lot of faith in the mission, and there is also an appeal to celebrity. Kind of, let's get Elon Musk on board, shall we? I don't think that these are necessarily good ways forward. The fallacy of just crossing your fingers and hoping people will discover Marscoin, I don't think that's a goer right now, because users will tend to gravitate towards better known coins, not necessarily coins with a better use case. I'll point that out as well, especially in recent months when the cryptocurrency scene has gone kind of crazy in terms of its prices and value and such. We've found people buying into all kinds of coins with very questionable use cases, coins that are not decentralized, and we've had a few rug pulls and so forth. And I think this is also in part due to the fact that a lot of these people who've got into cryptocurrency lately don't necessarily do in-depth research. You'll notice on a lot of the memes that I've shown so far that DYOR, hashtag DYOR, do your own research, has been prominent. And this is because it is important to let people know that they should do their own research. Not a lot of people do, I think. And gut feeling and the fear of missing out are just as important, if not more important, I think, than white papers. Excellent though our white paper is. And in terms of, reaching out to Elon Musk, that really is a non-starter. Elon Musk, I'm sure, is keeping one eye on the idea of cryptocurrency for the planet Mars. He has no reason to endorse or sponsor Marscoin at this point. If Marscoin is a well-established coin with hundreds of thousands of users in 2 years' time, that might be different. But I don't think it is worth our while to reach out in that way. So to sum up, Marscoin will not become successful until it is widely adopted, and it will not be widely adopted unless it has name recognition. Hence the need for this social media presence. Hence the need for hashtags and memes. Marscoin Army, I believe, was used as a hashtag for the first time on the 15th of May. It is not a particularly innovative or surprising hashtag. As we know, there's a Dogecoin Army, a SafeMoon Army, and so forth. But it is something that we can rally around. And what we want here is to establish a sort of virtuous circle by growing the community. Get the community to grow. That way we can raise funds and we can get on a large exchange. To do that, we need a sense of community. We need a sense of identity. We need to determine what Marscoin stands for. And I have a few ideas in that regard that I'd like to share with you all. And our case study here is Dogecoin. And we're actually using the research here of Victoria Estevez of the University of Stirling in Scotland, who has done a great deal of research into memes. And she talked about Dogecoin in particular as a very long-standing meme which emerged in the early part of the 2010s. And she pointed out that the Dogecoin community, as it coalesced around the meme, did a lot of very useful, very altruistic things. They, in fact, started to use the coin for charitable purposes, such as sponsoring athletes at the 2014 Winter Olympics. The Jamaican bobsleigh team, we're all aware of Cool Runnings, of course, they have continued since then, were having trouble financing their trip to the Winter Olympics in that year. $25,000 was raised by the Dogecoin community, and that's pretty big in order to get them there. And they also contributed $6,000 to the GoFundMe appeal of Shiva Keshavan, a luger from India, so he could turn up as well. And these are very serious athletes. In fact, I believe Keshavan is the Asian record holder for luge, and they were making these contributions. They've also done things like contribute towards appeals to get clean water in developing countries. And this has come through the Dogecoin Foundation, in part, which aims, as Estevez points out, to, quote, facilitate the continuing prosperity of Dogecoin through promotional and charitable endeavors, and expand the community ideals of camaraderie and playful discovery, and to empower people the world over. Who could possibly, I beg your pardon, who could possibly hate Dogecoin? It is such an inclusive, such a fun community. It is a community which is full of life and vibrant. DOGE is now an acronym for do only good every day. Nobody can argue with that. It is the reason why this coin, which has no discernible use case as far as I can determine, now has the 7th largest market cap in the cryptocurrency space. This is a community that have their values in order. So should we. And here are a few principles that I would like to put in front of the community for consideration. The Marscoin community, in my estimation, should be inclusive. Firstly, anyone who supports the coin should be able to join. It doesn't matter about gender or ethnicity or nationality or religious beliefs. We have a pretty broad community already, I believe. In fact, we've had speakers from various different countries already today, and I'd like to see more of that. It should be a responsible community. We should be encouraging everybody to do their own research. There have been some terrible stories just in the light of the recent cryptocurrency crash or deep correction, whatever you want to call it, of people losing large amounts of money that they couldn't afford to spend. And we really should be aware of that and make sure that we protect people who come into the community from that kind of thing as we move forward. We should be a supportive community. I think we are. I've spent a lot of time on the Discord channel in recent times. I've been quite impressed by the way in which community members look out for each other and discharge a duty of care. We should be industrious, of course. We want to see retweets and reposts. I would suggest that the Marscoin army right now on Twitter has got less than 20 individuals in it, but everybody reposts everybody else's work. And so this is helpful because, as we know, one of the most important ways that people determine what to look at on Twitter is through the popularity index. How many retweets does this have? How many replies does this have? How many likes does this have? We need to push this forward. And if you are online, which you are, you have the ability to do this. This is not hard. You can get a Twitter account, a Snapchat account, TikTok account, whatever you like, and you don't even have to create your own content. Just like other people's content, retweet it, repost it, reply to it. All that kind of thing helps to increase the volume and really shift Marscoin closer to the forefront of the conversation revolving around cryptocurrency, which we find on social media platforms. We should be unique, I think. I think we're one thing that the community does have in very large quantity is people who have an absolute belief in the rightness of space exploration, in the idea that humankind should indeed become a multiplanetary species. That distinguishes us, I think, from other coins. And it should be a fun community. As I say, Dogecoin. How many people, I wonder, how many people, even in the Marscoin community, were turned on to Marscoin through that little dog? Dogecoin is such a fun community to be part of. We should seek to emulate that, I think. As Estevez points out in her thesis, ultimately, memes are successfully used across various groups and types of relationships, as their elasticity is able to accommodate the incarnations that place value upon spreadable meaning on a global scale. I endorse that viewpoint entirely. So, some Marscoin memes. These have been out on Twitter and Discord and so forth. You'll notice that the cultural references here are all kind of old. And the reason for that is because I'm in my 40s. And so, of course, they're old. I would like to see a wider variety of cultural references being used in our memes. The one on the left there is one of the most popular memes that we've had. It has got quite a few likes and quite a few likes and replies on Twitter and elsewhere. Good old Futurama, and some more there. And I'll point out that that an enhanced social media presence really pushes us to overcome buyer inertia. This idea that buyers are unwilling to make a purchase or switch from current investments because that's where they're at right now. And I'd suggest to you that our low name recognition on social media is actually a problem for us, because so many people who might invest in Marscoin are already investing in other cryptocurrency communities. The good news is that buyer inertia can be overcome, and we know this because it has already happened to Marscoin. I'm referring, of course, to the price spike in February. And it all happened in this entirely innocuous fashion. A tweet conversation between CZ Binance and Elon Musk, which occurred on the 15th and the 16th of February. Musk mentioned Marscoin, as a result of which the value of Marscoin spiked and went up to $2.50, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've seen different quotes from different coin trackers, and there it was. You know, all of a sudden, Marscoin had all these new users, new stakeholders, in fact. But I will point out that very few of these people were retained. As we can see, there's this spike, and it is just an isolated spike. Afterwards, there's a sell-off, and we go back to slightly elevated levels of interest in the coin from January and early February. And it is because, I think, Marscoin had this low public profile, and indeed there was this this idea that the values behind the coin were perhaps not quite as well defined as they might have been. So, to conclude, buyer inertia can be overcome. I think, and I believe everybody in the community shares this idea, that a cryptocurrency for Mars is an intuitive concept. It has immense popular appeal. It makes sense. You know, sooner or later, people will move to Mars. They will need a currency. Fiat will probably not be used because it will take up precious payload. And so a digital currency is the obvious way forward. If we grow our social media presence, we will very significantly increase our chances of being adopted in the coming months and years prior to those first Mars missions being sent. The time to do this is now. It must happen across as many platforms as possible. We must market it to everybody all the time. And I'd like to point out that, you know, people from like the 18 to 30 demographic is really important to this, I think. I shall just finish with some other memes that have been round and about. We want strong visuals. We want catchy slogans. I think we should have a mascot. We don't really have one at this point in time, but, you know, we see how important Doge is to the Dogecoin community. I'd suggest an anime type mascot, because, you know, who doesn't like anime? Any sort of memeable material is good, just to enhance the name presence, I'd suggest. And I'd also like to point out, and again, this feeds back into the idea of a coin, a physical coin being sent around the world, that we should be appealing to different speech communities. Very, very few cryptocurrencies, in my understanding, market themselves or place themselves according to different languages. And so we've got here versions of the of an advertisement that was put for this very conference in 9 different languages. We got French at top middle, Italian top right, then we got, you know, Russian, Ukrainian, Dutch, whatever you like. And this is all really important, because what this does is reach out to people who are not necessarily being reached out to by other cryptocurrencies. Also, it's important to point out that memes don't necessarily have to be about the currency. I've shown a couple of memes at the start which talked about the characteristics of the currency, the fact that it has low circulation and so forth. Doesn't have to be that way. Just retweeting material of this nature does something to raise the awareness of Marscoin. And I'll just point out what James mentioned earlier, which is you have the green, the red, green, and blue motif there, mirroring the flag of Mars, and that is something which is intuitive and understandable by anybody who's familiar with the flag or who has read the works of Kim Stanley Robinson, the Mars trilogy, of course, which remains, I think, for people who read science fiction and are interested in literature, the starting point for discussion of the settlement of Mars. That will obviously have a resonance there. As I say, It's about popularizing the coin, and it's about making sure that people understand our values. And if they do both of those things, if we do both of those things, I think we will be in excellent shape. And I shall end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a really great presentation. I was nodding my head a lot during that, Louis/Craig. You know, I think you bring up a lot of great points about our need to reach different types of audiences and reach them where they are, you know, places like TikTok and other languages besides English. I think that's a huge opportunity for us moving forward. One question we had, I think it just disappeared from the panel. I'll pull it back up. Jeremy Fabiano was asking, hey, Jeremy, he was asking, can you think of any actual usable products that could make that could enhance Marscoin's virality when it comes to mass market adoption?
Well, there is a Marscoin store that we have. It is mentioned a great deal on Discord, and we're talking about clothing, you know, and things of that nature, bags, you know, fanny packs and things. I think that's really useful. Anything which has the logo on, and I'll say this: I think the logo is really good. You know, the fact that it has Mars on it rather than some kind of stylized representation, I think emphasizes the fact that we are talking about the planet. You know, this is not something where we're just jumping on to the moon, to the Mars, those kinds of tropes which are so used in the cryptocurrency space. To answer the question, I don't know. It's an excellent question. I'll say right now, I don't know. But one thing that has been talked about, I've certainly had this conversation with other members of the community, is that we could indeed, you know, mint physical Mars coins as, you know, a conversation piece, a commemorative piece. People do that in other communities. There are, I don't know how many Dogecoin, physical Doge coins that are available. They're nice to have on your shelf. You can put them in your wallet. You can show them to people as you go around and about in your daily business. I think that would be an excellent way forward, just to as a curio. But it's a good question. It's a good question. What do we do to create merchandise and such which are useful? It's a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Any last questions, folks? This was a very good presentation. I think it's given me a lot to think about, and I'm sure Lennart as well, as we try to enhance our marketing and social media moving forward. So thank you very much. I don't see any more questions, so we'll let you go now. And oh, Lennart, did you have?
Yeah, no, I was going to thank you too for this amazing presentation. Typically, as an engineer, you end up with a deficit in the marketing arena, and I'm always amazed by our content sharing on Discord. The memes that are out there are amazing. And in particular, with Mars, we are looking at a history of amazing mainstream movies and thoughts that, you know, past generations created. So it's really interesting to tap into it, and then with Marscoin and blockchain, bring that to the forefront. Right, this is this beautiful connection between these two, the culture that already exists and the culture that might be born.
Absolutely, and I think not enough is made of marrying the coin with currently existing ideas about Mars and what Mars is going to be. And as I say, I think we do need to get on things like TikTok, but I also think that the communication pathways already exist in terms of our presence on. We have a presence on Twitter. We have a presence on, you know, Telegram and on Snapchat. We just need to increase the volume. We need to increase the volume hugely. And I think we do that by everybody in the community who is able and willing, and why wouldn't you be, to get on there, start following the, you know, people who are posting about it. You know, if you're on Twitter and you're posting about it, you're part of the Marscoin army. And so it is just a matter of talking about it all the time. And like I say, if you're not somebody who creates content, just repost other people's content. There is this concept in communication studies called phatic communication, where, you know, the idea behind that is, I don't really have anything to say. Hi, everybody. You know, you're just being present. You're being part of a conversation, even if it's just to say, hi, yeah, me too. And what he said, this post up here, you know, that is actually really, really helpful. It does two important things. It increases volume, and it shows that there is a consensus of people who dig the coin. You know, I love this coin. That's why I just posted this. You know, Doge have it right. You know, and if Doge had the use case of Marscoin, we'd all be El Salvador right now, wouldn't we? I mean, really.
Yeah, it's amazing to me as someone who's followed Doge since the beginning of it that it is so popular because it's an inflationary currency that's literally a joke. But apparently they're doing something right because they're very successful and popular right now. So it's a great example for us to follow. Well, thank you so much. This was great. Really appreciate it. Thank you for participating in our event today. All right, our next speaker is Greg Tucker. Greg, are you on?
I am on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I can hear you. So,
Okay.
Greg, you are a professional of the IT industry of 30 years and of a blockchain startup for the last 3 years. You started mining Marscoin in 2019. Awesome for you. And you're building solutions for cross-border payments and global access to permissionless financial systems. So take it away. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, I think everything you just said sounds more or less about right. So yeah, I'm not going to do a big introduction to myself. I may follow up at the end with some with some observations or comments about myself and some questions. Okay, sorry, I've got some panels that are in the way. Give me a second here. Okay, so what we're trying to do here, I think at a high level, is to create a currency for a multiplanetary species, one that's scalable and one that's decentralized and permissionless. And I'll actually touch base on what these mean here. Scalable really means we can make this a lot bigger than it currently is in terms of a variety of directions. One of them is going to be the number of transactions that we support. I actually don't know what the transaction limit is currently. I think it's probably somewhere around Litecoin. Levels of transaction scalability, but eventually we're going to need to scale beyond that. And also in the types of transactions. So right now we can send Marscoin from one person to another, but I think I saw Lennart's presentation, what was for me last night. And in that, I saw that there's a number of other proposed use cases or types of transactions that will be supported on the Marscoin. And I think these are really fantastic. A couple of those, I'm not quite sure how they're going to be implemented. My company is also implementing identity solutions, and the technology stack is somewhat different typically than Marscoin. So I'm really interested to see how those solutions are going to work out, and I'm really want to participate in the discussion of the implementation of those solutions. But in terms of types of transactions, there's other things we can do, like different kinds of coins and stuff that we can support, NFTs, things like that. And scalable in terms of latency tolerance. If this is something that's going to be presumably tradable on both Earth and Mars, then the coin has to be able to support the kind of latency that you have, with the speed of light or communication latency between Earth and Mars. Decentralized and permissionless it's a very difficult goal to achieve. Certainly, Bitcoin was a great innovation in major part because they solved some important decentralization and permissionless problems that allowed people to coordinate without necessarily having a central authority who sort of dictated who's allowed to to coordinate or who's allowed to participate and to arbitrate disputes and things like that. So there's no central authority, and so I think that Marscoin certainly continues that, but we need to continue that even further. And permissionless, again, in terms of not being able to deny access or deny permission to use Marscoin. And that's a very commonly a feature of fiat currencies, is that the government can sort of define who is allowed to and who's not allowed to interact with the currency. But Marscoin really needs to be, or is and needs to be, continue to be a permissionless coin. But this means individuals can participate. They can create wallets. They can operate full nodes, blockchain nodes. Developers can create new applications and support new use cases with Marscoin. Miners can operate full nodes, and they can generate new blocks via the process of mining. And exchanges can operate full nodes and can also participate with sending and receiving transactions. But Marscoin, is and needs to remain permissionless in the sense that there's no control over these people in the ecosystem and how they're allowed and what they're allowed to interact. Obviously, they just need to comply with the Marscoin protocol itself. I don't want to spend a lot of time on the history here. I know that there's been some discussion of this already. I saw Lennart's presentation where he talked, I think, pretty well about Bitcoin, but just putting some things into context, really. But the Bitcoin.org domain and the white paper came out in 2008. The first or Genesis block was mined in 2009. The Genesis block actually is now hard coded in code. But the rest of the chain, is basically sort of in a database. The first transaction with Hal Finney was completed in 2009. By the way, Hal Finney is one of the candidates for Satoshi Nakamoto. It's also possible that Satoshi Nakamoto was not one person; it was a group of people of potentially, and if that's the case, he was potentially one of also the members of the group of Satoshi Nakamoto. But lots of progress occurred in 2010. Basically, a market called the Bitcoin market opened up. We had the pizza transaction on 5/22, and that's now almost a famous holiday. Incidentally, by the way, on the last 5/22, which was just last month, I don't think you could actually buy pizza in Bitcoin anymore. So you could at one point, apparently in time, but you cannot now. Yeah, lots happened and in 2010. So within roughly 1.5 years, Bitcoin reached a $1 million market cap. So fairly impressive growth overall. And of course, we know where it's at today, and it's really still a dominant force. And it's even, in fact, a legal currency in one country and soon to be more countries. Litecoin forked in 2011 by Charlie Lee. It just had some different conditions. It originally started off with an ASIC resistant mining algorithm. Of course, that is no longer ASIC resistant, but there are ASICs now for script. But the intention was something that's a little more democratic or widespread, something that didn't get centralized into mining farms. And it has a faster block count and also 4 times as many coins. So again, don't necessarily need to go into a deep history here with Marscoin. I'm sure there's been plenty of people here. Unfortunately, it was night for me. I did have to go to sleep. But I'm sure other people have covered, this topic fairly well. But the Genesis block 2014, there are full nodes for Windows, Mac, and Linux. And we did conduct a Mars bar transaction. It was 200 Mars on 2021-210. And that was me and also a gentleman in Australia. He goes by the term Phoenix X. I did get his shipping, so I do have his real name. I'm not going to tell you, but we conducted the first, to my knowledge, the first transaction of a product on Marscoin. So this talk is going to be about governance and really at a high level, what is governance? But all organizations have governance to some extent, whether they're doing it explicitly or sort of implicitly, whether or not those rules are done, or whether or not governance is done consistently, that can all vary. But But really, it's just, at the end of the day, governance is just the rules by which the rules are made, okay? And in traditional corporations, you have a board of directors. The CEO of the company may also be the president of the board of directors, but he may not be as well. Or again, maybe a different person. You know, realistically, in a country like the United States, the Constitution really is the governance mechanism. And at least in the UK, for example, you have the monarchy as the governance. He or she, I guess, has really very little responsibility in terms of policy. Just simply make sure that the country is governed, that there is a viable and functioning government in place. And at the end of the day, that's her only role. Probably more than that, but that's her main role in terms of running the country. But in terms of Marscoin, it's really the mechanisms by which the protocol of the network has changed. Okay? So who determines this? Who decides what the new protocols are going to be? When there's a change in protocol, who decides that? So just some observations that I have about Marscoin governance. The code base is really largely based on Litecoin circa 2013. There's probably been some refreshes since then. I actually tried to track back sort of where Marscoin refreshed against Litecoin. It was actually a very difficult thing, so I kind of gave up on it. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. It is based on a centralized reference implementation. I will swing back about what that means in comparison to other cryptocurrencies. But the standards are not necessarily defined independently. For example, like in the Internet Protocol or TCP/IP, you have an RFC standard which really defines what the protocol looks like, and then it's then you have in order to prove a new feature, for example, you have to have two independent implementations, you know, and test them over a live network. But we don't do that. It's really just based on, you know, whatever the reference implementation supports. That's what the protocol is. The centralized or Marscoin governance is centralized in the hands of a number of a small number of developers, primarily one developer. It really is a benign dictatorship, and this has served Marscoin, I think, relatively well. And I think in small settings, I think that a benign dictatorship can work. I think that it works well, for example, in Singapore. Singapore is a remarkably well-run country, an efficiently run country, and it has, for all intents and purposes, it has a democracy, but it does have, for all intents and purposes, a benign dictatorship. And again, it can work well, but I think as it scales, you know, you have to get beyond that. And I'll actually look at maybe a couple instances where that breaks down. There has been, I think, relatively little funding for development. I think we've relied a lot on Lennart's goodwill to continue to produce new features and continue to produce new versions. I think other people probably have contributed to that as well, but that may or may not continue forever. And again, if we are going to become a global or a multinational, multiplanetary coin, then I think it's really important to think beyond that in terms of capability. So what are some things that can happen? Well, you know, especially when you have a small number of developers, you know, or a benign dictatorship, you can, you know, get hit by a bus, or, you know, there's lots of ways that the benign dictator can leave the organization. They can do it intentionally, they can do it unintentionally. There can be disputes within the community, and, you know, the person gets pissed off. There's just lots of things that can happen. There have been some cases throughout the crypto history. You can pretty much find, there's enough cryptocurrencies now that you can pretty much find any or some example to fit any particular you know, use case or concern. But there have been some that have made, malevolent or, self-serving decisions. But, in general, then there can also be misaligned incentives. So I think that some of the future features that we'll need for Marscoin to become a multi-planetary coin and scale to that level sort of might go beyond what current stakeholders are interested in developing. So there are some misaligned incentives and a governance mechanism we really have to deal with how to fix that. So one example of this was a contentious change occurred within the Ethereum community in 2016. So DAO, or Decentralized Autonomous Organization, generally refers to a sort of a decentralized organization that's built on top of a smart contract on a blockchain. But in 2016, there was one in particular that started. It was just called the DAO, but that was really launched to sort of crowdfund the development of the Ethereum blockchain. It did quickly raise a lot of money, a pretty significant chunk of the overall Ethereum coin base. This was Vitalik himself and quite a number of other major backers all put money into the smart contract. Soon after that, there was security researchers and others did note a number of failure cases or potentially exploitable cases within the DAO. But about 3 months after it was funded, a hacker did in fact exploit a defect in the smart contract, which then stole again quite a bit of the money that was in the DAO. Other people who were participants actually worked to also try to exploit the same hack to basically get their own money or the money of other people out of it to protect it from the hacker. But at the end of the day, the hacker did manage to steal, or at least on paper, managed to steal $60 million from the DAO. However, a number of developers, including Vitalik, did decide finally to implement a hard fork that basically rolled back the history before the attack occurred and then reallocated those coins to another smart contract. So this is, realistically a level of centralized control that we try to avoid in a decentralized cryptocurrency. And this kind of sort of rolling back of changes that or rolling back of transactions that somebody placed on the blockchain. The whole point of a blockchain is that it's immutable in the sense that previous transactions cannot be changed. But they basically built a new version of it, which did actually undo those transactions. So needless to say that that this kind of change was contentious. To some extent, again, this is normally the kind of thing that we don't want to happen, but it did have widespread support because really Ethereum was much less mature then than it is now. And it was a pretty significant amount of the coin base, and it was really a lot of the funding that was going to go for the development of Ethereum was in there. And at the end of the day, it did then have widespread support from miners and exchanges and node operators who all would have had to upgrade their software in order to support this really contentious change. But in the end, there was a sufficient number of people who did support the upgrade, and the change did go through. And this did actually give rise to another coin called ETC, but Ethereum Classic. So basically, it gave rise to a split in the Ethereum community. Ethereum, or what we now know as ETH, did end up winning, but ETC is still out there. And ETC did not do this rollback because they felt it really betrayed the principles or purposes of what a cryptocurrency is really supposed to be. Some other bad examples. So Charlie Lee did found Litecoin in 2017. I believe December 2017, he announced that he had sold all of his coins. he put this in sort of very positive purposes, that he had received a lot of criticism, that people were talking, or he was often talking up Litecoin, and telling people to buy Litecoin or encouraging people to buy Litecoin, and people claimed that this was he was being self-serving. So by selling or donating all of his LTC, he claims he could be objective. He did, of course, sell at or near the top of the market. So again, it's maybe not quite as clear whether this is a situation of a rogue leader, but many people feel he betrayed the Litecoin community by really selling out the way that he did. Other bad examples, governance. The Nebulous organization runs or created a coin called Sia Coin. They were also attempting to market a mining hardware, a mining rig, and I believe this occurred in 2018, but a couple other companies who also build mining rigs actually came out with a compliant or supportive mining rig before Nebulous's hit the market. And so once theirs did hit the market, they made a change to the consensus mechanism that they knew wouldn't be supported by these competitive mining rigs, but would be supported by their own mining rigs. So a number of miners were out there. They were mining, Sia coins using these third-party mining rigs, but then basically they changed the protocol to support their own mining rig, to support their own company's mining rig. Obviously, needless to say, this was a contentious change. It did, in fact, give rise to, once again, a split in the community where, Sia Classic came up in order to, basically, kind of not implement that particular change. Probably one of the most egregious examples of somebody who's just self-serving, self-dealing really is Justin Sun. Safe to say, if you see his name on it, it's probably something self-serving is going on. But he is the originator of the Tron coin. In 2020, okay, there's probably some history, so a lot of sordid details here. I can't go into it all. But he bought the Steemit blogging platform. Steemit had its own coin at that time called Steem. And one of the conditions or one of the characteristics of it was that there was, in fact, sort of a rogue pre-mine. So before the Steem was announced, the original Steem founders, mined about, at least at the time of the acquisition, about 20% of the coins. There was always an understanding that these coins would not be used for on-chain governance. And I think for the most part that they lived up to that. But when it was sold out, people didn't trust Justin Sun to honor that commitment. So they, some of the people who were, the major, holders of the Steem coin, actually then tried to create I believe, a soft fork, which would prevent those original kind of rogue mine coins from being used for on-chain governance. Of course, that pissed them off. It created a big break within the community. In the end, though, it ended up, ended up with a new blockchain called Hive, which was then used to replace what was originally Steem. Steem, I believe, since then has moved to the Tron coin. But again, just lots of things can happen when there's, not necessarily good control of who has control over the network. The reference implementation is one I said I would touch on. The Bitcoin is kind of well known. It has Bitcoin Core as sort of the official full node wallet. So Marscoin is not unique in this regard. Bitcoin Core, again, really the official one. Litecoin is Litecoin Core, again, official node. Ethereum itself does not define an official node or a reference implementation. For the product. They've always encouraged multiple wallet softwares, multiple nodes to be developed. The three largest at this time are Gas, Open Ethereum, and Ethermind. So the point, though, is that the reference implementation is not the only mechanism by which you can do this. Bitcoin Cash you might be familiar with the split from Bitcoin, I think in 2017. Around 2020, so at the time in 2020, Bitcoin ABC was, for all intents and purposes, the reference implementation of Bitcoin Cash. I don't know if that was an official designation, but that was, for all intents and purposes, what it is. It was the most commonly used implementation. But in January, some miners gave rise to some talk about an infrastructure funding plan. So they, I think, recognized an issue that's similar to what perhaps Marscoin has, which is there wasn't a lot of funding for the building or the development of new infrastructure and new versions of the software and new functionality. So they gave rise to the IFP. There was a lot of contention about this, about the IFP. Originally, it was supposed to be a kind of quote unquote optional 12.5% donation of mining rewards to sort of a funding pool for a Hong Kong corporation, but a lot of the details in the initial plan were left vague. So after it died for a few weeks, but then Bitcoin ABC announced that they were going to be building into their node basically a 5% IFP, and one of the funds was actually themselves, although there were a number of other funds that were going to be allowed that they did not necessarily control. But again, this is really a tax on Bitcoin Cash, and so it's the type of tax that many people oppose. And again, it created sort of a split within the community. So several things did happen. There was an idea of Flipstarter had been kicked around for quite some time in the past. In fact, there had been a couple attempts within the Bitcoin Cash community to run Flipstarter projects. They just didn't take off, at least in the incantation at that time. It did give rise then to basically another, hard fork split within BCH. So there's a new coin, BCHA, basically split off from BCH. But what did happen is that it gave rise effectively to Flipstarter. So the community was able to rally around basically an alternative funding approach for Bitcoin Cash. In this case, it was called Flipstarter.cash. They did use that to fund the development of other implementations. So Bitcoin Cash node effectively became the de facto implementation. But at the same time, within the community, they became wary of the whole concept of a reference implementation, because in this particular case, a reference implementation can, in one way or another, be hijacked by the community in a way that isn't necessarily what the entire community wants. So this was a quote from somebody I know within the community. Flipstarter was conceived and executed in a ridiculously short time frame as a necessity to counter the false claims of IFP in a concrete way. He didn't want to be quoted on that, in part because the Flipstarter concept had actually predated the IFP. So they've been kicking it around and attempting to do something like that. But it did actually successfully come about in a very short period of time in 2020 as a result of the IFP. So in general, what are some challenges? In decentralized governance, you have multiple actors. You have users who use the coin, who interact with it, who trade it, and whatnot. You have the companies who make wallet software. You have the organizations or people who develop the nodes. You have people who operate the nodes. You have the mining pool operators. You have miners. So you just have a variety of people in the ecosystem. There's also exchanges in there who don't necessarily have the same interests. Ethereum has made some changes, for example, to the mining pool algorithms that are not really compatible with what the miners wanted, but they did manage to push it through anyways. But yeah, there's just these competing interests, and so getting all of these people to agree to changes sometimes can be challenging. And just in general, funding for development is just a long-term challenge because, again, there's different people who have different use cases, people with different interests from each other, some with different time horizons, and so getting the funding for these things can be a challenge. Within the Marscoin community, we do have a script mining pool challenge, I think. You know, the problem is that we don't really own our mining pool. You know, with mining Marscoin, we're really just an extremely, really it just rounds to 0%. An extremely small part of the overall hash rate capability of script. We have a kind of a low steady state capacity. We do see large fluctuations in the capacity throughout the day. I think really what's happening is that a miner with a lot of capacity really come in and do a, you know, wait for the difficulty to go down to a fairly low steady state level, and then they can mine a lot of coin in a short period of time, drive up the difficulty, and then they can just drop off. And the difficulty will remain a little bit high until sort of the low steady state is able to sort of catch up and reduce the difficulty again, at which point they just come back on the network and mine it back up. So we are seeing this kind of, already today, we're seeing this kind of fluctuating capacity or fluctuations in the mining rate taking place. Because of this, we're also very susceptible to a 51% attack. I don't know that we have been 51% attack, but we're certainly susceptible to it. At the very least, the miner, if they are so inclined, this large miner is so inclined, is you know, would be able to, you know, just ignore blocks that are mined by other people and only really follow their own blocks, which would put all of the mining rewards into their hands. So there's lots of challenges that can come about with our relatively small hash rate base. There's also a latency problem between Earth and Mars, one that we're going to have to solve sooner or later. You know, Earth to Moon is just a 1.3 second latency. That's still well within tolerance of our 2 minutes, 2 minute block time. But communication between Earth and Mars can vary between, you know, 3 minutes to 21 minutes. And when you go out, you know, further into the solar system, these latencies just get larger and larger. So if this is going to be a multi-planetary currency, one that's capable of being traded in multiple, you know, planets, then this latency problem is going to become a difficult one we have to solve. I'm not sure how we're going to solve it yet, possibly with parachains, but it's some development that is going to be required at some point. But if we don't solve it, then, you know, there's potential issues we can have, like a double spend. So a particular person, an adversary, whatever you want to call them, can you know, schedule to create a transaction in 2 different locations at the same time. That's well within the latency of you know, of the, let's say, 3 to 21 minutes between Earth and Mars. We also potentially going to have a Coinbase problem where the mining rewards are going to run out in 2024. We do have insufficient transaction fees at the moment, as of today, to really incentivize a lot of mining. So even the mining rewards that we do have doesn't incentivize a lot of mining within the whole script or S-script mining, you know, mine base or you know, hash base, but it's going to become even more difficult or more challenging once we sort of run out of these mining rewards in 2024. That's been reported, I think, by other people, and so it's a one problem that we're going to have to solve. I have some ideas, but I would have to propose those to the community and get consensus on those. So what do we need to achieve? You know, investment in new features, increased awareness and adoption. I think there's been other talks. Lewis's talk just before mine was excellent, where he talked a lot about awareness and adoption through the, you know, social networks. Funding mechanisms to aid in achieving these goals. I'm going to propose a flipstarter something like a flipstarter.cash in the future. And just governance that ensures a fair evaluation of new features and implementation of these new features. Okay, my own wish list. I probably don't need to, I'm not sure how I am on time now. I probably don't need to go through these in much detail. In fact, I might be over on time already. But I think some of these have been already discussed, but a couple of things I would like to see in the future would be a Flipstarter-like funding platform, something that's on-chain, something that involves coins on-chain, something that involves potentially the core development, something that involves the development of new use cases and potentially third-party integrations. The good thing about a Flipstarter-like funding platform compared to the Marscoin development fund is that the people who are funding it can decide exactly what they're funding, and they know why they're funding it. So there's a little bit more democratic control over the funding. We're probably going to need to impose, or at least at some point, develop some kind of like a Marscoin improvement protocol. Of course, in Bitcoin, it's called BIP, but Bitcoin improvement protocol. Bitcoin Cash, they call it CHIP. But we'll probably eventually need to develop a protocol like that to handle this or to govern Marscoin. So what can we do for now? Well, please don't blame the Marscoin developer every time the price goes down. I don't know, you don't have to go far back in our history to see this particular thread, but and it might have been made tongue in cheek, I don't know, but it was not one of the more impressive displays of citizenship that I've seen regarding Marscoin. But the Marscoin developers don't control the prices. Okay, there's actors out there. Some of them may be malicious. Some of them have incentives that are not aligned with my incentives, and they buy and sell coins on different time schedules than I do. So, or than maybe most of the community. But yeah, we don't control prices. There is a development fund, but there isn't, really a paid marketing team, and there isn't really funding, from one person to advertise in the Super Bowl or whatnot. Maybe let's not blame the developers. Let's not blame other people when prices change in ways that we don't necessarily like. So other ways we can contribute, just, let's not point fingers. This is it's a decentralized community, it's permissionless community, so we're all responsible for the development of it. So let's not point fingers at Lennart or anyone else. And let's, all work for ourselves to determine, how can I contribute to the community? How can I contribute to new Marscoin clients or new integrations or new use cases for Marscoin? How can, and even if I'm not a developer, or if you're not a developer, you can also contribute through the contribution of funds to people who are doing the development of clients or integrations and use cases. And you can contribute to the Marscoin Development Fund. In the future, I will also be developing a Flipstarter-like development fund also. Again, something that gives people the ability to sort of decide how their funds are going to use. I fully support the Marscoin Development Fund, but I don't necessarily see a lot of transparency in it. I don't know how those funds are being used, why they're being used, how much they've raised, how much they have, things like that. I just don't know anything about the Marscoin Development Fund. And I would like to see other funding mechanisms besides that put in place. Participate in the Marscoin dev group on Gitter. It's been a little bit quiet lately for all the development that I know that is taking place, or that Lennart has promised is taking place in his speech. I haven't seen a lot, but so I'd like to see and myself participate more in the Marscoin dev group on Gitter. There's also the GitHub. There's issues and roadmaps on the GitHub itself, which I know James and Lennart have spent a lot of time on. You can also always, purchase an ASIC mining rig and mine Marscoin yourself. I'm not a big fan necessarily of using sort of a non-ASIC rig. I think I've stated that in the community in Discord before, in part because the just using your GPU, you don't get a lot of hash rate out of it. So you're just not going to be doing a lot of mining. It's just more activity without necessarily a lot of benefit. But yeah, get yourself a script ASIC rig and mine Marscoin and mine it on a steady basis, because our steady state rate is fairly low, and we need to increase that to prevent the kind of day-to-day or hour-to-hour fluctuations that we do currently see. Buy Marscoin, so we need to keep having a consistent market or a consistent people who are consistently buying Marscoin on the exchanges. So we need more of that, definitely, to keep the price both stable and also to keep it going up. Give Marscoin to friends and to Mars advocates. So if you attend a Mars Society convention, give some Marscoin to people. There's certainly one way to sort of increase exposure. It doesn't have to be a lot. It might just be 10 Marscoin. And when some of these new wallets, especially the mobile wallets, become more common or more available, then it's going to be much easier to sort of give away coins to people at conventions, and especially when we're post-COVID and we can actually have in-person conventions. And finally, we'll contribute to Marscoin to the Mars Initiative. That was a self-serving plug. So I am one of the original founders. I'm not actually a founder, but I'm one of the original contributors to and participants in the Mars Initiative. So who am I in general? And we'll get into some questions if there are any, but Greg Tucker, so I'm a veteran of the IT industry. I spent a number of years managing infrastructure for organizations, not traditionally a software developer, but more on the administration side. I did spend a number of years working with BMC and BMC products, doing process consulting. If you're familiar with ITIL, so I spent a long time in the ITIL communities and working with BMC software packages to basically automate the development of ITIL processes and procedures. So I spent a number of years, but for the last 3 years, I've been working with TBCA Soft. We are a blockchain, or actually a company who's developing a suite of blockchain solutions for the telecoms industry. Our most mature product right now is we're focused on a payment solution for mobile wallet software, or for mobile wallet payment systems. So we're basically linking mobile wallet payment systems in different countries. We are not a cryptocurrency. Somebody did actually spoof us and create a spoof cryptocurrency in our name, but that was not us. We are not releasing a cryptocurrency, but we are building blockchain solutions. So I was Mars Mile 2 contributor to the Mars Initiative. Around that same time, actually a little bit prior to that, I was one of the sort of the founding founders of the Dallas chapter of the Mars Society. And I moved away, so I'm no longer involved in them regularly, but Kurt, who was also one of the founders, is still running that organization. I've also been a Marscoin miner since 2019, and you can reach me in a variety of places. I should also just point out that if you use Session as a new chat application, it's a little bit immature still, but it's a good chat application for privacy. So if you're concerned about privacy and decentralization, feel free to connect with me on Session using the QR code on the screen. I think at a high level, that's kind of my observations of where we're at, and I hope it was interesting, and I hope I didn't offend anybody in the process.
No, thank you so much, Greg. Those were great comments. I definitely agree with you on a lot of the points you made. Regarding the development fund, I think we all consider that kind of a placeholder until we have a real DAO or Flipstarter style development fund that lets the community vote on what we work on. But I think in the meantime, we're highly susceptible to feedback. Everyone can give us feedback on what to do. I will tell you, we have not tapped any of the development fund yet. We will once we need to list on another exchange or are going to fund directly something development-wise. We have not tapped it yet, and we will commit to putting reports out of what's in the development fund now. A couple questions you have. So question from Lennart. What do you think about Decred or Dash with their public proposal systems of governance?
I don't know enough about it. I have held, you're talking about the Dash coin. I have held the Dash coin in the past. I guess, sorry, I'm just not familiar enough with their particular mechanisms.
No worries. Another question from Jeremy Fabiano. Have you pondered or considered the security, malleability, fluidity, and scalability that comes with a multi-chain single coin model for Marscoin? Technology changes and state-level security breaches are inevitable with mass adoption. How should Marscoin deal with that?
So we're talking about parachains here. You know, this is parachains is definitely a challenge. I think, you know, of course, Ethereum is now tackling the parallel chain problem right now. You know, whether and how well they tackle that is something that's not really, you know, understood yet. I'm skeptical because, you know, right now you can sort of interact with Ethereum and it interacts with all, you know, with all smart contracts on Ethereum. But in the future, you know, you're going to have different smart contracts running on different parallel chains, and that's, you know, which is going to lose that sort of that global state, I guess, because you know, you know, if you have coins that are on a particular chain, for example, you know, you have to move them to another chain. I'm not sure exactly how all that's going to work, but certainly, you know, Ethereum is dealing with that. There's another chain which has become fairly popular lately, and I am just drawing a blank right now on their name. But it's
Cardano.
No, not Cardano. Yeah, again, I'm just yeah, I'll go look on the coin. It's one of the top 10 coins, but they're focused very heavily on building parallel chains also. So I think there are definitely, you know, governance models now that are being put in place within other, you know, other organizations, and I think we just need to kind of look at how are they tackling the parallel chain issue, and you know, and decide is that the right solution that we need to implement in Marscoin, and then how do we implement it. So I don't think one person, Lennart alone, is going to be able to tackle that challenge. So it's going to really require a community to tackle these kind of challenges, to research the, you know, the different challenges that the other communities have had and how they've solved it, and sort of bring some of that, those lessons and lessons, the good lessons and bad lessons to Marscoin.
Excellent. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Okay, well, thank you so much, Greg. That was great. Really appreciate you participating in our event today. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, and that brings us to the end of our event. Lennart, are you here?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay. Well, hey, what'd you think? How did we do today?
That was amazing. That was a series of very wonderful, enlightening, insightful talks. I'm still hung up on the very first one, but well, not mine, yours, but it's just gotten better and better towards the end. It's amazing. Yeah, really thank you to everyone.
Hung up in what sense? Just out of curiosity.
No, and just my brain is just going on all the information I was presented, and there's an amazing opportunity for Marscoin with regard to we're talking about, or something that comes to my mind often is the social glue that these cryptocurrencies create. Dogecoin was a good example. So the discussion that Louis brought up about Dogecoin, it's true. And technically, if you speak from a technical perspective, there's the script mining under the hood between Marscoin and Dogecoin. Not much of a difference, but of course, in terms of memes, it's a huge difference. Even though Mars itself if you remember your conference with Elon and Dr. Zubrin, the discussion that the Mars Society is trying to reach out and kind of bring the people to the idea of a Martian settlement, vis-a-vis Elon trying to work on the physical realm of getting us there. It's interesting that cryptocurrency is somewhere in the middle. You have a technology that allows governance, finance, potentially, right? All these features that are necessary for a functioning settlement to operate. But at the same time, it also pulls in the actually why are we going, the memes and the stories and the history, and glues it all together. So it's fascinating to hear from everyone in the community where we've come from, the things that we're lacking, but also the potential that we have going forward.
Yeah, the will and the way, that was what came out of the conversation with Elon and Dr. Zubrin. If the Mars Society can provide the will, then he can provide the way. And I think we're kind of there too. We need both to be successful.
No, and honestly, it's maybe something that's underestimated, because in the Mars One chapter and episode in my life was very interesting to see that the expectation to find a lot of people willing to give up their sweet life on Earth and move to Mars. There was an expectation that would be millions of people. The reality was one that just a couple of thousand people then submitted their applications. Granted, this was a one-way ticket, but still, I think, making this vision of what a Mars settlement could mean to humanity, the creativity that can be unleashed, the wealth and prosperity that can possibly be found and worked on. But it needs someone to tell the story and bring it closer to reality. And it just doesn't happen by itself.
Yeah, and I've been at this Mars movement for 20 years now, and every year it gets bigger. Every year there's more people, especially young people and people internationally, that come into the movement. And so I have no doubt we're going to get to Mars in our lifetimes. And every year things are speeding up and it's getting faster. So, hey, what do you think? Should we do this type of event again?
Most definitely. Most definitely. I think it should be a regular thing, to hear from everyone.
I agree. I was really pleased at the diversity of voices and all the different ideas that were shared today. So so for everyone, the Mars Society conference is in October. You're definitely welcome to come present there. We can have a whole Marscoin track there, I bet. And we'll try to do something like this again for Marscoin as well in the future. I'd definitely be willing to help work on that. So any last thoughts, Lennart?
Maybe just one extra thought. The governance feature, of course, of Marscoin is a super important one, because just like Greg just mentioned, it can't be done by one person. And we have on Discord something where everybody can chime in and bring in their voices. But I think that's super important, in particular with a project that's trying to span, a settlement from Earth to Mars. It's really important to get everybody involved. So I'm looking forward to ideas how a governance proposal system could be implemented in Marscoin and the Marscoin blockchain. And I think our experiments on the MDRS is going to go a little bit in this direction, but it's super important because, just like Greg mentioned, one person can't do it, even though it's going to happen, and it will require everyone's input.
Absolutely. Well, stay tuned, everyone. We'll have news on all the experiments we're working on this year and into the fall. My mission's in December at the MDRS, and the Marscoin will be part of that. And so with that, we'll say thank you to everyone who's participated today, and thanks for everyone for attending. We're going to put up one last plug for the Marscoin Development Fund, and we'll have the music to take us out. Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, all. Thank you very much.